All right, here we are, 61 years later. Now, there are a lot of things that have changed my views on topics, especially conspiracies, as we may call them, even though that word is a little tired, played out. But conspiracies, I don't know what the first earliest example of a conspiracy or where that came from, but for me, it was definitely John F. Kennedy. And it did not start with anything less than a man named Jim Garrison. This was the book that did it. And that, yes, it started with Oliver Stone's feature film, JFK. But that then led me to read what that movie was based on. And it is much better. I mean, it's I wouldn't say it's completely different. There's a lot of similarities. It's the movie stays pretty true to the book in a lot of ways. In some ways, not so much. But this is, I mean, this for me was the beginning and kind of the end here. I mean, until JFK's files get opened up, till more of the files get opened up. This is definitely solid ground, solid research from the man, Jim Garrison, New Orleans District Attorney, the only person to ever try somebody for the assassination, for the murder of President John F. Kennedy. Successfully so, even though there was no conviction, what Jim Garrison did is success. He brought so many things to the table, was able to bring so much research out, was able to keep this story alive, which is the main thing, but was able to bring things into the public domain, including the famous Zapruder film. That's all credited to Jim Garrison, I believe. This is a great book. If you have not read this book, please do so. Get the real hardcover. But this is one of those books that I read over and over again. There's just so much data, so much great stuff in there. And then you get into Jim Garrison, because to me, Jim Garrison is one of the fascinating people involved in this case. And you could use what Jim Garrison did, what he did with the John F. Kennedy investigation. Every investigator, or really anyone who is not an investigator like me, just a regular person here, could really learn a lot and could become a internet sleuth or whatever you want to call it. Speaking out of turn, out of my lane, as these kids nowadays say. Not me. I've got some gray hairs on both sides and top side here too. So, but 61 years is a long time, and we've learned so much, and so much has come out, and we are now expecting, with Trump returning to office, we are now expecting to get even more information, to release whatever is left. Whatever Trump said was going to be released during his first administration, that was not released. Now we have RFK Jr., hopefully a part of Trump's cabinet for 2025, who will get this done, who should have some say so in the investigative. Let me just read it here. So I got it. Trump is going to assign, in honor of Bobby, he says, and I'll read this. This is from his his August 23rd, 2024 speech, President Trump from Arizona. This is what he said, with RFK Jr. standing right next to him as he says this. He says, in honor of Bobby, I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts, and they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of John F. Kennedy. They also mentions they're going to investigate the assassination attempt on his life, on President Trump's life too, but that is very key to where Trump publicly states something like this. They will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Now, we know what happened during Trump's first administration. Why didn't the documents get released when Trump said he was going to do it? and Trump explained it. Not the best explanation, not one that I like, not one that I even agree with, but at least he explained his view. It was Mike Pompeo who came to Trump and said, please don't do this. Please don't release this. National security, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess who is not going to be joining President Trump in Trump's second term? Mike Pompeo. Tucker Carlson has had some very choice words for Mike Pompeo. Very choice. So, with that being said, we both know that Kennedy and Trump have both publicly stated that they believe the CIA was involved in President Kennedy's murder. Doesn't mean that it was everyone within the CIA. You know, it doesn't have to be everyone. It just has to be very powerful people at the top. So I'm loving this. I love just looking at this. I think this is just awesome here. This is just a notebook that I found on Amazon, and I plan on getting another one before they go out. But even on the side, that's pretty cool. It says MAGA on the side. I love it. It's great. $15 on Amazon right there for a notebook. And I'll be using that to write the maybe the introduction to the book Kennedy and Trump. Christian Coffins will be writing the foreword to the book Kennedy and Trump. Happy to say that. Looking forward to him. He's a guy who will be doing all of the artwork for the book too. And of course, it's edited by Catherine Michelle. She is my editor in chief here as we move along. But there was a lot of questions of what to put in with that, because when you want to write a book about Kennedy and Trump and their race to the White House, and it's so easy to get sidetracked on their topics, on the similarities, what their views are, and to get even sidetracked on this JFK, and what have they both said about JFK? What are their thoughts on JFK? What happened with JFK? And so to hear President Trump say that, and some of the clips that we'll be playing tonight will show that. And a lot of these are recent, within the last year. So it's good stuff. But I don't know if I have anything else to say on that before I start playing some of these clips. Got a lot of clips here, and I think I'll just go ahead and let's get started with some.
In my last conversation with President Trump in the White House, he called me a lot. And this is after January 6th. So it's 2 weeks before, or a week before he's leaving office. He wanted to run past me the names of people he was going to pardon and sentences he was going to commute. He wanted my opinion on them. Some of them I knew. I said, how you doing? He said, not too well. And he went off into a tangent about what he thought happened with the election. I said, you made a promise to the public many times, and to me privately, that you haven't kept. What? I'll take care of it right now. I said, you promised you would release the records of the JFK assassination. He said to me, Judge, if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't have released it either. And I said, who's they and what did they show you? And then he said, Judge, someday when we're on the phone, and then he raised his voice, and there aren't 15 people listening to the phone call, back to a normal voice, I'll tell you. Oh, my God. I mean, this makes it sound even worse. Who are they? Probably somebody in the intelligence community. What did they show him? JFK's brains blown out?
This is it. It was said by one person that after the Kennedy assassination, there has been no president. They have only been factotums of the system since then. Yeah. It may well be the most decisive event in modern American history.
Well, okay, so I want to go back and just kind of stop there for a second, because I think that is a very, very telling thing, where President Trump, at the time, on his way out, is basically saying, if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't release it either. It's very cryptic, very weird. What could they have possibly shown Trump that would make him not want to release all of the documents pertaining to JFK's murder, his assassination? it's a fascinating thing, and you could get lost. It's these reptilians, people from outer space or something. It makes no sense to me. What could they have possibly shown him that would make him say, oh, okay, we can't release that? How bad is this? If it's the CIA, if it's the FBI, if it's everyone, if congressmen, I mean, how deep does this go? I feel like the public is ready. We're ready for this. It's 61 years later. What could they have possibly hidden from us that we could not be ready for? So it was a very interesting comment that the judge said, where he's like, Trump said, if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't do it either. And I found that just very kind of chilling. First of all, it chilled me to the bones a little bit, but more so, I don't understand what that could be, unless it's something spiritual, demonic, or supernatural. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, because Trump does not believe in UFOs and aliens. He believes that the people who have seen things out there, that they're telling the truth, but he doesn't necessarily believe it in those things himself. It's just also a little interesting, but it's good that he has an open mind to it, and he's not just calling them whack jobs or crazy people or anything like that. So I'm hoping he keeps an open mind with JFK, and I'm hoping that will also lead him, like it led me, to September 11th. Because without Oliver Stone's movie, JFK, and without looking at the research and everything Jim Garrison did, and maybe even without them casting Kevin Costner as Jim Garrison, I may never have taken the time to really understand that there was something weird going on with John F. Kennedy's murder, and maybe I should take a deeper look into it. I'm glad that I did, because it did kind of prepare me for September 11th, when I started to wake up to September 11th. I didn't wake up to that until about 2004, 2005, maybe. That was it. So that was a great clip. I really like that clip. Judge Napolitano talking there. And let's see, what do we have next? What's the next?
I'm sorry. I have to ask, sir. I have to ask one question, sir. When you got elected in the 2016 election, you said the first thing, or one of the things you wanted to do, was release the JFK file. And then you said later, I saw it and I wasn't really ready to do it. And then I saw a clip where you changed your mind and you said, I think we're ready to see this file. And I'm just curious.
What's in it?
What? No,
Tell us right now.
What happened? Like what?
Yeah. I actually did do it. I released a lot, as you know. But when it came to the whole thing, I was hit by some people that worked for me that are great people that you would respect. And they asked me not to do it. And I'm saying, why? Tell me why. And they said, sir, I think it needs a little more time. And I released a lot. But I said, if they feel so strongly, I respect the people and would have done that again. But this time, I'm just going to do it.
RFK says the CIA killed his uncle. Do you believe that?
Well, this wasn't CIA that asked me, but I think CIA was probably behind it. But they didn't. They would have preferred that I not release the rest of it. So we did give quite a bit. It's going to be done early on. A lot of people want to see that. And
Absolutely.
Whatever it may say, I won't say. I sort of have an idea. But whatever it is, it'll be very interesting for people to see. And we're going to have to learn from it.
Yep.
In your
And
joint.
that's it. We're gonna have to.
I'm sorry. I have to ask, sir.
Learn from it.
In your joint.
I hate how YouTube kind of jumps around a bit, but yeah, we're gonna have to learn from it. So that's good. So you have all, and this is all before Trump. All before the Unity Party was formed, way before Kennedy and Trump. That was back in, I think that was back in May. That clip was May or August. Yeah, it was pretty. Yeah. Must have been around May of 2024. Regardless, whenever it was, you could see that Trump was already making that promise that he was going to release everything. And so that was the big pledge to RFK Jr., who also obviously would want everything released to the public that people can go through. There's already so much out there. it's almost like what else could there be, aside from more of the cover up from the Warren Commission, more of the cover up of who Oswald really was, a CIA asset, a government informant, who is Richard Case Nagel, has got to play a big role in this. So people like Dick Russell, authors like Dick Russell, have got to be like excited about this stuff, getting their hands on whatever else is left out there, because there have been so many great books written about JFK, and Dick Russell wrote my favorite book on JFK, aside from Jim Garrison's book. Aside from that one, my favorite book on JFK so far is Dick Russell's book, and it is titled The Man Who Knew Too Much, and it is about Richard Case Nagel, who was shadowing Oswald, who was told to kill Oswald. And Richard Case Nagel felt that he was being set up. And maybe at some point, Oswald felt that he was being set up too. So Richard Case Nagel, about a month before the assassination, walks into a bank, fires 2 shots into the ceiling of the bank, and then walks out. He is arrested, and a lot of other things happen. It's well documented. It's a great book, 800 pages. Get the big version, not the shorter version. Get the bigger version. It's about 800 pages. Dick Russell, The Man Who Knew Too Much. This is the story of Richard Case Nagel. I did about a 20-minute clip that'll air, that will play later on here, that will cover Richard Case Nagel, but you can see all of that. And it is a fascinating story, fascinating aspect to this. So with that being said, let's see if hopefully I don't get a copyright. Every time I play something from Tucker Carlson, I get a strike or the stream goes down. So we'll see what happens here.
Appearance on Friday, President Trump introduced you by saying that he plans to, if elected, establish a commission to declassify the remaining documents around your uncle's murder in 1963.
Yeah.
And I think everyone at this point knows the truth, which is the CIA is implicated in that. Those documents protect CIA, maybe among others.
Well, whether they do or not, I mean, it's odd that they've not allowed them to be released.
What could possibly be the explanation?
More than 60 years after my uncle's death, almost 65 years. 62 years after his death. And none of the people who were implicated in that crime are alive now.
Yes.
And the last ones have died off in the last year or two. And so it clearly is to protect the institution.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's wrong. It's just wrong. And it's wrong for a Democrat and it's wrong for Republicans.
It's just interesting, though, that a bipartisan...
He said that. I was just thinking that as he said it. And of course, he can say it a lot more eloquently than I could ever do. He was there. He lived this. This is his life. He lived through this. But that is so true, that it's not just about protecting the people who were involved, because it's not just the people. These are institutions, government institutions. And you can look at what Trump is doing, what his plans are for 2025, and who he is nominating to fill these institutions. And you can see it is not the same old cast of characters. The time has come. Things have changed. The battle lines have been drawn. This is not really about the red wave now. It really isn't. The red wave was great, but the red wave, I believe, has run its course. It is about something much deeper now. The real battle, the spiritual battle, the battle against the New World Order. We have finally come to the front lines of it. Trump has brought us there, and all of these other people that have joined this unity party, this unity team, whatever you want to call it. And a lot of them just happen to be Christians. They just happen to believe in Jesus Christ too. That's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. That is a heart and soul of any real movement. Always was, always will be.
List of presidents, these 6 decades, have kept those files classified.
Well, you and I have both. I was astonished that Trump didn't declassify them because he promised to during the campaign.
That was Mike Pompeo who did that.
Yeah, and that I talked to President Trump for the first time about that this week. And
what did he say?
He said that Mike Pompeo begged him to, and I don't think I'm telling tales out of school here.
No,
I think he told the same thing to you.
That's
right?
true.
But he said Mike Pompeo called him and said this would be a catastrophe to release these. You need to not do it. And then,
I want to say again, I think Mike Pompeo is a criminal. So that's my view. He's threatened to sue me for saying that, but I hope he will, because it's true.
I love that. I love what Tucker Carlson says there. And that's really it. It's, that's why you're not going to see Mike Pompeo, and hopefully why you won't see other people in that. And the Marco Rubio, that's a little trivial to me too. I'm a little disturbed by that, and a little upset with the Matt Gaetz thing, although I get it. I get what's going on, because I think they really want to get the other guy who also has some sexual allegations against him, which is one thing they turn to all the time when they can't find anything else. And they completely avoid the real sexual allegations and the real things that have substantial evidence to it. They don't focus on that, because it's not about that. It is about our team versus your team with a lot of these people. So I love Tucker Carlson for saying that. Dude's funny.
But that kind of tells the whole story right there, right? That the CIA is.
Oh yeah. So that's
why would the CIA be trying to keep these?
All back to the CIA. Yeah, the CIA didn't want them to release it. This would hurt everything. So again, they're not saying that everyone within the CIA was involved. You don't need everyone to be involved with JFK's murder. Just like with 9/11, with September 11th, you don't need everyone to be involved. You don't need the whole government to be involved. That could have been carried out without President George Bush, even knowing what was going on. That's possible too. There are a lot of possible things that when people found out that they got duped, that they got tricked, that they are complicit, there's a lot of things that could have happened. It doesn't make it any better. But if we never get to the root of these problems, they're going to continue to happen. So it's crazy what it took to really get us here, to get to this point where Trump is like, we're going to release it all. And we've heard this before. So a lot of people don't believe him because we've heard this before. I believe him. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I believed him in 2016, 2017. I didn't put a lot of stock in it. I said, okay, so he's going to release it, release it. I don't know if he said he was going to release it all. Maybe he did. Assuming he did, he said he was going to declassify everything. Well, now he has, this is it. This is his last time, and he wants to build his legacy. You got to build your legacy on something like this. This is one of the biggest stories you will ever find. One of the biggest crimes in this country that has ever happened is the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And if you want to build your legacy on something, this is a good thing to build your legacy on here. Forget with everything else that we know Trump is going to accomplish here. The secondary thing would be to figure out some way to get rid of the Federal Reserve Bank, or to audit it. Maybe you can't get rid of it until you audit it. But let's do and let's do a real audit on the Federal Reserve Bank too. So if he can't fire the Federal Reserve head chair, it's got to be a way that you can audit these bastards. All right, let's keep rolling.
These files classified if they had nothing to do with the murder. I don't really get that.
So if you were president, would you declassify? You can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you?
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah.
He hesitated.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least.
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there, because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would definitely do the January 6th because, beyond all of them, because what happened, how about the Unselect Committee? They had meetings, they had all Democrats and two failed Republicans, right? Cheney and crying Adam Kinzinger. See, Biden couldn't do this interview. Do you think he'd remember crying Adam Kinzinger? Do you think he'd remember all these different names, these
Probably
different
not,
folks?
sir.
And I didn't know you were going to be talking about this, but you know, can you imagine? The whole thing is crazy. What we're doing.
Why do you think that our government could be involved in?
Oh, well, you know, listen, when the Warren Commission, obviously, which was run by Alan Dulles, who was the head of the CIA, who my uncle fired, found that it was a lone shooter, which was Lee Harvey Oswald. But when Congress, a congressional committee, reinvestigated between 1977 and 1979, the House Select Assassinations Committee, they concluded, and they saw a lot more documentation and had a lot more witnesses than the Warren Commission ever saw. They concluded that my uncle was killed by a conspiracy. And most of the people, for example, Richard Schweitzer, who was the head of the committee, publicly said JFK, the president of the United States, that the CIA was involved in the murder of the president of the United States. And that's quotation. Most of the people on that committee at that time believed it was the CIA, that it was believed certain people in the CIA.
You were 7 at the time? 7 or 8?
I was 10 when my uncle was killed. I was 14 when my father was killed. You know, and today there is overwhelming evidence. I mean, in fact,
why don't the
government
needs to release all of the files on it and let be transparent. Let us see the.
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. There's still, you know,
That may be one of the
the
only
law
smart
requires
things
there.
Sean Hannity has ever said. You know, why don't they just release it all? And as they should, but you know, that I don't know. I have a hard time with Sean Hannity. I don't want to hear his voice at all. But I am going to let this clip play because it is true. Why don't they just release it all? Just release it all. And that's what they were saying. Release it all. 9/11, release it all. Trump was saying with J6, release it all. And hopefully with Crooks, with the assassination attempt on President Trump's life, they're going to release it all. What national security could it be? And we know what type of national security it could be, why they don't want to release it. Look what they've done to our president. So you can see where I'm going there.
There's a law that requires that all the records of John Kennedy's assassination be released to the public 10 years ago. So they're still holding 5,000 documents. President Biden promised when he was elected that he was going to release those documents. President Trump promised that he would, but the CIA doesn't want them to. And so the question that I think Americans have a right to ask, including members of, you know, my father and uncle's family, is why not? What is it that you don't want to see 60 years later? And by the way, the last tranche of documents released had documentation in there that finally got even the New York Times to admit that Lee Harvey Oswald was a CIA asset, that he was working for the CIA. So, if the Warren Commission had known that back in 1964, they would have had a very different time. And the House Assassinations Committee never knew that. Mm-hmm. That was released. We've known that we've had documentation that known that at least a decade. But some of that documentation became overwhelming in this last tranche. And finally, the mainstream media acknowledged that, yeah, he had this relationship with the CIA going back to 1957 or 1958.
Yeah.
Soon after I was, can't even believe
their image of what they want this country, what they want us to know, and what they want us to think is true, and what they want us to think is not true. Because I don't know how many. I mean, I live in my own bubble, I guess, because I kind of think everybody should know that JFK, what happened with JFK, is not what they told us. But there are still a lot of people out there, at least publicly, and probably some that really think that Oswald was the lone shooter, regardless of everything. It doesn't matter what they've seen. It doesn't matter what you show them. So. And unfortunately, sometimes it does take the media, the mainstream media, to come out and show them and take their hand. And I think that's why they realized, the CIA, the shadow government, the intelligence agencies, they understood this a long time ago, how powerful the media was. And so they've used it. They've been very good at using it to their advantage, to trick people, to lie to people. But those days are coming to an end. With the digital revolution, as much as I hate a lot of the digital stuff, it is one of the only good things that will come out of this digital age, is that it is possible now to make it easier to do your own research. It's harder to censor people. All they can do is make it harder for us to get numbers, to get views, to get likes, for people to find us, to find our channels and things like that. But the information is out there. And that is the main thing. The information is out there. Those landmines are put out there. People step on them and bombs get they feel it. So, but this was the moment here. This was the big moment. And this is just about, this is part of that big moment. 1 minute, 39 seconds here. That really covers everything. And I'm still shocked, still in awe, and still skeptical, that this will actually happen, but we'll see.
Soon after I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety during the course of his campaign, while being denied protection by the Harris-Biden administration. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month.
I think President Trump is arguably, well, he's certainly the best debater in modern political history. I would say since my uncle. My uncle was also a very good debater, and who knows, what would have happened if my uncle had come across.
I don't know how much this really has to do with JFK, but I really like this one. I wanted to include this because this is a really good one to think about. What if President John F. Kennedy were still here with us? Or if he did get the chance to see a debate, or like RFK Jr. is going to say, hey, what if, the two greatest debaters, John F. Kennedy and Donald Trump, you get them on the same stage. We got pretty close to almost getting what I think would have been a great debate with RFK Jr. and President Trump. We got it kind of in a virtual way, but Trump couldn't respond to what RFK Jr. was saying. That was the only bad thing. But we got a taste of it. But I just love this praise that RFK Jr. went on live TV and said that President Trump is the greatest debater since JFK. And this was during the primaries. So this must have been, and before President Trump got shot, I believe, too.
Trump, I can't imagine it, but you could argue that he's the best debater since the Lincoln-Douglas debate. He's gone through, as you know, in 2016, he went through 16 opponents and, left them all in mayhem.
Remarks of the President to the American Newspaper Publishers Association Waldorf Astoria Hotel, New York City, April 27, 1961.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much your generous invitation to be here tonight. You bear heavy responsibilities these days, and the article I read some time ago reminded me of how particularly heavily the burdens of present-day events bear upon your profession. You may remember that in 1851, the New York Herald Tribune, under the sponsorship and publishing of Horace Greeley, employed as its London correspondent an obscure journalist by the name of Karl Marx. We are told that foreign correspondent Marx, stone broke, and with a family ill and undernourished, constantly appealed to Greeley and managing editor Charles Dana for an increase in his munificent salary of $5 per installment, a salary which he and Ingalls ungratefully labeled as the lousiest petty bourgeois cheating. But when all his financial appeals were refused, Marx looked around for other means of livelihood and fame, eventually terminating his relationship with the Tribune and devoting his talents full-time to the cause that would bequeath to the world the seeds of Leninism, Stalinism, revolution, and the Cold War. If only this capitalistic New York newspaper had treated him more kindly, if only Marx had remained a foreign correspondent, history might have been different. And I hope all publishers will bear this lesson in mind the next time they receive a poverty-stricken appeal from a small increase in the expense account from an obscure newspaper man. I have selected as the title of my remarks tonight, "The President and the Press." Some may suggest that this would be more naturally worded, "The President versus the Press," but those are not my sentiments tonight. It is true, however, that when a well-known diplomat from another country demanded recently that our State Department repudiate certain newspaper attacks on his colleagues, it was unnecessary for us to reply that this administration was not responsible for the press, for the press had already made it clear that it was not responsible for this administration. Nevertheless, my purpose here tonight is not to deliver the usual assault on the so-called one-party press. On the contrary, in recent months, I have rarely heard any complaints about political bias in the press, except from a few Republicans. Nor is it my purpose tonight to discuss or defend the televising of presidential press conferences. I think it is highly beneficial to have some 20 million Americans regularly sit in on these conferences to observe, if I may say so, the incisive, the intelligent, and the courteous qualities displayed by your Washington correspondents. Nor, finally, are these remarks intended to examine the proper degree of privacy which the press should allow to any president and his family. If in the last few months your White House reporters and photographers have been attending church services with regularity, that has surely done them no harm. On the other hand, I realize that your staff and wire service photographers may be complaining that they do not enjoy the same green privileges, the local golf courses, which they once did. It is true that my predecessor did not object, as I do, to pictures of one's golfing skill in action, but neither, on the other hand, did he ever be a Secret Service man. My topic tonight is a more sober one, of concern to publishers as well as editors. I want to talk about our common responsibilities in the face of a common danger. The events of recent weeks may have helped to illuminate that challenge for some, but the dimensions of its threat have loomed large on the horizon for many years. Whatever our hopes may be for the future, for reducing this threat or living with it, there is no escaping either the gravity or the totality of its challenge to our survival and to our security. A challenge that confronts us in unaccustomed ways in every sphere of human activity. This deadly challenge imposes upon our society two requirements of direct concern, both to the press and to the president. Two requirements that may seem almost contradictory in tone, but which must be reconciled and fulfilled if we are to meet this national peril. I refer first to the need for far greater public information, and second, to the need for far greater official secrecy. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. But I do ask every publisher, every editor, and every newsman in the nation to re-examine his own standards and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. Today, no war has been declared, and however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger, and yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War, in short, with a wartime discipline no democracy would ever hope or wish to match. Nevertheless, every democracy recognizes the necessary restraints of national security. And the question remains whether those restraints need to be more strictly observed if we are to oppose this kind of attack as well as outright invasion. For the facts of the matter are that this nation's foes have openly boasted of acquiring through our newspapers information they would otherwise hire agents to acquire through theft, bribery, or espionage. That details of this nation's covert preparations to counter the enemy's covert operations have been available to every newspaper reader, friend and foe alike. That the size, the strength, the location, and the nature of our forces and weapons, and our plans and strategy for their use have all been pinpointed in the press and other news media to a degree sufficient to satisfy any foreign power, and that in at least one case, the publication of details concerning a secret mechanism whereby satellites were followed required its alteration at the expense of considerable time and money. The newspapers which printed these stories were loyal, patriotic, responsible, and well-meaning. Had we been engaged in open warfare, they undoubtedly would not have published such items. But in the absence of open warfare, they recognized only the tests of journalism and not the tests of national security. And my question tonight is whether additional tests should not now be adopted. That question is for you alone to answer. No public official should answer it for you. No governmental plan should impose its restraints against your will. But I would be failing in my duty to the nation in considering all of the responsibilities that we now bear and all of the means at hand to meet those responsibilities if I did not commend this problem to your attention and urge its thoughtful consideration. On many earlier occasions I have said, and your newspapers have constantly said, that these are times that appeal to every citizen's sense of sacrifice and self-discipline. They call out to every citizen to weigh his rights and comforts against his obligations to the common good. I cannot now believe that those citizens who serve in the newspaper business consider themselves exempt from that appeal. I have no intention of establishing a new Office of War Information to govern the flow of news. I am not suggesting any new forms of censorship or new types of security classifications. I have no easy answer to the dilemma that I have posed and would not seek to impose it if I had one. But I am asking the members of the newspaper profession and the industry in this country to re-examine their own responsibilities, to consider the degree and the nature of the present danger, and to heed the duty of self-restraint, which that danger imposes upon us all. Every newspaper now asks itself, with respect to every story, is it news? All I suggest is that you add the question, is it in the interest of national security? And I hope that every group in America, unions and businessmen and public officials at every level, will ask the same question of their endeavors and subject their actions to this same exacting test. And should the press of America consider and recommend the voluntary assumption of specific new steps or machinery, I can assure you that we will cooperate wholeheartedly with those recommendations. Perhaps there will be no recommendations. Perhaps there is no answer to the dilemma faced by a free and open society in a cold and secret war. In times of peace, any discussion of this subject and any action that results are both painful and without precedent. But this is a time of peace and peril, which knows no precedent in history. It is the unprecedented nature of this challenge that also gives rise to your second obligation, an obligation which I share. And that is our obligation to inform and alert the American people, to make certain that they possess all the facts that they need and understand them as well, the perils, the prospects, the purposes of our program, and the choices that we face. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security, and we intend to do it. It was early in the 17th century that Francis Bacon remarked on three recent inventions already transforming the world: the compass, gunpowder, and the printing press. Now the links between the nations, first forged by the compass, have made us all citizens of the world, the hopes and threats of one becoming the hopes and threats of us all. In that one world's effort to live together, the evolution of gunpowder to its ultimate limit has warned mankind of the terrible consequences of failure. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
When I think about my father and my uncle, I think that it wasn't their death so much that affected me, but their lives, their approach to life, and and I've spent a lot of my life not only with them, but then reading all the literature on them. I'm probably the only person in my family that's done that, and and written histories about it, and sort of dissected their views on various issues, and that's affected me tremendously. In terms of the trauma, it's hard for me to just think, well, I was a drug addict for 14 years, and my addiction started right after my dad's death. But in my construction of events, I don't blame my father's death on my addiction. I feel like I was born like that I was born with an empty hole inside of me, and that I was looking for ways to fill it, things outside of me to fill it. And that's what addicts do. And
do other people in your life feel that way? Because we don't know, but you could imagine a friend or a partner or a doctor saying if the events occurred right after, they might see the link.
Well, of course. And I have no way of really of making that determination. So, I spend a lot of time in self-examination. I've been in recovery for 40 years. I go to meetings every day, and that's a process of constant self-examination. So, in my I've come down on the side that, the trauma clearly affects things about, I'm sure, how I process the world. But I don't, looking back on that does not help me in terms of, how do I negotiate what I need to do today? And I think when the parts of my life that are most influential in determining how I behave on a day-to-day basis, how I get out of, bed in the morning, make my bed, and, go about, be kind to people, and be judicious, and be, the way that I approach the world, I think is much more influenced by the role model that my father gave me, the role model that my uncle gave me, rather than the way they died. So I think, the answer to your question is, I don't really know how that trauma impacted me. I can't really separate that from, many other traumas I've had, and we all have, everybody has trauma. But I do know that my uncle and my father's lives, the way they lived them, the choices they made, the moral center that they had, has affected me profoundly.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. This is going to be a very special episode here, as we approach 50 years since John F. Kennedy was murdered as a result of a conspiracy involving more people than just Lee Harvey Oswald and a few crazy gunmen. We have to talk about the cover-up too, because the cover-up to this crime is a big part of the overall conspiracy, the real conspiracy. There are conspiracy theories. One of the conspiracy theories is that Lee Harvey Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. 50 years later, I think many people understand that that conspiracy theory cannot be proven, has never been proven, and will never be proven. Partially because they killed their patsy, Lee Oswald, but partially because they helped cover up facts about JFK's assassination. Military intelligence. How intelligent could it be? Richard Nagel is a very important figure in the JFK mystery. Richard Case Nagel was alleged to be a double agent or a triple agent, however you want to look at it. In his own words, he believed that he was betrayed by his government. He believed that there was a conspiracy to kill John F. Kennedy, and he believed that he became a target himself because Richard Case Nagel was supposed to kill Harvey Lee Oswald before Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. Why didn't Richard Nagel kill Harvey Lee Oswald? There's a reason. He knows those reasons. Richard Nagel believed that the government betrayed him. He was not even sure who he was working for by the time that he walked into an El Paso, Texas bank, a federally insured bank, with a loaded firearm, raised the firearm into the ceiling, fired 2 shots into the ceiling of the bank, walked out of the bank, got into his car, where he was apprehended by a local police officer. Author and researcher Dick Russell wrote the definitive book on the assassination of John F. Kennedy, The Man Who Knew Too Much. In large part, Russell wrote in the preface of the book, this book is the story of a former military intelligence officer and CIA contract agent named Richard Case Nagel. Richard Case Nagel was a CIA/KGB operative who believed he was working for the good guys in order to stop an assassination plot against John F. Kennedy. In the book, The Man Who Knew Too Much, Nagel tells Dick Russell he warned the FBI about a plot to kill the president in September of 1963. Nagel added that there would be enough details to warrant the arrest of the eventual accused assassin Lee Harvey Oswald, as well as others. Nagel became a CIA operative whose mission was to infiltrate the Soviet intelligence community. Working as a double agent, Nagel was allegedly ordered by the KGB to assassinate Oswald before Oswald could murder President Kennedy. The Man Who Knew Too Much leads us closer to the truth about who murdered President Kennedy, how the assassination was planned in the shadows, and why Oswald was blamed as the lone gunman. Richard Nagel walked into a bank in El Paso, Texas on September 20th, 1963, after many attempts to warn authorities about a plot to assassinate President Kennedy. He aimed a Colt 45 pistol towards the bank's ceiling and fired 2 shots. He calmly put the gun away and walked out of the bank into his car nearby. He is arrested by Officer Jim Budred and charged with robbing the State National Bank. Being a federally insured bank, Nagel was handed over to the FBI. Nagel was quoted as saying to the FBI agent, "I would rather be arrested than commit murder and treason." Murder and treason. Interesting. Nagel was found with a notebook that had the address and phone number for the Cuban embassy in Mexico City, as well as a newsletter from the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. As we know, Oswald was handing out many leaflets very publicly for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Oswald had been in contact with the Cuban embassy and was seen passing out pamphlets for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Nagel was trailing Oswald. After being arrested in El Paso on September 20th, 1963, authorities also found a military ID card on Richard Nagel, but the card belonged to Oswald. So the question was, why was Nagel carrying Lee Harvey Oswald's uniformed service identification card? Now, this is different than the identification Oswald is found with after the assassination of President Kennedy. Nagel's card has the same card number 4271617 as the one Dallas police seized from Oswald. But the photograph and signature of Nagel's card were different. A photograph of this can be seen in The Man Who Knew Too Much, because many people have seen Oswald's Department of Defense. What is it? Department of Defense ID card, and Nagel was found with an ID card that had the same number, but looks a little different. And the picture is very grainy, so I haven't really found the best picture of that yet. We need a good copy of that. Officer Bundred didn't believe Nagel intended to rob the bank that day. During one of Nagel's preliminary hearings, Bundred was sitting next to the alleged bank robber, and he asked Nagel, "You really didn't want to rob that bank, did you?" The officer felt like the incident was some type of diversionary tactic. Nagel told the officer he was glad to be going to prison because, quote, "I really don't want to be in Dallas." The officer responded, "What do you mean by that?" "You'll see soon enough," is what Nagel told him. Jim Bundred later told Dick Russell, "Oswald's name came up. I can't tell you whether Oswald was mentioned before or after the assassination. I remember Nagel saying something to me about that." In The Man Who Knew Too Much, Bundred recounted what happened next. "A few days later, after Lee Harvey Oswald was killed, what Nagel said came back to me. I thought, this had to be what he was talking about. How the hell would he have previous knowledge of it? How would he know what was coming down in Dallas? I talked to an FBI agent here about it, but a lot of this was just QT, not at liberty to discuss it. I was just a young cop. There was nothing I could do. I just feel Richard Nagel knew a lot more about the assassination than he let on, or that the government let on. It's bothered me ever since. Nagel insisted that the pistol used in the El Paso bank was not his, but the FBI knows who it belongs to. Nagel was eventually found guilty of entering a federally insured bank with intent to rob. Before being convicted, it's possible Nagel met Lee Harvey Oswald in the late 1950s when both were stationed in the Far East. Working for military intelligence in 1958, Richard Nagel was loaned to another intelligence agency, according to what Nagel told Dick Russell. The other agency gave Nagel assignments in Japan, Hong Kong, Korea, and Formosa. Russell writes, this was precisely the period when Oswald had been stationed in the Far East. The CIA then tasked Nagel with monitoring Oswald's activity after Oswald left the USSR in 1962. It's believed that Nagel had an audio tape of a conversation with Oswald and several conspirators, and he may have had a photo of himself and Oswald in New Orleans. So it's alleged that Nagel died in 1996, and that a lot of the truth might have died with him. The Man Who Knew Too Much. This is a great book. Eric Galoob recommended this book to me. It is a fascinating read. I had to read it a few times to try to piece all the different things that tied in Richard Nagel and how he was involved in this major plot to kill John F. Kennedy. We know that there were several plots. He talks about several plots to kill John F. Kennedy. There was at least 3. It is one of those testimonies that has stood the test of time because Richard Nagel was so public and did these things before the assassination happened and actually took some steps to try to stop the assassination of John F. Kennedy. It gives a little more credibility to what he's saying and what he's not saying. It's possible that Richard Nagel was still holding back in what he told Dick Russell. If you read the book, you will definitely see that. The things to focus on with Richard Nagel are not just the allegations that he makes, but the things that he did to try to warn people about what was coming in Dallas. He specifically mentions Dallas. He knows something is going to happen in Dallas. Richard Nagel was working for U.S. military intelligence, working undercover as a KGB officer. Probably felt at some point he was burned either by the CIA or the KGB, and he felt like his only hope was the FBI. And you can see that as the reason why he walks into that bank. I believe everyone who wants to know about JFK should read this book. Give it a chance. The government has their theory, and it's 50 years since JFK was murdered, and they're going to be out in Dallas trying to sell their theory 50 years later. And they'll be doing this 50 years from now, 100 years from now, unless we get the truth out. Unless we let people know that JFK was murdered as a result of a conspiracy. People within the government covered that conspiracy up. People within the government and outside of our government were most likely involved in the conspiracy and now are desperately trying to keep their conspiracy theory alive. But it's dead because it's not true. It has no roots. It has no value. All it has is a nice hollow shell. That's it. There's nothing inside of it. People like the hollow shell because then you don't really have to focus on what's inside. It's easier to think that JFK was killed by one person than to think that he was killed by people within our own government. It's a serious accusation, and we say it because the evidence is there. The evidence of the cover up is there. There is no good reason to cover up somebody killing your president. None. Because if they can do it with one person, if they can do it with the commander in chief, they can do it with anybody. And they will, and they have, and they continue to. Look at all of the murders, look at all of the assassinations after John F. Kennedy, up until the early 70s, maybe even later. There was a war going on. Those who did not fall in line with their agenda were taken out systematically. we know that without Jim Garrison's trial of Clay Shaw, we would never have the Zapruder film. It would have been locked up and it would have been gone. Like Kennedy's brain, it would have mysteriously vanished. Like the evidence. There's a reason why everybody was running to the grassy knoll. There's a reason why there was a nightmare on Elm Street. Kennedy's motorcade was not supposed to go down Elm Street. It was supposed to continue on down Main Street. It was never supposed to go down Elm Street. Who changed the parade route? Who knew that the parade route was going to be changed? How would Lee Harvey Oswald know that the parade route was changed? He wouldn't. And of course, the grassy knoll will always be the biggest question. Officers, citizens, everyone was running towards the grassy knoll. Behind the grassy knoll, there were train tracks. There was a railroad depot. There were people that saw hobos being taken off of the trains, almost escorted into the police station, and then quietly let go. George Bush Sr. doesn't know where he was that day. There could have been a lot of people in Dallas that day, including Richard Nixon. This was a turkey shoot, and many people know. You don't think Kevin Costner got some backlash from playing Jim Garrison in Oliver Stone's JFK? I'm sure there was a huge backlash for anyone in there. And look at the people that are in that movie. And look at what they're doing now. I'm surprised Charlie Sheen wasn't in that movie. He might be the only one missing. John Candy's in that movie. Sad to say he's passed on now. Both of the guys from The Grumpy Old Men are in that movie. Come on. These people know, and they're waiting. They're waiting for us to awaken, to arise, and we will. I'm not going to live in a country, in a place where my children believe that JFK was killed by a lone gunman. I don't want to live in a country, in a world where my children will be forced to believe that 9/11 was carried out solely by Osama bin Laden and 19 hijackers. I don't want my children to grow up thinking that it's normal for a plane to hit a building, a 100-story building, and fall in less than 60 minutes, and fall, free fall speed in 10 seconds down to the ground. I don't want them to think that Building 7 collapsed in the same way as the Twin Towers did due to structural fire damage. There were bombs going off in Building 7. There were explosions, explosives, whatever you want to call it. Something was happening in Building 7. Why? Was another plane supposed to hit Building 7? Flight 93? Who knows? There were a lot of planes missing on 9/11, and there were a lot of people missing when JFK was killed. The Secret Service was ordered to back off. That's very clear in some of the videos that we've seen of a Secret Service agent shaking his hands, raising his hands, and asking why he's being told not to ride in the back of the Kennedy motorcade like he should have been. There's a reason why they have handles on the back of the Kennedy motorcade, because the Secret Service is supposed to be riding there. There was no reason to have the top down in Kennedy's motorcade either. You needed to get rid of the Secret Service agent behind Kennedy because that's where one of the shots was going to come from. It's possible one of the shots came from the school book depository, but it's highly unlikely that the shooter was Lee Harvey Oswald. And even if the shooter was Lee Harvey Oswald, the kill shot itself did not come from the school book depository. The kill shot came from in front of Kennedy. That's very clear. Richard Case Nagel tried to warn everybody. He tried to let people know what was happening, what was coming. And it was coming. There were gunmen on the ground, but there were conspirators in a pyramid, in a circle, not locked in some room. This was a huge conspiracy. This was a declaration of war against this country, against the Republic, against freedom, and against all free people. We did not hear the sound of war because we were not told what really happened. Same thing happened on 9/11. Same thing happened with the Federal Reserve Board. All the same. They lied. Some lied because they were lied to. But let's look at the father of that lie and how deep that goes and how far back this goes. Who could really pull off 9/11? Who could pull off the JFK assassination? It couldn't be one person. It had to be many, many people. It had to be planned, orchestrated, with the cover up in place. Everything was in place. They trained for this, they practiced this. They saw Kennedy coming before many other people did. Probably because they wanted him to come. Probably because he was a part of some of those social structures. It's not that because they killed him, he was a good person. It's not that because they killed him, he must have been real. It happened, and the ones who made it happen have to live with that, and they have had to live with that for their whole life. And they know that if this shadow force can kill the president of a country, of the winners of World War I and World War II, then this shadow group is a huge threat. How deep does the conspiracy go? It all depends on what you think is true. As a follower of Jesus Christ, obviously, it's easy for me to see where the conspiracy came from, to see the root of all evil, the father of all lies. That is the one who pulled off this murder. He's pulled off many other things, but it's not because he has power. It is because we have choices. We have free will. Nobody forced anyone to kill John F. Kennedy. That was an act of free will. Maybe there were circumstances why they did it. Maybe they felt pressured or whatever. Regardless of the circumstances as to why they did it, and they have to live with that. And they have to realize who they are serving. When someone dies because you made them die, you have to live with that for the rest of your life, whether it's justified or not. Maybe it's the second biggest sin, because obviously the biggest sin as a follower of Christ would be to not be a follower of Christ. And yes, there are many who say that they are and are not. But God knows who they are. And if we trust Him, and if we have faith in Him, and if we have open eyes, we will see. He will show us who is good and who is bad. Just kind of wrapping this whole thing up here. We know devil is real. We know God is real. Let me tell you, God is real. And if you don't believe God is real, that's your own choice. Don't ever try to tell me God is not real. So, with Richard Case Nagel, this man who knew too much, obviously, he knew a lot. And what we know about him has only just begun. So, thank you. We're going to continue this fight. It's 50 years. They murdered our president. We're not going to let that go. Sorry. But what we are going to do is continue to fight for truth. I will continue to fight for you. This is for our children. This is what we do. No surrender, no regrets. Sacrifices will be made, but our Lord and Savior made the ultimate sacrifice for us. And the ultimate sacrifice was that He died on the cross for our sins. We have nothing to fear. We've already won. All we have to do is just keep going. All we have to do is love. Spread truth. Spread the word of God. Be kind to your neighbor. Love people as much as you can. And never, ever give up. Never give in. We sin, but we remember that we are sinners. And that's what sinners do. Knowing that we sinned helps us to learn from that sin, so we don't make the same mistake twice. It's very important. And even if you do, never give up. God never gives up. Never gives up on us. We can never give up on ourselves. This is Mind, Body, Soul Radio. Thank you.
He told in a mansion very close to here, he told Katharine Graham's mansion, he told one of his best friends, Ben Bradley, who was then the publisher of the Washington, or the editor-in-chief of the Washington Post, and Graham was the publisher. Bradley asked him what he wanted on his epitaph on his gravestone. This is when he was already president, and he said he kept the peace. He said the primary job of a president of the United States is to keep the country out of war. And he said that he didn't want children in Africa and Asia, when they heard about the United States of America, to think of a man with a gun. He wanted them to think of a Peace Corps volunteer. He wanted them to think of the Alliance for Progress. He wanted them to think of USAID, which he created those two agencies in order to lift and run the oligarchs and all the foreign, U.S. foreign policy up to that point had been to funnel money to the oligarchs who said, and to the dictators who said we hate communists, and to the militaries who supported them. And meanwhile, they were starving and oppressing their own poor. And my uncle said that is a formula for revolution, and you're creating communists by doing that. And he said America needs to be on the side of the poor. Actually, he had his two favorite trips as president. One was to Ireland, in which he famous when he left Shannon Airport, the entire Irish people showed up to see the first Irish Catholic president, a real source of pride to their nation. And he famously told them as he left the Shannon Airport that I'll be back in the springtime. And that's a promise that he could never keep. But his other favorite trip during his presidency was to Colombia, where he met the leader Yéres Camargo, who was one of the greatest Latin American leaders. And there's a square that's now called John F. Kennedy Square. There's a whole neighborhood in Bogota named after my uncle. And 2 million people showed up to see him in the square. And Yéres Camargo said to my uncle, and my uncle, Jack, he later said after Jack was killed, he said that he was more impressed with Yéres Camargo than any leader, any statesman. They had met de Gaulle, they had met Eamon de Valera, the George Washington of Ireland. They had met all these extraordinary leaders, Sukarno, etc., the liberator of Indonesia. But they said of all the leaders they met, Yéres Camargo was the most gifted. And Yéres Camargo said to my uncle, do you know why they love you? And my uncle said, why? And he said, because you put America on the side of the poor. They think that. And, my uncle kept the country out of war. He didn't send a single combat troop abroad during his presidency. He realized 4 months into his presidency during the Bay of Pigs invasion that the CIA, the intelligence apparatus, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that they felt that their job was to provide a continuous pipeline of wars with a military-industrial complex. And I was at his inauguration as a 6-year-old kid. I remember it like it was yesterday. And 3 days before, on my birthday, January 17, 1961, Eisenhower, the outgoing president, gave his farewell address in which he warned Americans against the rise of a military-industrial complex that would destroy American democracy, that would turn us into an imperium abroad and a surveillance state at home. And my uncle was determined not to let that happen. 4 months in, when he was lied to by the CIA about the Bay of Pigs, at the height, he took public, when the men were dying, 2,200 men on the beach, some of them dying, the rest being captured. He took public blame for it, but privately he said to his aides, I want to take the CIA and shatter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. And for the next 3 years, he was battling against that apparatus to keep the country out of war. They wanted to go in 61 into Cuba, 62 into Berlin, 62 into Cuba again. 61 into Laos, which he refused. They called him a traitor. He refused to send combat troops to Vietnam. They wanted 250,000. He sent 16,000 advisors, ultimately under great pressure, Green Berets. And by the way, he sent more than that. He sent about 20,000 troops to get one black man, James Meredith, into Ole Miss, Oxford, Mississippi. It was a small number of troops. And in November of 1963, or October 23rd, 1963, he heard that a Green Beret had died. And he called Walt Rostow, who was one of his aides, and he said, I want a casualty list. And Rostow brought him that list, and there was 75 Americans had died. And he said, that's too many. I'm bringing them all home. And that afternoon, he signed National Security Order 263, ordering all combat troops, all military personnel home from Vietnam by 65, with the first 1,000 coming home in December of 63, so a month later. 4 weeks to the day after he signed that order, he was murdered. And a week after that, President Johnson remanded that order and then sent 250,000 troops there. And, my father ran against the war in 68, was killed. Nixon became president, sent 500,000 troops there. 56,000 never came home, including my cousin, George Skakel, who was killed in the Tet Offensive. And but one of the ways that my uncle kept us out of war was because he said, always put yourself in the shoes of your opponent. And he was able, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, to put himself into the shoes of Khrushchev and understand. And he put in a hotline to Khrushchev for the first time. The CIA had no idea what was happening in the Kremlin because there was a mole at Langley, and all the spies, as soon as they turned, were killed. So they didn't know who. They saw it as a monolith. And my uncle said, it couldn't be that. It's got to be just like Boston, where everybody's fighting each other on the local level. That's how politics works. And he found out that was true. And then he started this extraordinary correspondence with Khrushchev, where they sent 26 letters to each other. And secretly, my father had a friend, my father and mother, called Georgy Bolshoi, who was a KGB spy. And he used to come to our house at Hickory Hill all the time. The State Department was horrified because everybody knew he was a spy. But we loved him as kids because he would do the Cossack dancing, and he had all these kind of tricks, and he would do rope climbing contests with my dad and push-up contests. And the first of the letters that Khrushchev knew, my father trusted him. And the first of the letters, he didn't want to go through his own apparatus, so he gave it to Bolshoi. And Bolshoi came and gave it to my dad. And they smuggled 26 private letters back and forth to each other, these extraordinary personal letters talking about their lives, their children. And they installed a hotline. So there was a red phone at the White House and also in our house at the Cape. And we all knew not to touch it because if you lifted it up, Khrushchev was getting it. But it was that curiosity that he had that allowed him to understand it couldn't be a monolith. They couldn't all be evil people like these cartoon depictions that we always get about our enemies. It has to be more complicated than that. And they realized, Khrushchev and my uncle were both war heroes. They had both fought, and they both understood how bad war was. Khrushchev had been at Stalingrad, and which was the worst battle of World War II. And neither of them wanted to get us into another war. And, because of my uncle's forbearance and because of his decision to project economic power abroad rather than military power, there are today more statues to John Kennedy, more boulevards named after him, more avenues, more streets, more neighborhoods, or universities in Latin America and Africa and Asia than any other president, US president, and probably more than all the other presidents combined. And I run into people from Africa all the time. I ran into one last night whose name is Kennedy, because of the love and affection people had for our country all over the world. And that was a huge asset for us. You know, we've spent $8 trillion on wars over the past 20 years and bombing things, you know, and made ourselves less safe home and abroad, less popular, fewer friends. BRICS is a direct result of that. And we're bankrupt now. Our kids are $34 trillion in debt to pay for this. During that same period, the Chinese have spent $8 trillion while we've been bombing bridges, ports, hospitals, schools. The Chinese have been building them. And they've, you know, with their Belt and Road program, they're now the biggest creditor in Latin America and in almost every country in Africa. That's where we were 10 years ago. And we don't even have relationships with these countries anymore.
President Anderson, members of the faculty, Board of Trustees, distinguished guests, my old colleague, Senator Bob Byrd, who has earned his degree through many years of attending Knight Law School, while I am earning mine in the next 30 minutes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pride that I participate in this ceremony of the American University, sponsored by the Methodist Church, founded by Bishop John Fletcher Hurst, and first opened by President Woodrow Wilson in 1914. This is a young and growing university, but it has already fulfilled Bishop Hurst's enlightened hope for the study of history and public affairs in a city devoted to the making of history and to the conduct of the public's business. By sponsoring this institution of higher learning for all who wish to learn, whatever their color or their creed, the Methodists of this area and the nation deserve the nation's thanks. And I commend all those who are today graduating. Professor Woodrow Wilson once said that every man sent out from a university should be a man of his nation as well as a man of his time. And I'm confident that the men and women who carry the honor of graduating from this institution will continue to give from their lives, from their talents, a high measure of public service and public support. There are few earthly things more beautiful than a university, wrote John Masefield in his tribute to English universities, and his words are equally true today. He did not refer to towers or to campuses. He admired the splendid beauty of a university because it was, he said, a place where those who hate ignorance may strive to know, where those who perceive truth may strive to make others see. I have therefore chosen this time and place to discuss a topic on which ignorance too often abounds and the truth too rarely perceived, and that is the most important topic on earth, peace. What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana enforced on the world by American weapons of war, not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time. I speak of peace because of the new face of war. Total war makes no sense in an age where great powers can maintain large and relatively invulnerable nuclear forces and refuse to surrender without resort to those forces. It makes no sense in an age where a single nuclear weapon contains almost 10 times the explosive force delivered
by all the Allied air forces in the Second World War. It makes no sense in an age when the deadly poisons produced by a nuclear exchange would be carried by wind and water and soil and seed to the far corners of the globe and to generations yet unborn. Today, the expenditure of billions of dollars every year on weapons acquired for the purpose of making sure we never need them is essential to the keeping of peace. But surely the acquisition of such idle stockpiles, which can only destroy and never create, is not the only, much less the most efficient, means of assuring peace. I speak of peace, therefore, as the necessary, rational end of rational men. I realize the pursuit of peace is not as dramatic as the pursuit of war, and frequently the words of the pursuers fall on deaf ears, but we have no more urgent task. Some say that it is useless to speak of peace or world law or world disarmament, and that it will be useless until the leaders of the Soviet Union adopt a more enlightened attitude. I hope they do. I believe we can help them do it. But I also believe that we must re-examine our own attitudes as individuals and as a nation, for our attitude is as essential as theirs. And every graduate of this school, every thoughtful citizen who despairs of war and wishes to bring peace should begin by looking inward, by examining his own attitude towards the possibilities of peace, towards the Soviet Union, towards the course of the Cold War, and towards freedom and peace here at home. First, examine our attitude towards peace itself. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous, defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that war is inevitable, that mankind is doomed, that we are gripped by forces we cannot control. We need not accept that view. I'm not referring to the absolute, infinite concept of universal peace and goodwill, of which some fantasies and fanatics dream. I do not deny the value of hopes and dreams, but we merely invite discouragement and incredulity by making that our only and immediate goal. Let us focus instead on a more practical, more attainable peace, based not on a sudden revolution in human nature, but on a gradual evolution in human institutions, on a series of concrete actions and effective agreements which are in the interests of all concerned. There is no single simple key to this peace, no grand or magic formula to be adopted by one or two powers. Genuine peace must be the product of many nations, the sum of many acts. It must be dynamic, not static, changing to meet the challenge of each new generation. For peace is a process, a way of solving problems. With such a peace, there will still be quarrels and conflicting interests, as there are within families and nations. World peace, like community peace, does not require that each man love his neighbor. It requires only that they live together in mutual tolerance, submitting their disputes to a just and peaceful settlement. And history teaches us that enmities between nations, as between individuals, do not last forever. However fixed our likes and dislikes may seem, the tide of time and events will often bring surprising changes in the relations between nations and neighbors. So let us persevere. Peace need not be impractical, and war need not be inevitable. By defining our goal more clearly, by making it seem more manageable and less remote, we can help all people to see it, to draw hope from it, and to move irresistibly towards it. And second, let us re-examine our attitude towards the Soviet Union. It is discouraging to think that their leaders may actually believe what their propagandists write. It is discouraging to read a recent authoritative Soviet text on military strategy and find on page after page wholly baseless and incredible claims, such as the allegation that American imperialist circles are preparing to unleash different types of war, that there is a very real threat of a preventative war being unleashed by American imperialists against the Soviet Union, and that the political aims, and I quote, of the American imperialists are to enslave economically and politically the European and other capitalist countries and to achieve world domination by means of aggressive war, unquote. Truly, as it was written long ago, the wicked flee when no man pursueth. Yet it is sad to read these Soviet statements, to realize the extent of the gulf between us. But it is also a warning to the American people not to fall into the same trap as the Soviets, not to see only a distorted and desperate view of the other side, not to see conflict as inevitable, accommodation as impossible, and communication as nothing more than an exchange of threats. No government or social system is so evil that its people must be considered as lacking in virtue. As Americans, we find communism profoundly repugnant as a negation of personal freedom and dignity. But we can still hail the Russian people for their many achievements in science and space, in economic and industrial growth, in culture, in acts of courage. Among the many traits the peoples of our two countries have in common, none is stronger than our mutual abhorrence of war. Almost unique among the major world powers, we have never been at war with each other. And no nation in the history of battle ever suffered more than the Soviet Union in the Second World War. At least 20 million lost their lives. Countless millions of homes and families were burned or sacked. A third of the nation's territory, including 2/3 of its industrial base, was turned into a wasteland, a loss equivalent to the destruction of this country east of Chicago. Today, should total war ever break out again, no matter how, our two countries will be the primary target. It is an ironic but accurate fact that the two strongest powers are the two in the most danger of devastation. All we have built, all we have worked for, would be destroyed in the first 24 hours. And even in the Cold War, which brings burdens and dangers to so many countries, including this nation's closest allies, our two countries bear the heaviest burdens. For we are both devoting massive sums of money to weapons that could be better devoted to combat ignorance, poverty, and disease. We are both caught up in a vicious and dangerous cycle, with suspicion on one side breeding suspicion on the other, and new weapons begetting counterweapons. In short, both the United States and its allies, and the Soviet Union and its allies, have a mutually deep interest in a just and genuine peace and in holding the arms race. Agreements to this end are in the interests of the Soviet Union as well as ours. And even the most hostile nations can be relied upon to accept and keep those treaty obligations, and only those treaty obligations, which are in their own interest. So let us not be blind to our differences, but let us also direct attention to our common interests and the means by which those differences can be resolved. And if we cannot end now our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal. Third, let us re-examine our attitude towards the Cold War, remembering we're not engaged in a debate, seeking to pile up debating points. We are not here distributing blame or pointing the finger of judgment. We must deal with the world as it is, and not as it might have been had the history of the last 18 years been different. We must therefore persevere in the search for peace in the hope that constructive changes within the communist bloc might bring within reach solutions which now seem beyond us. We must conduct our affairs in such a way that it becomes in the communist interest to agree on a genuine peace, and above all, while defending our own vital interests. Nuclear powers must avert those confrontations which bring an adversary to a choice of either a humiliating retreat or a nuclear war. To adopt that kind of course in the nuclear age would be evidence only of the bankruptcy of our policy or of a collective death wish for the world. To secure these ends, America's weapons are non-provocative, carefully controlled, designed to deter, and capable of selective use. Our military forces are committed to peace and disciplined in self-restraint. Our diplomats are instructed to avoid unnecessary irritants and purely rhetorical hostility, for we can seek a relaxation of tensions without relaxing our guard. And for our part, we do not need to use threats to prove we are resolute. We do not need to jam foreign broadcasts out of fear our faith will be eroded. We are unwilling to impose our system on any unwilling people, but we are willing and able to engage in peaceful competition with any people on earth. Meanwhile, we seek to strengthen the United Nations to help solve its financial problems, to make it a more effective instrument for peace, to develop it into a genuine world security system, a system capable of resolving disputes on the basis of law, of ensuring the security of the large and the small, and of creating conditions under which arms can finally be abolished. At the same time, we seek to keep peace inside the non-communist world, where many nations, all of them our friends, are divided over issues which weaken Western unity, which invite communist intervention, or which threaten to erupt into war. Our efforts in West New Guinea, in the Congo, in the Middle East, and the Indian subcontinent have been persistent and patient, despite criticism from both sides. We have also tried to set an example for others by seeking to adjust small but significant differences with our own closest neighbors in Mexico and Canada. Speaking of other nations, I wish to make one point clear. We are bound to many nations by alliances. These alliances exist because our concern and theirs substantially overlap. Our commitment to defend Western Europe and West Berlin, for example, stands undiminished because of the identity of our vital interests. The United States will make no deal with the Soviet Union at the expense of other nations and other peoples, not merely because they are our partners, but also because their interests and ours converge. Our interests converge, however, not only in defending the frontiers of freedom, but in pursuing the paths of peace. It is our hope and the purpose of Allied policy to convince the Soviet Union that she too should let each nation choose its own future, so long as that choice does not interfere with the choices of others. The communist drive to impose their political and economic system on others is the primary cause of world tension today. For there can be no doubt that if all nations could refrain from interfering in the self-determination of others, the peace would be much more assured. This will require a new effort to achieve world law, a new context for world discussions. It will require increased understanding between the Soviets and ourselves. And increased understanding will require increased contact and communication. One step in this direction is the proposed arrangement for a direct line between Moscow and Washington to avoid on each side the dangerous delays, misunderstandings, and misreadings of others' actions which might occur at a time of crisis. We have also been talking in Geneva about our first step measures of arms controls, designed to limit the intensity of the arms race and reduce the risk of accidental war. Our primary long-range interest in Geneva, however, is general and complete disarmament, designed to take place by stages, permitting parallel political developments to build the new institutions of peace, which would take the place of arms. The pursuit of disarmament has been an effort of this government since the 1920s. It has been urgently sought by the past 3 administrations. And however dim the prospects are today, we intend to continue this effort, to continue it in order that all countries, including our own, can better grasp what the problems and the possibilities of disarmament are. The only major area of these negotiations where the end is in sight, yet where a fresh start is badly needed, is in a treaty to outlaw nuclear tests. The conclusion of such a treaty, so near and yet so far, would check the spiraling arms race in one of its most dangerous areas. It would place the nuclear powers in a position to deal more effectively with one of the greatest hazards which man faces in 1963, the further spread of nuclear arms. It would increase our security. It would decrease the prospects of war. Surely this goal is sufficiently important to require our steady pursuit, yielding neither to the temptation to give up the whole effort, nor the temptation to give up our insistence on vital and responsible safeguards. I'm taking this opportunity, therefore, to announce 2 important decisions in this regard. First, Chairman Khrushchev, Prime Minister Macmillan, and I have agreed that high-level discussions will shortly begin in Moscow, looking towards early agreement on a comprehensive test ban treaty. Our hope must be tempered Our hopes must be tempered with the caution of history, but with our hopes go the hopes of all mankind. Second, to make clear our good faith and solemn convictions on this matter, I now declare that the United States does not propose to conduct nuclear tests in the atmosphere so long as other states do not do so. We will not be the first to resume. Such a declaration is no substitute for a formal binding treaty, but I hope it will help us achieve one. Nor would such a treaty be a substitute for disarmament, but I hope it will help us achieve it. Finally, my fellow Americans, let us examine our attitude towards peace and freedom here at home. The quality and spirit of our own society must justify and support our efforts abroad. We must show it in the dedication of our own lives. As many of you who are graduating today will have an opportunity to do by serving without pay in the Peace Corps abroad or in the proposed National Service Corps here at home. But wherever we are, we must all, in our daily lives, live up to the age-old faith that peace and freedom walk together. In too many of our cities today, the peace is not secure because freedom is incomplete. It is the responsibility of the executive branch at all levels of government, local, state, and national, to provide and protect that freedom for all of our citizens by all means within our authority. It is the responsibility of the legislative branch at all levels, wherever the authority is not now adequate, to make it adequate. And it is the responsibility of all citizens in all sections of this country to respect the rights of others and respect the law of the land. All this is not unrelated to world peace. When a man's way please the Lord, the scriptures tell us, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. And is not peace, in the last analysis, basically a matter of human rights? The right to live out our lives without fear of devastation, the right to breathe air as nature provided it, the right of future generations to a healthy existence. While we proceed to safeguard our national interests, let us also safeguard human interests. And the elimination of war and arms is clearly in the interests of both. No treaty, however much it may be to the advantage of all, however tightly it may be worded, can provide absolute security against the risks of deception and evasion. But it can, if it is sufficiently effective in its enforcement, and it is sufficiently in the interest of its signers, offer far more security and far fewer risks than an unabated, uncontrolled, unpredictable arms race. The United States, as the world knows, will never start a war. We do not want a war. We do not now expect a war. This generation of Americans has already had enough, more than enough, of war and hate and oppression. We shall be prepared if others wish it. We shall be alert to try to stop it. But we shall also do our part to build a world of peace where the weak are safe and the strong are just. We are not helpless before that task or hopeless of its success. Confident and unafraid, we must labor on, not towards a strategy of annihilation, but towards a strategy of peace.
Can you describe your relationship with Dr. Malcolm Perry III?
Yes, I can. Dr. Perry and I called him Mac, were residents together. He was a first-year resident on my service when he first began, when I was a second-year resident at Parkland. And so we very early on developed a very close working relationship and a very close friendship, all during the subsequent years.
Could you describe his professional reputation?
Oh, excellent. Couldn't have a better reputation than Dr. Perry. And he was a superb doctor and a physician and a person.
And did he ever talk about his grandfather?
Yes, he did. He enjoyed and he loved him dearly, and he loved to, talk about his life with him. And I think, he looked upon him really both as a father and a grandfather, since his grandfather essentially raised Malcolm.
Did he ever talk about some of his country, how he practiced medicine? Because he was known to, he could get from point A to point B pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, don't know, but I can imagine what being a country physician, a general practitioner back in those days. In fact, I think it's a rather, looking back, I would suspect it was a rather enviable, although very tiresome and responsible job, but nevertheless very rewarding. And when I first got interested in medicine, because of some of the examples of physicians similar to him in my little hometown over in East Texas, that's what appealed to me. And that's what I had planned to be, was a hometown general practitioner, and, like as close as I could be to what he was.
And so you grew up in Gilmer.
Yes.
And you mentioned that your grandfather was horse and buggy doctor.
That's right,
Tell us
out
a
in the
little bit about
country.
him.
Yeah, he lived about 6 miles out in the country, a little community of Glenwood out east of Gilmer.
And tell us the story about him coming back on the horse to sleep.
Oh, yeah. Well, my grandfather would travel around on his horse and make house calls and see his patients very frequently, almost all the time. In fact, maybe a good deal of his practice was making house calls out in the country. And when he would come back home at night, he would ride up in the front yard, 10, 12 o'clock at night. And the way they knew he was back home, they had a bulldog that would go to the door of the room, the living room where they were sitting waiting for him, my grandmother and one of her other sons, and her older son. And she would have him go outside when she heard the dog, pawing at the door, and have him go out. And my grandfather was very small, and my Uncle Alan, who was his oldest son, was quite large. And so he would find that my grandfather was asleep in the saddle, and the horse would know the way home. And so he had brought him home, and my grandfather would very gently lift him. My uncle would very gently lift him out of the saddle and bring him back into the house. That was my Uncle Alan who did that.
What were you doing the morning of November 22nd, 1963?
That morning was a fairly, typical morning. And I was going down the hall in the operating room, and one of the residents in surgery, Dr. Chuck Crenshaw, came into a conference room where I was. He knocked on the door, and I went out to out of the door of the conference room where I'd been holding a little session with students. And he said, "Dr. Mack, could you step out here for a moment? I need to tell you something." And so I stepped out, and he said, "They just called the emergency room and said that President Kennedy in his motorcade downtown had been shot. And they want all of the faculty surgeons to come down immediately to the emergency room." And so that's how I first heard about it.
And so you went to the room.
We went down the elevator, which was just the second floor was the operating room, and the ground floor was the emergency room just below the operating room. And so we rode down the elevator, and as we were riding out, I said to them, I said, "Well, we're often hear stories about terrible things that have happened, and it turns out they're not quite as bad as we thought they were when we actually see the case in the emergency room." So with that, the doors of the elevator came open, and I walked out around a little corner room into the big area called the pit in the middle of the emergency room. And I saw this large crowd of men in business suits all wearing hats. Back in those days, everybody wore a hat. And as I stood there, I thought I'd never seen a crowd of people like that in the emergency room, the many times I'd been there. And so as I stood there for a moment, the crowd spontaneously parted so that I could see about probably 40 or 50 feet through the little corridor that was made by that crowd parting to 4 rooms off the back of the emergency room, trauma room 1, 2, 3, and 4. And sitting outside of trauma room 1 in that hallway was Mrs. Kennedy in a folding chair, sitting there quietly, holding her bag. And, I thought to myself, my goodness, this is just exactly what they said. I had to literally force myself to continue walking back toward her.
When you say force yourself, were you feeling anxiety or?
Well, I don't know what I would call it. Certainly it was, something almost unexplainable, but it was, I didn't know. First of all, I knew that several of my friends on the faculty were out, probably this was at lunch at noontime, were out somewhere having lunch. And I knew my chief of surgery, Dr. Tom Shires, was a visiting professor in Galveston at the University of Texas Medical Branch down there. So I thought to myself, as I walked toward Mrs. Kennedy, I may be the senior, quote unquote, faculty person here. Even though there were a lot of resident physicians and interns around. I may be the senior. It was my second year on the surgery faculty at Southwestern Medical School.
So during because of the lunch hour and because of previous arrangements with the senior staffer to be in Galveston, a number of the senior staffers were not there right then.
Well, actually, only our chief, Dr. Shires, was in Galveston as a visiting professor. But at noontime, since the food at Parkland was not the best, most of the people went out, the faculty and others, went out somewhere along Harry Hines to one of the eating places there. So it sort of occurred to me with that in mind that I may be one of the only people here. I may find myself going into that room and that I'm it. And this was 2 days after my 34th birthday and my second year on the faculty.
And what was, after you saw Mrs. Kennedy, when did you see the president?
Well, I continued walking down toward trauma room 1, and I had seen, as I said, Mrs. Kennedy sitting in her bloody clothing outside of trauma room 1, and that's when I immediately knew that it was a terrible event, that they had said it was. And I had to force myself almost to keep walking toward her and toward trauma room 1, just off of the emergency room. And as I got to the door, she continued sitting there, and I pushed the door open and walked in. And of course, the first vivid image, which is still in my mind, that I saw was the president lying on his back with his face toward a light and toward me, and his bloody head, and I thought, that's just what they said it was. And it was a terrible thing to see. That's still emblazoned in my memory, that picture of him lying there with that bloody wound.
It must have been an awesome moment.
Oh my, terrible. But I was also, at the same time, I was so horrified, I was gratified to see, well, I'm not alone as a faculty person, that Dr. Malcolm Perry and Dr. Charles Baxter had just preceded me into the room a minute or two before I got there. And Dr. Perry was draping the president's neck with a little surgical drape in preparation for making a tracheotomy incision in the president's neck. So when I walked by on the other side of the cart from where Dr. Perry was standing, he handed me a little surgical retractor, and he said, "Bob, would you go and stand at the head of the cart and put this retractor in the incision that we're about to make to put the tracheostomy in?" So I did that and went there and stood that directly above the patient's head wound. I was probably 18 inches above that massive wound in the back of his head where I'm pointing here, that was probably at least 5 inches in circumference, circular and in circumference. And so when I saw that, I was, of course, aghast. And I asked Malcolm and Dr. Baxter, I said, "My God, have you seen the back of his head?" And they said, "No, we just got in here before you did." And I said, "Well, the right side of the back of his head is essentially gone." And as I stood there, and the bit of his brain, in fact, the cerebellum, the far part of the brain way back here, fell out onto the cart in front of me. So this was obvious that this was an immediately fatal wound, no question about it.
When you, can you tell us why Dr. Perry elected to do the tracheotomy?
Well, that's an interesting, many people ask that question because the very first thing that was done when the president came into the emergency room, Dr. James Carrico, who subsequently became the chief of our department, was just a first-year resident in surgery in charge of the emergency room. And so he's the very first physician who saw the president as he was rolled into the emergency room from his car. And he saw the distress that he was in breathing. So he immediately took a laryngoscope, Dr. Carrico did, put it into the president's mouth, and inserted an endotracheal tube into the president's trachea, like anesthesiologists do when they're beginning to, give anesthesia, and connected him to a ventilator, a breathing machine, and then rolled him on back into trauma room 1. And I think the reason Malcolm, well, I know the reason Malcolm was doing the tracheotomy, even though he had control of his airway with the tube that had been put in by Dr. Carrico, was to get more certain control by making a permanent or semi-permanent, at least, opening in the neck and into the windpipe to put in a tracheotomy tube so that the endotracheal tube could be removed, because there are a lot of complications that can occur if the endotracheal tube is left in very long.
And Dr. Perry had told me that, I'd just like for you to say it, that the first bullet had avoided the carotid artery and the spinal column, which gave him a little bit of hope for a little bit of time that he could help save his life.
That's correct. That's correct. And so when I went and stood at the head of the gurney, the cart where the president was lying, I guess I was the first one to get a very close view of the president's wound, because Dr. Perry had not had the opportunity, having just come in before me, to do anything, closer than try to do something to get control of his respiration, which was the appropriate thing to do. We have what we call the ABCs of trauma care, which is airway, bleeding, and coagulation. And so he did the first thing, establish an airway. And that's what he was doing to permanently do that with the tracheotomy. So even though he did have the tracheostomy tube in.
And you noticed the head wound.
Right, massive head wound, probably 5 inches in diameter in the back right side of the head.
And was, I forgot the name of the other part of the brain where it controls the breathing. Cerebellum, the part of the brain that controls the breathing.
Oh, that's the medulla.
Medulla.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tell us how the medulla was keeping the president alive.
Well, the medulla was, oddly enough, pretty much intact. And so he was making gasping attempts, what we call agonal attempts to breathe. And his cardiac activity was still quite good immediately after entering the emergency room. He was not dead when he came in. And so they inserted the tube and began to do something to get his heart activity back about the time I came in. And that's where I came in.
And at what point did y'all realize this was a fetal?
Very quickly. The nurses had attached an electrocardiographic monitor to him immediately after the president came into trauma room 1. And he initially, very first tracings, showed normal cardiac activity. And then probably just maybe 4 or 5 minutes after all this began, when he came in and after Dr. Perry had already begun to make the tracheotomy incision, Dr. Clark, our neurosurgeon, who had then come into the room and was watching the cardiac monitor as Dr. Perry and Dr. Baxter and I worked on the president, he saw that the cardiac monitor flatlined, what we call flatlining, because all the cardiac activity had suddenly ceased. And what Dr. Clark's exact words were to Dr. Perry, he said, "Mac, you can stop now because he's gone now."
And how did Mrs. Kennedy find out that her husband had?
Well, she kept coming in and out of the room every minute or so while the president's first resuscitation attempts were being made. And so she was gently ushered back out each time by Dr. Clark or one of the other physicians who was in the room, but wasn't actually directly involved in taking care of the president's tracheotomy or any of the other activity. And she would then leave the room, but then in just a moment, she would come back in. And so when he was declared dead, she came back in, and of course she was then not ushered out, but was allowed to stay. And I was standing across from her as she came in, directly across from her. And I vividly remember that scene in my mind, that she stood there and didn't say anything. She was completely self-contained, but obviously in a state of shock, but not crying or weeping or any kind of external thing like that. And she stood there for a moment, and then she took a ring from her finger and put it on his finger, and a ring from his finger and put it on her finger. And then she stood there for a moment and then walked slowly to the door of the trauma room and stepped outside, and we continued, doing what we were doing.
As I understand it, she asked that the nation not be informed that he had died until the last rites.
That's correct.
Can you talk about that?
Well, not that much. I don't have that much detailed information about that at all, since I was, not in on that as I was with the immediate, thing that happened to the president in Trauma Room 1. So, but I think that was what was said. That's what I was told anyway.
The last rites, were they administered while you were there?
Yes. In fact, while we were standing there, and after Dr. Clark had pronounced him dead, then very quickly after that, I guess, of course, he had been called, a priest came in. As I recall, his name was Father Huber. And he came over to the cart where he was standing by the president, just maybe a foot or two next to me. And I could hear what he said. He said, initially, I couldn't hear what he said after that, but initially he said, "If thou livest." And then he didn't say anything else after that that I could hear. And he bent over to the president's ear and said some other words that I can, but he began that by saying, "If thou livest."
So Dr. Clark told Mrs. Kennedy that her husband had passed away?
Yes.
And as I recall on the camera footage, as she left the hospital, she was very composed.
Yes, she was completely. We were, it was we weren't saying she was cold or, she was obviously in a state, not of shock, but very grief stricken, but she was not crying or, making any, excuse me, any sounds.
Well, we all handle grief differently.
Yeah.
And how long, what did they do with the president's body after he died?
Well, as soon as he was declared dead, he was very quickly moved out of Trauma Room 1 by someone, I can't remember exactly who it was, and taken around a hallway next to the emergency room to the morgue. And as he was coming along, some Secret Service men commandeered the cart and took the body away. Our pathologist, our legal forensic pathologist, kind of took issue with that and asked them to stand aside. And so they told him, the two Secret Service men were there as they approached with the president's body, or the president, and told him to stand aside. And in fact, one of them picked him up and set him against the wall, and they turned and then rolled the president out onto the back of the hospital and into the presidential limousine to go back to the Air Force One.
So no autopsy was performed here in Dallas?
Not in Dallas. That was performed that evening when they got back to Washington. So we didn't know anything directly about that.
How has this event changed your life?
Well, I can't say that it's changed it. It certainly has the most significant event I ever have been involved in, or probably ever will be. And so I'm not discounting it, but I can't say that it made any different turn or change in my life. I continued, doing what I was doing as a professor of surgery, and that was what I did day by day, although not on the President of the United States.
Did you have any interaction with Mrs. Kennedy before or during or after?
No, only, having seen her directly standing across from him and noting that ring exchange. And one other impressive and sort of almost make you want to weep event, when she walked to the foot of the cart that the president was lying on, he had been taken out of his clothes and his shoes, and so his right foot was protruding out from underneath the sheet that had been used to cover him in the emergency room and in the trauma room. And she stood by his right foot for a moment, then leaned over and kissed his foot and walked out of the emergency room, or out of Trauma Room 1 immediately after that.
Did you notice any brain matter Was she carrying any brain matter?
Yes, she came into trauma room 1 and handed a portion of the president's brain that she had retrieved in some way to, I think, one of the physicians, Dr. Jones, or someone who was involved immediately in his care.
Did you ever hear from Mrs. Kennedy afterwards?
No, nothing.
Or any of the doctors that you know of?
No. I mean, we didn't really expect to.
Right. Did you see then Vice President Johnson at all?
No. He was across the hall in trauma room 2 while we were so occupied in trauma room 1.
He was.
Yes.
Is there anything I should have asked and didn't?
I can't think of anything. I'll be happy to try to answer
One more
whatever.
question. How did growing up in Gilmer prepare you for that day?
How did it do what now?
How did growing up in Gilmer prepare you for that day?
Oh, I don't think there can be any preparation for that day. And never could be. But I had wanted to be a physician ever since I was probably about 12 years old. My grandfather was a physician, and I had other members of my family, cousins and whatnot. And so we had a family history of being physicians. And I got very interested in medicine when I was about 12 and decided I would go to medical school, which I did at the University of Texas in Galveston in 1950.
Were you ever threatened?
People often ask me that. No, I was not.
Dr. Perry, I thought, and I might be mistaken because I didn't take any notes, I thought he inferred that he had been.
Yes, he did. That's what he told me. He didn't talk about it much, but he did say to me that someone had come up to him and cautioned him that he shouldn't say anything, keep his mouth shut.
Was his family ever threatened? Because see, he left the state of Texas after this occurred.
Right.
He went up to New York to practice medicine and retired back in Texas.
Right.
But I thought he told me that he left because he did not feel safe.
I think that's true.
And I might be mistaken.
No, I think that's true that he didn't. I'm not quite sure why that was, but we were very close. As I said, we had offices across the hall from one another for many years, and we had gone through residency together. So I would say he was really my closest friend at that time.
Now, he went on television. It's poor filming. I've seen the footage that afternoon and described a little bit about and he made a mistake of some sort, and I don't know what it was, but everybody jumped on that. Aha, and the truth is he was 34 years old. He just had a traumatic situation, something that none of us could ever face. And if he made a mistake telling what happened, big deal. As far as I'm concerned, big deal. But what was it that was conflicting with that footage with what really happened?
I think it was a question, and I can't remember the details about it, but I think it was a question about the direction in which the bullet entered the president's head, from the front or the back. And I can't remember, excuse me, what Dr. Perry said, but I think he said, and don't quote me on this, but I think he said that he thought it entered from the front of here.
And then later changed the testimony that came in from the back.
That's right.
Where do you think it came in from?
Well, I think that he was correct in his first statement. As I've looked back over the years, and what is in my mind is that, and I saw this was confirmed when I saw the Zapruder film of the assassination sometime in the middle 70s when it was first released by Abraham Zapruder. And I came home one night and my wife was watching the Johnny Carson show, and she said, "Oh, come in here quick, because Geraldo Rivera is on Johnny Carson and he's acquired a copy of the Zapruder film of the assassination." So I quickly went in and sat down just before they rolled that film. And as we sat there, we saw the motorcade turning off onto Elm Street and coming down toward the triple underpass and coming down slowly toward that. And as he approached the triple underpass, he was all of a sudden, earlier, was hit in the back, and he raised his hands to his neck like that. And I think that's when the first bullet that hit him came in the back and came out his neck, and his hands went to his neck. And then the motorcade slowly moved down toward the triple underpass. And as they got, a moment or two later, Mrs. Kennedy realized that something was wrong, and she leaned over to him as if to say, what's the matter? And as she did that, the bullet struck him in the front, which I think may have very likely been fired from the picket fence in front of the president's motorcade, and caused the fatal wound, blew out the back of his head and the black part of his brain, the back part of his cerebrum and cerebellum.
Well, I can't thank you enough for sharing your eyewitness to history, because I think of what we could have had if they'd interviewed doctors after President Lincoln had died. Nobody seemed to interview them, or they wouldn't talk, or didn't, or whatever. Now, there were people who shared their stories about what they thought happened, but I don't recall, there were some, but I don't recall like this kind of interview with any of the doctors.
I don't either.
And, he lived all through the night.
Yeah, didn't die until what, 7 o'clock the next morning, something
so,
like.
Possibly with modern day surgery, they could have saved him.
I don't know.
Because he lived so long.
Yeah.
And but I've never read a full medical, detailed analysis. So this gives us an insight into this assassination that the American public will never have about President Lincoln.
Yeah.
Mark, any questions I should ask that didn't?
I have none. I didn't hear the first part, so. Governor Connolly.
Oh, did you? We forgot this. The next few parts. Did you operate at all on Governor Connolly?
No, I didn't. He was across the hall, and Dr. One of our residents, and Dr. Red Duke, who ended up subsequently on the faculty at UT in Houston,
right.
Was a close friend of mine. He was sort of heading up the care of Governor Connolly and taking care of him while we were working across the hall on the president.
Governor Connolly was a friend of my father's, and like Dr. Perry, he really didn't like talking about the assassination. But he did tell my father one time, he said if the bullet had been just a little angle, just a little bit different, it might have hit his heart or his lung or something.
Oh, yeah.
And now tell us that wasn't the end of your weekend. Tell us about Sunday when Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, yeah. Well, Sunday, the following Sunday, which was just, the assassination occurred on Friday, November the 22nd, my wife and I had gone to church at the Highland Park Methodist Church near where we lived, and we'd just gotten back. And so while she was upstairs getting ready to go out to dinner or to lunch, I thought, well, I'll sit down here and turn the TV on and see what's happening. And as I did that, and I turned the TV on, and as the picture was forming, I heard the voiceover saying, he's been shot, he's been shot. And I thought, my goodness, what now? And then the picture formed, and I saw this classic picture of Lee Harvey Oswald standing, holding the gun, and he had just shot, him, been shot. And so I called up, when I got up from my chair, walked to the stairway where my wife was upstairs and called up to her. I said, they've just shot Oswald, so I need to go to Parkland and see what I can do because they're bringing him there. And she called down and she said, who is Oswald? And I said, he's the man they say shot President Kennedy. And her exact words was, oh, well, we'll see you later. So.
And when you got to the hospital, did you ever, I think Dr. Perry also assisted with that surgery.
Oh, yes. He was the first person to see the president. Not the very first person, actually, Dr. Carrico, who was an intern. Yeah.
Did he ever, was there ever a point where you thought you might be able to save him?
Oswald, yes, I think it was potentially possible, but he had lost so much blood and been in such deep shock that I think he had irreversible damage to the muscle of his heart. And so he really couldn't, be resuscitated when he suddenly heart arrested. And we was massaged, we did closed chest massage at that time. They just started doing that instead of open chest cardiac massage. And no activity came back on the electrocardiogram. And I think we opened his chest. It's a little vague in my mind now, and saw that the heart was not beating and never could get it to come back. But we had some hope that perhaps we could.
As I recall, Dr. Perry said the surgery, he was in surgery 30 minutes, maybe 45
Mhm.
minutes, I don't remember. But he would tie up, what's the medical term? Is it suture? Suture this laceration, and is that the correct term?
Mhm.
Suture this and he said, just, we couldn't get them closed off fast enough
Mhm.
because it kept bleeding so much.
Yeah.
And that bullet just, this is not the term he used, but really lacerated so many vessels.
Oh, well, the thing that killed him, the bullet, I think, having, seen the wound and having then years later seeing the Zapruder film of the assassination, confirmed to me that the president was shot from the front, most likely, and maybe by someone from the back. But the bullet that killed him, I think, was fired from the front and hit him in the hairline and then blew out the back of his skull on the right side.
And this is where your thinking differs from the Warren Commission's report.
Yes.
Well, I cannot thank you enough for your time.
Well, I just accepted the orthodoxy for most of my life. And I'd say maybe 15 years ago, there was a new book out that was called The Unspeakable by a guy called James Douglas. And there's 100 books about my uncle's assassination. And a lot of them, most of them are filled with really good information. Some of them, not so much. But this book distilled all of the million pages of materials and the confessions, et cetera, and the evidence that had been released since 1964, since the Warren Commission report in 1964. And for people who don't know it, after my uncle was killed, President Johnson appointed a commission to pin his death on Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald, we now know, was a CIA asset. He was recruited by the CIA, I think, in 1958. And he was, at that time, a Marine radar pilot at the Atasui Air Force Base in Japan. And then he did a fake defection to the Soviet Union. And then he was brought, after that defection, he was brought to Dallas. And but there's so much, but the Warren Commission report didn't know that. The Warren Commission didn't know that Lee Harvey Oswald worked for the CIA. And the head of the Warren Commission was the CIA director, former director, Alan Dulles, who my uncle had fired.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you put that guy at the CIA was a suspect? Why would you put him as head of it? He clearly inculcated himself into that position. And they came out with a report that said that Lee Harvey Oswald was a lone gunman. Well, 10 years later, in 1973, Congress reopened the investigation, and Congress came back and said, and they were looking at a lot more documents, and they came back and said, no, it was a conspiracy. So that was the official finding of Congress, and that committee pointed to the CIA and to the mob. And what they didn't know was the close relationship between the CIA and the mob, that there was really no daylight. And then since that report, there's been a million more documents released that, where we now know what happened and who did it almost to a certitude. And I read, and the guy who distilled all of that information in the most readable, really, it's a riveting book, was a guy called James Douglas, and the book was The Unspeakable. And I read that book, and then I showed it to Ted Sorensen, who was my uncle's speechwriter, and both of us were transformed by it. And then I started, doing more research, talking to people who were involved. I went to talk to one of the people who had met with Lee Harvey Oswald, who was another CIA assassin. a Cuban from Miami, and I did a lot of firsthand research, but I always thought my father's murder was by Sirhan Sirhan. And Sirhan was confessed to the murder. There was 77 eyewitnesses, and it never occurred to me that that may not have been, that anybody else was involved. And Paul Schrade, the person who was shot that night with my father, basically forced me to come to his house in Pasadena and look at the autopsy reports about my father. And after I read those autopsy reports, it became clear that the shots that killed my father did not come from Sirhan's gun. Sirhan fired, and I've been to meet with Sirhan, and again.
You've talked to him?
Yeah, I talked to him, and I spent a couple of hours with him in prison, and then.
For what though? Because I've lost a brother to somebody who murdered him. I don't know that I would have the strength or courage, or not even courage. I don't even know if I'd be able to contain myself. What was the intention? Did you need closure? Did you want?
No, I just wanted justice. My father was the head chief law enforcement official in the country, and he was, a very, very strong advocate for prison reform. And, here was a guy who's been in jail for almost 60 years, and he's 77 years old. And he's a little tiny kind of, harmless guy, and then I realized that he had not, although he had fired a gun at my father, his bullets had not killed my father. So I'll just tell you this briefly. This is what the autopsy report shows. Sirhan was waiting for my father at a steam table in the kitchen. My father was not supposed to go through the kitchen, but he was led through the kitchen and led directly into that ambush. Sirhan fired 2 shots at him. The first of those shots hit Paul Schrade in the head, who was standing beside my father. The second shot missed my father and went and hit a door jamb behind my father, and it was later removed by the LAPD. Then Sirhan was grabbed by 6 people, including Rayford Johnson, who was one of my father's best friends. He was the 1960 decathlon champion at the Olympic, and he was godfather to my brother. He grabbed him. Rosie Greer, who was part of the fearsome foursome, the Oakland Raiders, and he had been a bodyguard for my father, but one of his best friends. And then 4 other guys, and they grabbed Sirhan and they pinned him on the back of the steam table. They took his gun and pointed it away from my father in the opposite direction. And I've talked to Rayford Johnson about this, and he said, because Rayford Johnson's a huge man, he was like 6'4", solid muscle, even into his 70s. And Sirhan is this little tiny guy, and Rayford said, I tried to get the gun away from him, but he had like superhuman strength, and he fired the gun 4 more times, and he emptied, or 6 more times, and he emptied the magazine. Well, all of those bullets hit people. So we know what happened to every single bullet. And Sirhan was always 5 or 6 feet in front of my father. My father never turned his back on him. The bullets that killed my father were 4 bullets, and they were all fired from behind. The autopsy report said they were all contact shots. In other words, the barrel of the gun was touching his body when the trigger was pulled. So while everybody was looking at Sirhan firing these shots, the shots that killed my father were actually coming from behind. And the person who almost certainly fired those shots was a guy called Eugene Thane Cesar, who was a security guard who had grabbed my father's elbow and led him into the kitchen, into the ambush. And he was holding my father by the elbow with his left hand, and while Sirhan was firing. And he had his gun drawn, which there were eyewitnesses, and he never denied. He told the police, I drew my gun to fire at Sirhan, but nobody ever saw that. And my father, when he fell, must have known that he was being shot from behind, because the last thing he did is turn, and he tore off Cesar's clip-on tie. Oh, if you see the early pictures of my father, my mother took that away and put a rosary in his hand. But the earliest pictures of him lying on the ground, he's holding a clip-on tie, and there's pictures of Cesar with no clip-on tie. He was a security guard, and that was part of his uniform. He had gotten that job 2 days before, and after it was known that my father was going to speak at the Ambassador Hotel, and he was working for a company called A Security Company, but his full-time job was at a top secret classified job at the Lockheed defense plant. And before that, he had worked for Hughes Aircraft, and Hughes was involved with a lot of the mobsters who were involved in the original Kennedy, my uncle's assassination.
So given all that history, you're talking about mobsters, CIA, FBI. People are watching right now saying, why would you run for president knowing that they're not going to give you the protection, knowing what all your families had to sacrifice, what you personally have had to sacrifice? Why would you run given all that?
Well, I mean, look, I lost 2 uncles during World War II. My other uncle, President Kennedy, was MIA for 10 days and presumed dead. His ship was cut in 2 in the Blackett Straits in a fog by a Japanese destroyer, and some of his crew was killed. And he was then swam to an island, dragging a man with a lanyard in his teeth who was badly burned. And my father joined the minute that he could to go to fight in World War II. And I was raised the idea that if you care about your democracy, that you have to make sacrifices for it. And that, during World War II and during all these wars, we lost 1 million Americans who were willing to put their lives on the line for our country. In 1776, we lost 25,000 Americans who gave their lives to give us the Constitution. And, Thomas Jefferson said that the tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of every generation. And what he meant by that is in every generation, we need people who are willing to stand up and fight for our country, or we're going to lose it. And so for me, the physical danger is not something I ever think about. It's not something I consider. I only think about, is this something that I should be doing? And if I should, then the rest I leave in God's hands. And, I try to live my life that way, to make the effort to do keep doing the next right thing. And then the results belong to God. And, that they're completely out of my control. But I'm supposed to wake up every morning and say, reporting for duty, sir. And then, try to live my life along by making moral choices. And I believe that I was in a unique position to remind people about what this country is supposed to look like, what its ideals are, to unravel the warfare state, to unravel this corrupt merger of state and corporate power that's taken over, that has hijacked our government away from the people, to end the toxic divisions that keep us apart, so that these corporate cartels can funnel money upwards and strip mine the wealth from the American middle class. And to end the addiction to war, to end the chronic disease epidemic, which nobody's talking about, which is the biggest killer, the biggest issue in our country today, that our kids are all sick from autoimmune disease and food allergies and asthma and allergic diseases. When I was a kid, my uncle was president. 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. And, the Black community is the sickest community in our country, and American Indians. And, nobody's asking the question about where did this diabetes epidemic come from?
A lot of documents, key documents, relating to your uncle's assassination continue to be classified 60 years later, even though almost everybody involved, not everybody, but almost everybody involved is dead for quite a long time. Do you believe that his resistance to escalating the war in Vietnam in the way you just described was a reason for that assassination? And would you intend to declassify all of those documents immediately upon being president?
I mean, legally, they should have been declassified in 2016. Trump promised he'd do it, and then he never did it. Who knows why he didn't do it? That is a real mystery, because he doesn't like the CIA much. So I don't know why he didn't declassify them. Of course I would declassify them. If this is a 60-year-old murder, why are they still hiding stuff? Why is the institution of the CIA still hiding material on my uncle's death? If you like this video and you want to help me become president of the United States, go to Kennedy24.com and donate now.
The long-awaited JFK files are out. In part, 2,800 never-before-seen records on the assassination of JFK were released by the National Archives, but hundreds remain classified. President Trump said he had no choice but to heed warnings from the CIA and FBI to keep some of the files secret for further review. Releasing them unredacted could pose irreversible harm to our national security.
In my last conversation with President Trump in the White House, he called me a lot. And this is after January 6th, so it's 2 weeks before, or a week before he's leaving office. He wanted to run past me the names of people he was going to pardon and sentences he was going to commute. He wanted my opinion on them. Some of them I knew. I said, "How you doing?" He said, "Not too well," and he went off into a tangent about what he thought happened with the election. I said, "You know, you made a promise to the public many times and to me privately that you haven't kept." What? I'll take care of it right now. I said, "You promised you would release the records of the JFK assassination." He said to me, "Judge, if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't have released it either." And I said, "Who's they and what did they show you?" And then he said, "Judge, someday when we're on the phone," and then he raised his voice, "and there aren't 15 people listening to the phone call," back to a normal voice, "I'll tell you." Oh my God. I mean, this makes it sound even worse. Who are they? Probably somebody in the intelligence community. What did they show him? JFK's brains blown out?
This is it. You know, it was said by one person that after the Kennedy assassination, there has been no president. They have only been factotums of the system since then.
Yeah.
It may well be the most decisive event in modern American history.
Hi, everybody. On November 22nd, 1963, my uncle, President John F. Kennedy, was murdered in broad daylight in Dallas. For 60 years, the United States government has covered up the truth about that assassination, which is one of the reasons that it has lost the public trust. Was it a lone gunman, as the Warren Commission concluded in 1964? Or was there a larger conspiracy, as the House Select Committee on Assassination concluded after reviewing a much larger body of evidence in 1979? I have my own thoughts on that subject, but one thing is for sure, the antidote to conspiracy is transparency. In 1992, Congress mandated the release of all records related to the John F. Kennedy assassination by 2017. Well, that date has come and gone. President Trump refused to release thousands of pages of documents, and so did President Biden. No one seriously believes that any national security secrets are at stake 60 years later. What is so embarrassing that they want to hide? I don't know what those documents will show, but I do believe in transparency, which is the only way to restore trust in our government, the trust that began to erode in 1963. And that's why we're circulating a petition to ask President Biden to keep his promise by releasing all JFK assassination documents as required by the law. I'm asking you to share this video and sign the petition, and then I'll send it to President Biden to give him a chance to level with the American people.
Now, President Trump on Thursday ordered the release of more than 2,800 files on the 1963 assassination of former U.S. President John F. Kennedy. But he blocked the release of the remaining 300 files after last-minute requests from national security agencies to keep them under wraps. The redacted documents are undergoing a further 6-month review, but they could stay hidden even after that. White House officials did not provide major details of the contents of the records being shared on the National Archives website. Experts say, at this point at least, they don't expect the documents to reveal any huge bombshells. For the ones that have not been released, officials say they contain highly sensitive information, such as the identities of intelligence officials, law enforcement, as well as other details that may affect foreign policy.
Why do you think that our government could be involved in this evidence?
Listen, when the Warren Commission, obviously, which was run by Alan Dulles, who was the head of the CIA, who my uncle fired, found that it was a lone shooter, which was Lee Harvey Oswald. But when Congress, a congressional committee, reinvestigated between 1977 and 1979, the House Select Assassinations Committee, they concluded, and they saw a lot more documentation and had a lot more witnesses than the Warren Commission ever saw. They concluded that my uncle was killed by a conspiracy. And most of the people, for example, Richard Schweitzer, who was the head of the committee, publicly said JFK, the President of the United States, that the CIA was involved in the murder of the President of the United States. And that's a quotation. Most of the people on that committee at that time believed it was the CIA, that it was believed certain people in the CIA.
You were 7 at the time? 7 or 8?
I was 10 when my uncle was killed. I was 14 when my father was killed. And today there's overwhelming evidence. I mean, in fact,
why don't the government needs to release all of the files on it and be transparent. Let us see the.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. There's still, the law requires, there's a law that requires that all the records of John Kennedy's assassination be released to the public 10 years ago. So they're still holding 5,000 documents. President Biden promised when he was elected that he was going to release those documents. President Trump promised that he would, but the CIA doesn't want them to. And so the question that I think Americans have a right to ask, including members of, my father and uncle's family, is why not? What is it that you don't want to see 60 years later? And by the way, the last tranche of documents released had documentation in there that finally got even the New York Times to admit that Lee Harvey Oswald was a CIA asset, that he was working for the CIA. So, if the Warren Commission had known that back in 1964, they would have had a very different time. And the House Assassinations Committee never knew that. That was released. We've known that we've had documentation that known that at least a decade. But some of that documentation became overwhelming in this last tranche. And finally, the mainstream media acknowledged that, yeah, he had this relationship with the CIA going back to 1957 or 1958.
He was America's first Catholic president, and his assassination shocked the world. Now, more than 50 years later, President Trump authorizes the release of secret files related to the death of President John F. Kennedy. White House correspondent Mark Irons reports. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Wyatt. After much anticipation, more than 2,800 files were released yesterday to the public. But at the urging of the CIA and the FBI, the disclosure of hundreds more files have been blocked, at least for now. President Trump tweeting this morning, JFK files are being carefully released. In the end, there will be great transparency. It is my hope to get just about everything to public. The documents capture the frantic days after the assassination when federal agents madly chased after tips, juggled rumors, and followed leads worldwide. One memo says a British newspaper received an anonymous call about big news in the United States 25 minutes before Kennedy was shot in Dallas. The files could take weeks to sift through, but not all of them were released. Hugh Ainsworth, a journalist and witness to Kennedy's assassination, says the CIA and FBI have a lot of reasons for wanting to keep some files secret.
Gosh knows how many people our government tried to kill or did kill during that period of time. And that's why they're afraid of releasing this, because it will hurt. It will hurt the CIA particularly, and to some extent, I think it'll hurt the FBI.
Intelligence agencies pressured Trump to keep some information secret, and the president agrees it's best. I have no choice today but to accept those redactions rather than allow potentially irreversible harm to our nation's security. Federal agencies now have 5 months to explain why the remaining documents should be kept from public view. The president will review their case and make a decision about what should be disclosed. Secret Service agent Clint Hill, who jumped on Kennedy's car after he was shot, says the withholding of information all these years later is very suspect.
The more material they hold back, the more suspicious people become that there's hiding something. And I don't think they need to do that. I think that every bit of information they have should be released.
The released documents also contain reports stamped secret that reveal the suspicions of the error around Cubans and communists. They cast a wide net over varied activities of the Kennedy administration, like its efforts to upend Fidel Castro's government in Cuba.
Correspondent Mark Irons reporting. Thanks, Mark.
How do we deal with the fact that our country, maybe since the death of your uncle, has been taken over by the CIA and the FBI and not by people who are running for the office like you are?
My uncle's death was really a turning point in this country. A month before he died, ordered all troops out of Vietnam with National Security Order 263. A week after his death, Johnson revoked that order, and then the next year sent 250,000 troops to Vietnam. My father then ran against Vietnam. He was killed. Martin Luther King was campaigning against Vietnam. He was killed. So those traumas, my uncle's death, King's death, my father's death, then the trauma of Vietnam itself, the trauma later on of 9/11, and ultimately the trauma of COVID pushed us down that road towards complete domination by the military-industrial complex, transforming America from an imperial state abroad, a surveillance and security state at home. And that's where we are today. But the dangerous part of the CIA is the plans division, which is the operations division that does the assassinations, fixing elections, bribing public officials, controlling the media, doing all this mischief, monkey business around the world. You need to separate those functions into agencies so that the espionage division is actually looking over the shoulder of the plans division and looking at blowback and saying, okay, well, you did kill that one terrorist with a drone strike in Afghanistan, but he has 12 brothers, and they all now are wearing suicide vests and causing all these problems. There's always been a concern that if you have a national police agency, it will be weaponized by the president to serve a political agenda. These national police agencies are really a feature of totalitarian regimes like the Stasi and East Germany, the KGB in Russia, and 60 CIA agents or high-level officials signing a public letter that said that the Hunter Biden laptop was a fake, it was Russian disinformation, when they either didn't know or they knew it was a lie. And that's something that we should not tolerate.
If you like this video and you want to learn more about me and the movement that we're building, please go to Kennedy24.com.
I didn't start anything with the wife. A PAC, which he's very friendly with, released a cover story on my wife, who was a tremendously successful and elegant model. And she was on the cover of GQ magazine. I think it was GQ, right? A GQ magazine is not exactly Penthouse. But she was on the cover of GQ magazine, an artsy picture. But, you know, that's why she was a model, really successful. She didn't need to marry me. She was making a lot of money, believe me. In fact, I had to work hard to get her to marry me. It wasn't that easy. It's true. It's so true. You think I'm kidding? So they released this picture, which was, you know, to the people of the state of Utah. I love Utah. I love the people of Utah. But that's not where you want to necessarily send a risque picture. Everybody in Utah got a picture. And I don't think they showed that it was GQ. I don't even think they showed. They took the GQ off. They cut all the stuff out, so they didn't say it was a magazine cover from, you know, a reasonably respected magazine. And it was Melania Trump. Now, and I'm saying this just to clear it up because Ted said he took it back. I didn't do anything. Then when I saw somebody tweeted a picture of Melania and a picture of Heidi, who I think, by the way, is a very nice woman and a very beautiful woman. I have to tell you, I think Heidi Cruz is a great person. I think it's the best thing he's got going and his kids, if you want to know the truth. In a certain way, although he's got good intellect, but he doesn't know how to use it. And he was a good debater, but he didn't do well in the debates against me, according to every poll. I mean, every poll, you know, just great debater, except he lost in every single poll and every single debate. So that takes care of the Heidi thing, because Heidi's a terrific woman, but they sent out. Now, he said, that was a pack. We had nothing to do. Folks, a lot of us are political people, right? We're not babies. His people were on the pack. So he said, we had nothing to do. We had this. Now, probably you could trace it down with emails, but they're pretty smart. They don't even send, probably just phone calls. But look, it was a pack with many of his friends. It was a Cruz super PAC. I think he even said, well, it wasn't really meant for us. It was a Cruz PAC. It was his people. Okay, so they sent out the first picture. Please remember that. Number two, his father. I don't know his father. I met him once. I think he's a lovely guy. I think he's a lovely guy. All I did is point out the fact that on the cover of the National Enquirer, there was a picture of him and crazy Lee Harvey Oswald having breakfast. Now, Ted never denied that it was his father. Instead, he said, Donald Trump, I had nothing to do with it. This was a magazine that, frankly, in many respects, should be very respected. They got OJ, they got Edwards, they got this. I mean, if that was the New York Times, they would have gotten Pulitzer Prizes for their reporting. I've always said, why didn't the National Enquirer get the Pulitzer Prize for Edwards and OJ Simpson and all of these things? But anyway, so they have a picture, an old picture, having breakfast with Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, nothing, I'm not saying anything. They said, and here's how the press takes that story. So this had nothing to do with me, except I might have pointed it out, but it had nothing to do with me. I have no control over anything. I might have pointed it out. But they never denied. Did anybody ever deny that it was the father? They're not saying, oh, that wasn't really my father. It's a little hard to do because it looks like him. So here's the story. The press takes that and they say, Donald Trump and his conspiracy theories, he went out and said his father was with Lee Harvey Oswald and he assassinated the president. What did I do? So two things. Those were the 2 points. So on those 2 points, he said about the endorsement, and I just had it cleared up. I think I'm doing the right thing in doing it, but I have to do it. Number one, the Heidi thing you understand. Now, number two, I know nothing about his father.
Well, believe it or not, the full release of all files related to the JFK assassination has been delayed yet again, this time until 2021. The president delayed the release in the name of national security, but it raises the question, what possible national security interest could be served at this point in protecting information about an assassination that occurred 55 years ago? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the author of American Values. He is, of course, the nephew of the slain president. He joins us tonight. It's such an odd, I've never done a segment on the assassination before, but I'm so struck by how weird this story is. The president has said point blank a couple of times, I'm going to release all these files. He was convinced for some reason not to release them. What do you imagine that reason really was?
Well, I share your mystification. The stuff that's dribbling out, it is information that tends to connect the CIA to the assassination in one way or the other. I mean, the last one that they let out, what was it, in November, they let a batch out, and that showed that Charles Cavell, who was the mayor of Dallas at the time my uncle was assassinated, was actually a CIA operative and had been a CIA operative since 1956. And then there was also some information about the automobile that showed that the window had been replaced. Again, information that 50 years later, people should know about, people should have access to that kind of information. And it's bizarre that they still continue to sit on it.
Do you believe that the CIA or another government agency was in any way involved in the assassination of your uncle?
Well, I don't know. I don't think that that possibility has been eliminated. A lot of people don't understand that when John Kennedy was killed, my father really was Attorney General. And so one of the defenses of the Warren Commission was, well, Bobby Kennedy was the best investigator of that era. He was like the Mueller of that era. You know, he had been for 10 years, he'd been investigating the unions and the Teamsters and, and the mob. And so why wouldn't he investigate it? But the truth is, the day that his brother was killed, he lost all of the investigative capacity at the Department of Justice. He had 30,000 FBI agents who worked for him, but he never talked to J. Edgar Hoover again, not a single time after my Uncle Jack was killed. Oh, he really had no, you know, because Hoover at that time began reporting directly to Johnson. And my father, who was ostensibly Hoover's boss, really lost control of the FBI and the investigative capacity of the Department of Justice, and he resigned soon afterward.
I just find the whole thing remarkable. The Attorney General of the United States, later a U.S. Senator, a person in a position to have a lot of information, would suspect his own CIA, and now the documents are still being withheld by that same agency. I think it's really fascinating. The book is American Values, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It is out, and we urge you to check it out. Bobby Kennedy, thanks very much for that. I appreciate it.
Here's some of what we learned from documents that were allowed to go public. In the aftermath of the assassination, the Soviets apparently worried they would be blamed for putting Lee Harvey Oswald up to the attack. More on that later. Also, the CIA once intercepted a phone call from Lee Harvey Oswald to the KGB's department in charge of sabotage and assassination before Oswald murdered the president. Another interesting item, a British newspaper received an anonymous phone call about, quote, big news in the U.S. 25 minutes before JFK was shot. So there actually was some big news in here, Kimberly.
You know, it's interesting because this is, I found to be one of the more fascinating topics. Did you ever think in our, lifetime that they would reopen these files? And it's the question that I'm getting from everyone is, what are we going to find out? Are some things going to be held back? And I said, well, I think we're going to find out what they feel comfortable with us, knowing in terms of what transpired here. And I think it's an important moment in American political history and just in transparency for our government also, because a lot of times we'll say to other governments, what you guys are doing, you're not being transparent, you're not being open. I think this shows that actually we trust the American people to know this information, even though this dealt with one of our top secret intelligence agencies. And to me, that's like kind of the most compelling aspect. I don't know that I necessarily found something in this that was earth-shattering or altered kind of my fact pattern or the chronology as a prosecutor of what I thought went down. But in that very sense, I think it's helpful because people were thinking there was a big conspiracy behind this and wondering what was going on and if our government was keeping secrets from us.
You can't get away from the Russians, Greg. The Russians, they keep coming up.
They're everywhere.
In this show.
You know what I love about the Russians? They have a department in charge of sabotage and assassination. They play the villain to a T. They'll put the sign up there and say, just go to the Department of Assassination and Sabotage. We have the cloaks over there, and the daggers are in the locker. Terrible. By the way, speaking of assassins, some of the best stuff here are the plots to kill Castro. This is the United States now. Contaminated skin diving suit, dusted with a deadly fungus inside. They were also going to booby trap what they called a spectacular seashell. So because Castro enjoyed diving, and they were going to put a shell that had bombs in it, but they couldn't find a large enough shell.
Shiny object.
I want this job to sit around and come up with fantastic ideas. It's incredible. The only thing is that the problem with this, and I can see why some people are disappointed. It's like when you go to the carnival or a county fair and there's a sideshow and they go like, this is a bearded lady and you're really excited as a 10-year-old and it's just a guy in a dress.
And it pulls off.
Or they say they always say like it's a monster rabbit, but it's like a goat with rabbit ears. And it's like, so I felt like we got led on a little bit. But my last point, Rachel Maddow just hammered Trump over this last night, saying how they couldn't get it right. She's been carnival barking for 9 months over Russian collusion with Trump, and there's more meat on a cricket than that story. So it's like she's essentially going after President Trump for what she's been doing every night from 9 to 10.
We're not clarifying a 60-year-old conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
That's like, basically, that's exactly what happens every night. Jesse, you've done a lot of research on this today, and I wonder what your biggest takeaway was.
Well, we have a team of Waters World researchers going over this page by page, so I really don't want to speak until we know the final decision that we've come to. It is funny off of Rachel Maddow how, the left fantasizes about assassinating President Trump, and then when he doesn't release things that might actually help other countries assassinate him through the CIA documents, now she's mad. So I don't know what to make of that.
That confused me.
I missed all.
She never said that.
No, isn't the left mad because Trump withheld some of the stuff because the CIA doesn't want any of their research and methodology?
Oh, no, I was more confused. I was confused by the first part. When you see,
I want to put repellent up. No.
Okay.
I was going to
I mean, I absolutely followed everything that you were saying.
Dana. It goes over some people's heads here.
Those are different documents exclusively obtained by Waters World.
Yeah, we're going to be releasing those documents later on the Waters World show on 8 o'clock on Saturday.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is
big seashells.
President Trump was asked by the CIA, Richard, to hold some of these documents back, but he has in 6 months it will be revisited again, so we will be able to hold all of this information and bring it back up.
I don't understand. The Secret Service knew that he was going to do this, and they should have gotten their act together to release all the documents at one time.
Meaning President Trump or Lee Harvey Oswald?
No. I mean, no. See,
that would be another
Jesse's confused the whole table now. But no, I'm saying that the intelligence agencies knew the president wanted to release his documents. He sent the memo over there.
Well, it was required by the law. In 1992, the law said on October 26th, 2017, this will all be released.
Right.
Unless there's a security concern, which there was, and President Trump heeded it.
Right, and I feel as though that the Secret Service had almost a decade to get their act together and figure out the security concern and deal with it. And I applaud the president for releasing these documents because I think the American people deserve to know what happened to JFK. And I think now we can put all of these conspiracy theories to bed: the third bullet, the umbrella man, that LBJ did it. All of these conspiracy theories can now go to bed, and we can move on and say he was assassinated. We now all know. We know it was Lee Harvey Oswald, and now we know.
Well,
Bravo, Mr. President.
On the 2 o'clock show today, the Daily Briefing, so Jim Woolsey, the former CIA director, was there.
Yeah.
And basically what he said is that there is a theory about this guy who was a Romanian agent, and he defected to the United States, highest level guy. And he said that Khrushchev had wanted JFK assassinated. So there was a plan going forward, but then he called it off. But Lee Harvey Oswald was such a diehard believer that he went forward with it. And then they had Jack Ruby kill him to make sure that there was that you couldn't find that connection. You buy that, Kimberly?
I got to tell you something. For me, some of these theories I'd already heard before, that weren't very revealing to me. And the Jack Ruby stuff I thought was kind of interesting. The other thing about going to get a confession in the hospital, I thought that was kind of interesting, but then really not able to do that. Was sort of a last minute press to try to get that nugget to say, okay, we can wrap this up and close it down. History would have been very different, I think, if they had been able to obtain that. And then just the one other thing, Dana, that I found was really interesting was the phone call. There was an intercept of a phone call connecting, like we talked about the Russians. I mean, they're everywhere, between Oswald and then also a death threat against him. Those things were pretty interesting that I thought were new and kind of revealing.
I thought that Woolsey was making a lot of sense. Greg, what do you think about this British newspaper getting a warning 25 minutes before the news broke?
Sometimes I just think that is, you get a lot of chatter, I think, all the time, and you get that with terrorist attacks as well. So it may have just been a coincidence. I don't know who warned them. I don't know that part, but it's interesting when what you're getting is a look at what happens all the time, things that you don't know what's going on. When I go back to the Castro stuff, we were doing this too. We were planning to off, the head of a country because, because we didn't like him. And I look at this stuff and I go, this is really amazing. And we must be doing this now, or maybe we don't. But I wonder how many people have no idea what we're talking about, because
it's 50 some odd. What is it? 60? How many years? Where are we now? 53 years ago? 50 something?
Yes,
54.
Yeah.
54. Yeah. So many humans spend so much time in fictitious worlds, playing video games that history is not as interesting.
It does also.
That's why they Yeah. Now that's a big deal. Can you hold this thing for me? Yeah. Yeah, I went through them and beefed about arbitrary close down from a lot of tests. And if you'll roll, I'll start narration. Here comes the truck. Now, this is the armored truck that will carry Lee Harold Oswald from the basement here of Dallas Police Headquarters downtown to the Dallas County Sheriff's Office and the Dallas County Jail. Strict security precautions have been exercised from the very beginning and have been even increased this morning as fear arises and grows stronger that someone may attempt to take the life of the man accused of murdering the President of the United States. Inside the basement here at Dallas Police Headquarters, guards are stationed at points all across the inside of the basement. All incoming cars throughout the morning have been carefully checked. Even the police vehicles have been searched inside the trunk and inside the rear compartments of paddy wagons that have entered here in the basement. Officers have checked every vehicle coming in, and no one who is not a member of the press and not able to show identification can enter the basement. The basement is empty except for a large gathering of reporters who are now watching the truck being moved into position. Outside the building, a large force of heavily armed police have kept a constant ring around Dallas City Hall, and a comparatively small group of spectators are now gathered across from the basement entrance from which the armored car will depart. Security precautions have been tightened more and more as the morning has worn on. According to the people in the jail office, Oswald spent a restful night and got perhaps a good night's sleep. They said that he did rest well and was awakened a short while ago. From here to Dallas County Sheriff's Office and the jail there, a heavy police escort will accompany the armored car in which Lee Harold Oswald will be riding. Jail office to the armored vehicle will be clear. Armed guards are stationed throughout Dallas City Hall and the police headquarters. There is a ring of armed policemen outside, some carrying riot guns, some carrying riot guns and handguns as well. A number of police vehicles are lined up further to our rear here in the basement and are preparing to depart along with the armored vehicle. The car is being backed slowly down the ramp here into the basement. Apparently they're having some difficulty in clearance. This is an armored truck from the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. And apparently the clearance is going to be a little bit high. It's difficult from our vantage point here to see exactly what trouble the officers are having. People still are wondering exactly when Oswald will come down, and although from yesterday morning it has been known that Oswald would be transferred from the Dallas City Jail to the Dallas County Jail, no one has known exactly when the transfer would take place. It was only known that it would take place when full preliminary questioning had been completed by the office of Dallas Homicide Captain Will Fritz. At the far end of the night last night, reporters kept their vigil here at Dallas City Hall. And only after the announcement came shortly before 10 o'clock Central Standard Time was it known that Oswald would be moved today. Now, this is Nelson Benton.
Where's our camera? All right. Where's the floor manager? Excuse me, Tom. Where's our floor manager? Will you tell me what they want from me here, please? This is Benton. Yeah. This is Benton. Go ahead. Oh, you don't know what they want from here as yet. Lee, I would like, if it's all right, if they want a situation, let me tell them we'd like to start where I can see both monitors. You can take this scene down here first, then you can take the exterior, and I'll walk in the camera before I get through with it, okay? Okay, I'll come up there and tell you about it. Thank you. I don't understand what they want. I'm going to have to go back. Okay. We'll give you all. All right, be talking just about like this. Have they given you any idea of what they want right now yet?
I think the situation faces out. It looks like it'd be too imminent.
Well,
If they want to take away, tell them we'll start it. I'll be off. We'll start with this shot. Or if you want, I can get on your or if you want, I can start up in front of the arm. It's fine. You can just listen to what I'm talking about. You can switch cameras. But the main thing is that when he actually leaves, I want to be here where I can see him. Yeah, you talking here. Right. And once he gets in the van, I'll go out there so that once he pulls away, you can pick me up, both video and audio. If you like to talk, obviously. It's all right. Well, it's all right. All right. Well, do you want me to just do it out there? Whichever you want to do it. Please? If they want a situation, I'll go out and stand by the truck. Why don't you do it right here? All right. No. If he's getting in, let Huffaker try to grab him. Get anything he can. If I see microphones in his face down there, I'm going to shut up. And you take audio from down there until he's in the truck. Well, we'll speak with very good. Yeah, I'll get it. See, we've got to keep the speaker on so we don't get feedback. Unfortunately, the audio man's the only guy there that's pushing you. I'll follow. But there's no point in mine trying to get where I can be seen. I'd rather see what's going on. Once the truck is gone, I'll keep talking and go on out to the camera. If you can get me. Huh? Well, there's no way I can ask the guy any questions. Yeah, well, but I'd like to pick up the natural audio from that. Pick up natural sound from down there. All right, we got a little activity down there. I don't know what it is. Which is that's the line. All right. Yeah, you This is the news audio. He's going to leave. Don't close the door. I'm going to leave eventually. Right. Let's go and get the mic. Yeah. Okay. All right. When I throw it, I just throw it to the courthouse. Ready to go. Is that right? Now, do I throw it to the courthouse on my own discretion? Do they know who's at the courthouse? This is the basement floor of the Dallas City Hall, and that's a scuffle on the basement floor. It seems to concern for starters.
He has been shot. Oswald has been shot.
Lee Oswald.
Oswald has been
we're
shot.
Going to switch now.
Police are pulling.
We're going to switch now to Bob Huffaker down in the basement of the courthouse, who is close to the scene. Go ahead, Bob.
Lee Harold Oswald has been shot.
All right, I'm going outside. They're cooperating, Dick. They're all cooperating. We don't know. All right, we're switching now. We're still looking at the basement entrance from the jail, from the Houston County Jail. We're going to try to bring in Bob Hoppecker of KRLD. Can you hear us down there, Bob? Can you give us an account of what happened?
Lee Harold Oswald has been shot. We saw no one fire the shot, only a blast from some bullet here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. Oswald fell to the concrete in front of our eyes and immediately was covered by police officers who took him quickly, immediately, instantly from our sight. Police have ringed the inside and no one is allowed to leave. Everyone is being held in place and police officers are not even allowing anyone to move. It is mass confusion. Police are holding everyone in place and no one is... Pardon me. An ambulance is being ready to take Oswald away. Would you please get off? Just a moment.
Now this is the exterior of the... Now this is the exterior of the Dallas City Hall. We're watching this policeman guarding the door. Now we back downstairs.
He was a stocky guy, well dressed, with a hat he had on.
Where did he go?
Brown hat up. I don't know. I think his coat was brown and his hat was.
Where did
black.
he go, Pierre?
When he was here, he just shot there. He just put the gun there. I saw the flash on the black sweater. Oh yeah, right there. And the guy. Oh, wait, did you see gun? Right here. I mean, I saw the flash on the black sweater. You know, that's what I remember. You know. The both were crouching. No, I saw him there. He was in the group of men right here. I thought he was one of the detectives. You know, he had a hat and stocky was well dressed. That's what I remember.
Had you seen him before?
I think he had his hat.
There were none of us in this
Maybe
area.
he flew up. I don't know, because I look at the flash.
There were no reporters in this area.
But the trouble is I got distracted. I can show you.
All right, now that's the situation here.
The situation is now that Lee Harold Oswald has been shot. The man who saw the shot fired said it was fired by a man wearing a black hat, a brown coat, a man that everyone down here thought was a Secret Service agent. The Oswald was moved immediately from the area. No one knows at this time where Lee Harold Oswald is. At the present time, word is that an ambulance is being ready to take Oswald away. We can hear sirens outside, and an ambulance apparently is moving down now into the basement. Here comes the ambulance. And Oswald will be removed now. The ambulance is being pulled up in front of us here. Unbelievable. Here, someone has...
Get back.
Okay, just get low. Okay.
Pat, can you move?
Pat, move just a little to your left.
We can see now that police are
There you
hemming
go.
off
There you go,
newsmen
boy.
in the basement
Okay.
of Dallas City Hall, hemming them off so that Lee Oswald can be taken to an ambulance, which was just brought into the basement of the City Hall. We're switching now to Bob Hoppecker
Oswald will
downstairs.
be moved quickly outside. And the only word so far is that the shot came from a man wearing a black hat and a coat. Here comes Oswald. He is ashen and unconscious at this time, now being moved in. He's not moving. He's in the ambulance now. And attendants, police are quickly climbing in. They're now having to remove the armored truck from the head of the basement entrance here. and the ambulance is waiting for the attendants to move the armored truck, which
This is the armored truck on the outside of the Dallas Police Department. It's being moved out onto Commerce Street, and now the ambulance is coming out. The ambulance with Lee Harvey Oswald, who was shot just a few minutes ago as he was being transferred to the was planning to be transferred from the city jail to the county courthouse. Now let's go back to Harry Reasoner in New York.
received emergency treatment. When Oswald left, his face was ashen. He was not moving. He lay on. Captain, what do you look like? Captain, do they have
what is
it? Do they have him in there, Captain? No. The man is now in there, according to Captain C.O. Arnett, we just talked with here. Captain.
With the identification, your press identification, so forth, you won't come through the doors you may now.
Okay, sir. Captain Arnett, he actually is now inside there. Did they have the gun?
He's in the cell.
He's in the cell, and did they get the gun? They did get the gun. What kind was it? Do you know?
No, I don't.
And he was known locally, is that correct?
I think so.
Are you prepared at this time to say his name?
No.
Okay, sir. The situation is mass confusion here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters, where Lee Harold Oswald, the man accused of assassinating the President of the United States, has just sustained a bullet wound injury by a man whom everyone down here thought was a member of the Secret Service. The man is now high above us in a cell of Dallas Police Headquarters. They do have the gun. No one says what kind it is as yet. However, Lee Harold Oswald is now in an ambulance speeding on his way to Dallas Parkland Hospital for emergency treatment. Only 2 days ago, the situation in Dallas was extra precaution to ensure the safety of the President of the United States. And today, it was the precaution to ensure the safety of the man accused of his murder, Lee Harold Oswald, the 24-year-old ex-Marine who is now on his way to Parkland Hospital. Further word will be coming from inside just as soon as we can get information on where this man is, who the man is, who fired the shot that struck Oswald before our very eyes. We'll have the information from then. Outside, there is still a ring of police officers continuing to encircle Dallas Police Headquarters. And exactly what is happening on the inside of that room, we don't know. Captain
We're standing
Steele
now outside the city police department of Dallas, where Lee Harvey Oswald was shot a few moments ago. There's a law official out of our camera range who we're going to try to get what's being said. Okay, newsmen are being allowed down into the basement now. Those on the outside of the building were kept outside by police. And this discussion here has just been over whether they're to be allowed inside. The information that we've been able to get so far is that Lee Harvey Oswald, as he was about to be transferred from here at the Dallas City Jail, came down to the basement, was headed toward an armored car that was to take him to the county jail. He was shot. We do not know who shot him. However, the man who shot him, the word from down here is that he has been arrested. The weapon that was used to shoot him, the police have, and now the investigation is going on somewhere probably up on either the 3rd or 4th floor of the Dallas City Police Department. I think Bob Hoffacker is down where the shooting occurred. We'll see if we can pull him in now. Bob Hoffacker, if you have anything, would you please come in from down in the basement of the City Hall from the spot? I think Bob Hoffacker is down where the shooting occurred. We'll see if we can pull him in now. Bob Hoffacker, if you have anything, would you please come in from down in the basement of the City Hall from the spot?
No, he made a straight dive for him, but he was from behind and the left of me from somewhere. Because I was trying to get them and I get this car back down here because they had the car blocked here and they had it here. And as I tried to get them back, while he broke through from behind me somewhere.
What so far has been done with the man that you took into custody?
I tell you, I've been trying to keep the mob out of the way.
You have a man in custody, sir?
No,
You do have a man in custody who fired the shot?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you see him fire the shots?
No.
And how many people thus far have said that they did see the actual
shot fired? Because I
fired?
didn't see it. I was trying to get the press out of the way so we could get to the car.
You have the name of the suspect?
Yes. There's the deputy chief right over there.
Okay.
Could you please tell me again, sir, what happened? I'm sorry, I just arrived.
I can't tell you.
Pat, did you see that man fire the shot?
I didn't see him as he fired it. At the moment the shot was fired, I turned around. I did see the smoke from the gun. It was that instant.
Did you see the gun in his hand?
No, I didn't.
This is Sergeant Patrick Dean of the Dallas Police Department who was standing beside us. Pat, you saw the smoke from the gun.
Yes.
And did you see the man?
Yes.
What did he look like to you, Pat?
Well, he was a man dressed in a suit, would appear as one of the pressmen. However, I was at the top of the ramp, Bob, waiting at the armored car that we were supposed to take into the county jail in.
Right.
Now, that's from that location is when I saw the smoke from the gun. As far as identifying him at that time, at that distance, I couldn't.
Right. I know you were.
We happened to be to Oswald.
He was taken back into the jail office. An ambulance was called, and he is at the hospital now.
Where was he wounded?
He had a wound in his lower left abdomen. As far as I could tell, it was the only one. I think there was only one shot that was fired.
It appeared, right, there was only one shot. It was right here. But, Pat, you say it was in his lower left abdomen.
Yes, sir.
He was unconscious inside?
Yes, he was.
Does he look like he's dying?
I wouldn't want to say.
Did you hear anything he said? Did he say anything? He touched himself, and did he say anything?
Are you talking about Oswald or? No, he didn't. He was unconscious.
What about the man? Did he run at all, or what happened?
No, he was immediately subdued by the officers at the time he fired the shot.
How many shots?
Just one shot. Now then, thus far, Pat, is the man upstairs in the cell?
As far as I know, he's either in the jail or at Captain Fritz's office. I imagine he'd probably be in jail.
Do you know this subject? Do you know him? Have you seen him before?
Yes, I do.
Is he from Dallas?
Yes.
He is?
I couldn't tell you.
I know you can't release the name now, but do you know what kind of business he happens to be in?
Bob, I wouldn't want to say.
Right.
Did he have to be disarmed, or did he give up?
We had to disarm him.
Did he struggle?
As much as he could, yes, but he was.
The struggle
He
completely
was
filled
mumbling.
his
I couldn't hear. I couldn't understand what he did say.
Now,
Was it a pistol that he had? Did he
no,
have a
Oswald
pistol?
didn't.
What?
Now,
Did he have a pistol?
Yes.
do you
it
know
was a
what
pistol.
kind of pistol he was
No,
carrying?
Bob, I never saw the pistol itself. Some other, I think, Officer Graves had got the gun immediately after he fired the shot.
He was in a civilian clothes.
Yes.
How to get away?
No, he was immediately subdued by the officers.
He wouldn't have had a chance to get away.
How many
What
shots
did
were fired?
Just one
One.
shot.
Did you
What
see?
was Oswald wearing? Do you remember when he came out?
I didn't pay too much attention.
But did you know the man? Did you see the man before?
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Did
yes.
you?
You saw his face,
Yes, sir.
and you knew him.
Yes, sir.
Pat, he is a resident of Dallas, is he not?
Yes, sir.
Would you
And that's
say
all
you
I'd
were
want to say about the man
3 feet
inside.
away when the shot was fired, about 3 feet away from Oswald? It looked like that about
We're questioning Officer Patrick Dean of the Dallas Police Department, who was standing beside me when the shot was fired here in the basement, as Lee Harold Oswald was almost ready to go to Dallas County Jail.
I came immediately down the ramp to assist the officers.
Officer, do you know this man personally? Yes. In the line of duty or in another way?
Sir, I wouldn't want to say.
But he is known to you as a police officer.
As a police officer?
That is, you as a police
I
officer
see.
know him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was he connected in any way with this?
I don't know.
Had you seen him here in the building before the shot was fired?
No, sir.
And could you outline briefly some of the security precautions that were taken immediately before this happened?
Yes, sir. We thoroughly searched the basement. We had searched even the cars up on top of the pipes and things that a person might conceal himself. There was about 15 to 20 men that had searched this place prior to 30 minutes. In fact, searched it twice, about an hour before and then 30 minutes before.
How many officers did you have outside, approximately, would you say?
About 20.
About 20 officers outside the building, and they are armed with riot guns, pistols, and all kinds of things.
Yes, sir. Some few of them are.
And you were then ready?
In here?
No, sir. Today? No, sir.
Not today. Is there anything else that you possibly might tell us about him, Pat? I know that at the present time you're bound and can't say very much, but you have said that he is from Dallas and that you do know this subject and have seen him before.
Yes, sir, I do know.
Is there anything that you could say about him further than the fact that he is a resident of Dallas, the man who shot Oswald, to shed some more light on it?
Well, Bob, that would be all I'd want to say, really.
I'm sure that's the case. Now, at present, what in the way of release is going on inside? How soon do you think we're going to be able to know who this man is?
Well, the information would have to come from Captain Fritz's office.
Now, Captain Fritz came out of this door just a few steps ahead of Oswald. Do you know where he is at present?
No, sir, I don't.
Right. Captain Will Fritz is the master interrogator who was carrying on the interrogation yesterday.
Precautions have been taken. Were there
Merely
some threatening phone calls during the night that there might be some effort to take?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know.
Have you heard that?
This is the case here in the basement of Dallas City Hall. The information is that the man who shot Lee Harold Oswald was a resident of Dallas. He was a man known to Dallas police. At present, he is high above us in a cell where he was taken only moments after the shot was fired. The shot was fired directly before our eyes, and we saw Lee Harold Oswald crumple and then be carried away quickly to Parkland Hospital by an ambulance. This is Bob Huffaker in the basement of Dallas City Hall. Now outside to Nelson Benton.
We made a very massive effort through the total cooperation of the federal investigating authorities and local authorities to interrogate everybody that we could find who allegedly had any information concerning Oswald's appearance or time that he spent in New Orleans. However, there's always a possibility in a criminal investigation that some evidence wasn't turned up, and if this is the case this time, I sincerely hope and trust that the law enforcement officials in New Orleans will fully cooperate with the Attorney General.
Congressman, to your knowledge, was the possibility of a conspiracy in New Orleans ever even mentioned during the investigation?
Oh, yes. The Warren Commission made a tremendous effort to interrogate every possible individual who allegedly had any connection with the assassination. We thoroughly investigated all aspects of Oswald's period of time in New Orleans. There was never any failure to do anything and everything we could to look into this aspect of Oswald's life.
Do you think the Warren Commission report is wrong?
Well, of course, wrong has a lot of connotations. I think the Warren report did not pretend to say exactly what happened. I think if their conclusion was, the conclusion of the Warren Commission was, that Lee Harvey Oswald went into this project unaided and without the assistance and help of other persons, then I would say that I think that the Warren Commission was wrong.
Now, Mr. Garrison, you have a Warren Commission You have the FBI, you have the Secret Service, CIA, State Department, Defense Department, thousands of interviews, hundreds of witnesses. How could they all be wrong?
Well, of course, first of all, let me remind you of the old saying that one man with the truth constitutes a majority. The point being that the volume, the number of individuals investigating can be irrelevant. But even more pertinent, I think, is the fact that all of this investigative machinery lacked an evaluation mechanism. There was at no point any effective evaluation function being exercised. The FBI, which is unquestionably one of the finest fact-gathering agencies in the world, if not the very best, has never pretended to have machinery set up for evaluation. They're not geared for it in the old Scotland Yard tradition. They have other functions, so that they did not have evaluation machinery, nor did they pretend to. So, in effect, they sent thousands of boxes of material to be digested further up the line. On the other hand, the Warren Commission itself, the way it was constituted, was also left without evaluation machinery. In my judgment, the men on the Warren Commission are all honorable men, to say the least, men of character and devotion to their country. But they were left without the assistance of evaluation machinery, a team of evaluators, so that nowhere in the picture was there effective evaluation. Our team is so small that, in contrast, it is almost humorous. But we have put a heavy premium on evaluation, and as a result, I think we made quite a bit of progress. What started out as a routine investigation of possible local involvement of the assassination of President Kennedy has uncovered certain facts which we consider extremely interesting. So I would say that the investigation is no longer routine, but it is now extremely interesting, and it will continue.
Garrison, the Warren Commission said that Oswald acted alone and there was no conspiracy. Apparently, you do not believe the Warren Commission's report. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe the Warren Commission was wrong and will be shown to be wrong.
Mr. Garrison, on the basis of what you've just said, then, do you feel there should be a new investigation of the slaying of President Kennedy on a level higher than yours, such as it's been suggested by some people, a new federal investigation?
Well, Ed, actually, I think that effective investigation, by that I mean imaginative investigation in which there is effective evaluation and not simply the blind collection of volumes of evidence at every level is justified in a case like this. I would have to answer yes, except that I would hope that this time more premium would be placed on the evaluation function. But of course it would be better if more agencies cooperated and gave each other information, worked together. A matter like this justifies a number of concurrent investigations.
Mr. Garrison, has it always been your belief that the Warren Commission was inaccurate?
No. As a matter of fact, I think I accepted the Warren report without question until last fall, last November, when out of curiosity I began reading and then studying this case. And then I went into the 26 volumes of the Warren report, realized there were some questions. Then we started investigating here, and then we found that the Warren Commission was wrong.
Expand just a little bit on your discussions about lack of cooperation between your office and the federal government and how they're standing in your way.
Oh, I have no complaints. You can hardly really expect these federal agencies that are involved with concealment of fundamental information about the assassination to cooperate with us. I don't expect it to be like expecting a man who's just robbed a bank to cooperate with us in the investigation of the robbery. I understand their problem. It doesn't make them right, but I really don't expect them to cooperate.
Is a willing witness and a cooperative witness.
I don't think
Newsweek really justifies as much comment as I've made.
Are you going to bring Mr. Bobuck eventually? The case has really been hurt. Your investigation of the assassination has really been hurt by this lack of cooperation with the federal government.
Well, I don't want to complain about it because, again, I can't expect too much from parties in the case. But I'll say that it certainly has been a cause of delay, but as to preventing us from being successful, there's no chance in the world. I'm sure that they think they can, but they're wasting their time.
Mr. Garrison, do you think that the federal agency...
Number one, are you getting all of your witnesses to take lie detector tests, sodium pentothal, and hypnosis? Two, how much involvement does the CIA have?
That's question number one. We started off with the naive intention of requiring witnesses to take these objectifying tests in order to assure ourselves that there was no question about the truth. Almost immediately, to our astonishment, we found that when we used truth serum and hypnosis, that it was used against us, and we were suddenly described as monsters hypnotizing the witness. And at that point, we said, forget it. In other words, there's no use wasting our time. If they think our efforts to objectify our witness are something sinister, then we just don't have time to prove it. So we give lie detectors now to witnesses we think are lying in the usual way that other jurisdictions do. Apparently, people are happier when you do it.
The CIA or the FBI to answer the charges that they're taking the Fifth Amendment. Do you expect them to answer these charges, and that in the past they've always remained closed-mouthed about such matters, or any matter for that matter?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know what they could say in this case, because
you expect them to say anything?
If you excuse the expression on television, they've been caught with their pants down. In other words, they have to know that what I'm saying is true. And this is like the picture that I pointed out last week that CIA had faked sent to the Warren Commission. Every American in this country can look in volume 16 at Exhibit 237 and see the fake picture, which is described as a picture of an unidentified man. And they can't answer because there is no answer.
Some time ago, you said in the Petroleum Club, we have solved the assassination. We know who did it. Are you still stand by that statement?
Well, there's no question about that, but we have a small problem of corralling all the evidence in order to be able to go into the courtroom. It's a standard problem for prosecutors, and we're in the evidentiary phase now, but there's been no changes at all on the evaluation we reached months ago.
Do you have enough evidence now to go to trial?
Well, if I answered that, I shouldn't be disappointed.
Member of the CIA to
I'm sorry, I can't comment on plans in that way. I have to talk in generalities.
Wouldn't it be advantageous for the grand jury to hear from Richard Helms, the director of the CIA?
It would be advantageous if we were to hear from him, but again, I don't know what he would say.
Would they expect
you know how to get him down here?
Would they expect the same thing to happen with Mr. Helms that happened this morning with Mr. Kennedy?
I would have to guess that, but again, there's no way for me to say in advance.
Anybody, is there any possible way for you to get agents down here into Louisiana?
Well, since that is the subject coming up in court next week, I'd rather invite you to next week's show and see the answer. What do you say, Sam?
I ask you, Mr. Garrison, if you had it to do over again, would you launch another investigation?
Yes, I would have to, because once you know that something was hidden, once you know what happened, then you have no choice. But I would say that I would do it with a great deal of reluctance, because it never occurred to me that so many people would take it for granted that I would lie about such a subject. But now that I've discovered that a large segment of the American press takes it for granted that you're automatically a liar because you're elected to office, I would go in again, but I would go in with more reluctance.
Can I pass it along to help you get the Senate investigation that you called for on this?
No, I'm not going to ask the Senate to do anything. No, the thing I said the other day, clarify that, was I hope that the American people will call on Congress to do something, because I think there should be a congressional inquiry of this collusion by government officials. If the American people are not interested enough to call on the members of Congress, that's their business.
Do you feel you're violating the court guidelines by commenting on the case today?
You got to be kidding.
Do you feel that any kind of investigation by the Senate or Congress will come out of your investigation?
I can't really say. There's no way for me to guess.
What do you think of the treatment you're getting from the news media? Who writes your questions? Your switchboard operator? That's the operator.
The following time period has been made available to District Attorney Jim Garrison of New Orleans to reply to an NBC News program broadcast on June 19th. In that program, NBC News examined some of the methods used by Mr. Garrison in his investigation of what he charges was a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. Except for the opening and closing announcements, this program has been prepared under Mr. Garrison's sole supervision. Mr. Garrison.
Tonight I'm going to talk to you about truth and about fairy tales, about justice and about injustice. In the months to follow, you're going to learn that many of the things which some of the major news agencies have been telling you are untrue. You're going to learn that although you are citizens of the United States, information concerning the cause of the death of your president has been withheld from you. In the months to come, you will learn to your own satisfaction that President Kennedy was not killed by a lone assassin. You will learn that there has been and continues to be a concerted effort to keep you from learning these facts. And you will learn, I assure you, that what I have been trying to tell you and what I'm telling you tonight is true. As children, we become accustomed to hearing fairy tales. They're always pleasant stories, and they're comforting to hear because good always triumphs over evil. At least, this is the way it is in fairy tales. Fairy tales are not dangerous for our children and are probably even good for them up to a point. However, in the real world in which you and I must live, fairy tales are dangerous. They're dangerous because they're untrue. Anything which is untrue is dangerous. And it is all the more dangerous when a fairy tale becomes accepted as reality simply because it has an official seal of approval, or because honorable men announce that you must believe it, or because powerful elements of the press tell you that the fairy tale is true. The conclusion of the Warren report that President Kennedy was killed by a lone assassin is a fairy tale. This does not mean that the men on the Warren Commission were aware at the time that their conclusion was totally untrue, nor does it mean necessarily that these men had any sinister motives. It does mean that the conclusion that no conspiracy existed and that Lee Oswald was the lone assassin is a fiction and a myth, and that it should be brought to an end. The people of this country don't have to be protected from the truth. This country was not built on the idea that a handful of nobles, whether located in our federal agencies in Washington, D.C., or in the news agencies in New York, should decide what was good for the people to know and what they should not know. This is a totalitarian concept which presumes that the leaders of our federal government and the men in control of the powerful press media constitute a special elite, which by virtue of their nobility and their brilliance empower them to think for the people. Personally, I would rather put my confidence in the common sense of the people of this country. The truth about the assassination of the president has been concealed from you long enough. Those forces which are fighting so hard today to tell you that they have examined the Warren report and that everything is fine and that our investigation has uncovered nothing are not merely going to lose this fight, they have already lost it. Now let me tell you why President Kennedy was murdered and how he was murdered. I also want to give you a few examples which will show you how the conclusion reached by the Warren Commission is totally impossible. President Kennedy was assassinated by men who sought to obtain a radical change in our foreign policy, particularly with regard to Cuba. You recall that under President Kennedy, the Cold War began to thaw, and there were new signs of an effort on the part of the Soviet Union and ourselves to understand each other. On the map, this appears to be merely a large island off the coast of Florida. But for many men, it meant a good deal more than this. In 1963, a great variety of interests existed which not only desired an American-supported invasion of Castro's Cuba, but took it for granted that it was inevitable. In the minds of many men, this island represented a tremendous emotional landmark because they had steered their courses toward it for so long and with such intensity. In the fall of 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis occurred. It was followed by a pronounced new attitude towards Cuba on the part of the United States. Cuba, after this, was no longer regarded as an enemy and was no longer regarded as fair game for those men who, for one reason or another, focused their attention on this island. The new signs of understanding between Russia and the United States continued to develop. In June of 1963, President Kennedy, addressing students at the American University in Washington, told them, "We breathe the same air as the Russians." He said we should try to live together in peace on this earth. Well, at this point, some individuals transferred their hostile attention from Fidel Castro to John F. Kennedy. They planned the president's assassination, and they planned it well. The evidence indicates that he was shot at from two different directions in the rear, and also from the right front. We know that shooting was coming from two separate directions in the rear because the president and Governor Connolly were hit in the back within a split second of each other. And this necessarily had to happen with two bullets coming from two different rifles. We know that the president was being shot at from the grassy knoll area on the right front because most of the people in Dealey Plaza heard the shots coming from there. And because at least one of the president's wounds was an entry wound from the front. And because men were seen running from the grassy knoll area immediately afterwards. That's why the idea of Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone assassin of the president is a fairy tale and should be brought to an end. If you, the people of the United States, will learn the truth that the president was assassinated by men who were once connected with a Central Intelligence Agency, of course, this might reflect on the dignity of the CIA. But I happen to believe that our form of government is strong enough to survive the truth. I believe that you are entitled to the truth about how your president was shot down in the street and how it was done. Instead, some of the most powerful news agencies we have in our country have worked hard to convince you that everything is all right. They do not tell you that Lee Harvey Oswald's fingerprints were not found on the gun, which was supposed to have killed the president. And they do not tell you that nitrate tests exonerated Lee Oswald from the actual shooting by showing that he had not fired a rifle that day. And they do not tell you that it was virtually impossible for Oswald to have taken his fingerprints off the gun, hidden the gun, and gone down 4 flights of stairs by the time he was seen on the 2nd floor. Above all, they do not tell you of the overwhelming eyewitness testimony that shots were coming from behind the stone wall on the grassy knoll. In a choice between official dignity and the truth, dignity was given priority, and so you have not received the full truth. This is why there continue to be hundreds of documents still hidden from your eyes and classified as secret, and some of them bear such titles as Lee Harvey Oswald's accessibility to information about the U-2, the Central Intelligence Agency's dossier on Lee Harvey Oswald, and a CIA file on Jack Ruby. You have not been told that Lee Oswald was in the employ of United States intelligence agencies, but this was the case, and so I am telling you. Why, this young, uneducated man had learned to speak Russian even before he left the Marines, and there's only one way he could have learned that. Oswald had a higher security rating than his buddies in his Marine unit. During 12 hours of questioning, to give you another example, 12 hours of questioning after the assassination, there is no transcript of Oswald's statements available for you to look at. Now, it doesn't matter where you live. if somebody in your town steals a 1928 Hupmobile, what he says is written down when he's questioned. However, when the man who has just killed the President of the United States is questioned for 12 hours, no transcript is available. There's nothing for you to look at. And believe it or not, one of the explanations given is that the room was too small to include a stenographer. And here's something else. This case has more accidental fires, more burning of paper than any murder case in history. For example, when Oswald was questioned by a federal agent in August of 1963, the notes of the interview were later burned. You cannot see the notes made by Commander Humes concerning the President's autopsy because he burned them too. One of the questioners of Lee Harvey Oswald during the 12-hour session burned his notes. And similarly, when the Warren Commission contacted the State Department and said, with regard to Exhibit 948, we noticed that a one-page message from the CIA containing secret information is supposed to be attached to this file and it's missing. Would you please furnish us with a copy of this missing secret document? The answer given to the Warren Commission was that the secret message about Oswald from the CIA was accidentally destroyed while being thermofaxed. This spontaneous combustion, incidentally, occurred the day after the President's assassination. I'm not even going to bother to dignify the foolishness which Newsweek and NBC and some of the other news agencies have tried to make you believe about my office. I've been District Attorney of New Orleans for more than 5 years, and we have never had a single case reversed because of improper methods on the part of our staff. Nor do we rush to judgment on half-baked evidence. And the proof of that is the fact that in more than 5 years, not one defendant has walked out of the courtroom in a murder case with an acquittal. Nor have we lost a major case in 5 years. Then what is their game? Their game is to fool you. These people want the investigation stopped. They don't want a trial at all. Please believe me, they don't think we're wrong in our investigation. Obviously, if our investigation was as haywire as they would like to have you think, then you would not see such a coordinated barrage coming from the news centers in the East. Why are they so concerned? Why is it that they cannot wait until the trial comes in order to learn what the facts are? Why are they so anxious to have their own trials? They know very well that the witnesses they're presenting to you have not been testifying under oath, that they're not being cross-examined as they would be at a trial, and that the opportunities for timely rebuttal by the state of Louisiana, which would exist at the trial, have not been provided in their untrue presentations. They know this. In my considered judgment, there has been an effort to prejudice in advance the potential jurors in the trial of this case. As a matter of fact, the National Broadcasting Company has already had the trial. The defendant was found innocent and the district attorney was convicted. They announced across the nation that my methods were improper. But as their stories, one by one, turn out to be false, they do not reveal this to you, but simply search hopefully into new areas. For example, Newsweek magazine had a feature article saying that my office attempted to bribe a man named Bulbuck. It later turned out that his story and their article was totally untrue, and the tape which Newsweek described had been altered. The police investigators in my office were found innocent of any wrongdoing in a serious investigation conducted by the police department. However, Newsweek has made virtually no mention of that. Similarly, in its recent effort to make you think that my methods are improper, NBC announced coast to coast that it had located the real Clay Bertrand, that an NBC man had talked to him. This made every newspaper in the country and it inferred, once again, that in addition to using terrible methods, we were off on a wild goose chase. Now, when it turned out that this was a total fabrication, and the man whom NBC identified as the real Clay Bertrand hotly denied ever using the name, there was only coast-to-coast silence from NBC. NBC presented a professional burglar whom my office had just recently convicted and allowed him to make a plainly false presentation that we had tried to get him to climb into the defendant's apartment and plant evidence there. The inference, of course, was that this particular defendant was too lofty a character to participate in my nefarious schemes. However, recently, when we called him before the New Orleans grand jury so that he could tell all about our new venture into the burglary business, he took the Fifth Amendment when asked if his statement on NBC was true. Once again, this was followed by loud silence from coast to coast on NBC. As a matter of fact, the Warren Commission's inquiry into the assassination started off with a completely unacceptable philosophy. For a democracy like ours, one of its stated objectives was to calm the fears of the people about a conspiracy. But in our country, the government has no right to calm our fears any more than it has, for example, the right to excite our fears about Red China or about fluoridation or about birth control or about anything. There's no room in America for thought control of any kind, no matter how benevolent the objective. Personally, I don't want to be calm about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I don't want to be calm about a president of my country being shot down in the street. And I don't want to be calm about the fact that for reasons of public policy or national security or any other phony reason, the true facts have been withheld from the people of this country. If the day has come when it is possible to shoot our president down because some men disagree with his foreign policy, and the day has come that the moment his heart stops beating, other considerations take over which conceal the total truth from the citizens of the United States, then the day has come when we have ceased to be a democracy. I cannot believe that this is so, that the time has come in America when the people no longer control their country. Yet I must confess that I'm appalled by the readiness with which some of the major press media have accepted the great fairy tale without hesitation, rousing from their stupor only when they have learned that a district attorney was violating all the rules of etiquette in digging up the truth. They're telling you that black is white when they tell you there is no evidence of a conspiracy. They have to know well the significance of the continued concealment of X-rays and autopsy pictures, which, if revealed to you, would show that the president was hit by rifle fire from more than one direction. And they have to know well of the hundreds of documents which remain classified secret and concealed from your view. And they're making white black when they repeatedly state that my offices use improper methods. They have to know that no DA's office in the United States would dream of operating in the way they suggest. They have to know that for years I have been a strong defender of the rights of individuals. They have to know all of this, but they have lent themselves to the all-out effort to convince you that the matter's been looked into, and anyone who raises a question now is irresponsible or a troublemaker or an enemy of the people. What's that? You say that you are an American citizen and you want to see the autopsy X-rays and you want to see these hundreds of documents that have been withheld from your view, and you want to know why these vital notes always ended up being burned? What's the matter with you? Can't you take the word of these honorable men who've looked into it for you? Let me just give you one example that shows you how impossible the single assassination theory is. which shows you the enormity of the fairy tale which you're supposed to believe in. Now, this is the Warren Commission's own diagram of the route of the bullet through Governor Connally. The bullet had to take this route in order to cause the injuries which he received. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that the Warren Commission itself concedes that if this same bullet was not the one which also went through President Kennedy, then there had to be someone else firing. And the reason for that, just to put it very simply, is the Zapruder films have shown that all the firing occurred in 6 seconds, and yet there were a total of 8 wounds. Therefore, this one bullet has to cause 7 wounds, because one missed and one was the fatal shot hitting the president. So, by the Warren Commission's own admission, prior to hitting the governor, this bullet had to go through President Kennedy, who's sitting back here. Now, you'll notice that the Warren Commission did not attempt to include President Kennedy in the diagram. They could not, because the total impossibility of this bullet having gone through the president also would be too obvious. In other words, by the evidence of the Warren Commission itself, it is obvious that there was other shooting going on in Dealey Plaza. Consequently, the Warren Commission has officially concluded that before this bullet came down from the sky, as it had to hit Governor Connally and all those different places, it entered President Kennedy's body from the rear and came out of his neck. I might add that the Warren Commission did not try to include the president's picture because that would have shown that the course of the magic bullet would have had to gone up in the air and come down again in order to end up hitting the governor. It is by selecting these little portions of each incident and by excluding other portions that the fairy tale is presented to you. However, if they had to show in one diagram the bullet entering the president and then continuing through Governor Connally, you would be able to see the total impossibility of this bullet causing 7 wounds. Now, this is just one of many examples which show that the Warren Commission's conclusion is completely impossible. Bullet 399 is another example. The fact that the cartridges in the Tippit case do not match at all the bullets in Tippit's body, one after the other. If I had the total hour to reply, which NBC used to try and discredit my office, I would be able to go into more matters. But let's sum it up by saying that it is completely impossible to uphold the single assassin theory if you look at it seriously. Anyone who has done their homework knows that the single assassin theory is totally impossible. In the final analysis, what has been done by the Warren Commission in its investigation is to take this series of implausibilities and to attempt to prove to you that each one of them is at least mathematically possible. Each one of them is mathematically possible, but not probable. However, it is not mathematically possible for all of these series of implausibilities to have occurred. And this is what they ask you to believe. It's very much like telling you that it is mathematically possible, for example, for an elephant to hang from a cliff with his tail tied to a daisy. Of course, this is implausible. But what do? They produce an expert who says, yes, I have made a study of the situation, and this is not a full-grown elephant, and this is a particularly tough kind of daisy, and therefore it was mathematically possible. Now, the official truth, as a result of such expert testimony, as a result of the creation of a series of mathematical possibilities, is now no longer what actually happened in Dallas, but what has been officially approved. Well, I say that the matter is not closed, not in this country. I say that the day has not yet arrived when the only reality is power, and the ideals on which our country was built are merely words printed on paper. I believe that those news agencies which have sought to imply that I would use improper methods to gain some sort of fictional political advantage have simply revealed their own cynicism. I believe that in this conflict between truth and power, and this is exactly what it is all about, that power cannot possibly smash truth out of existence. The people in this country will not let that happen. If we still live in the same country in which we were born, and I don't think it's changed that much, if this is still the country in which, in the words of our Pledge of Allegiance, there exists liberty and justice for all, then this attempt to conceal the full truth from you, in the end, has to be a failure. Now, in this case, I've learned more about the human race than I really wanted to know. And I've learned more about some of our government agencies than I really wanted to know. And I've learned more about some of our press agencies than I cared to know. But I am still naive enough to believe that in America, the people make the decisions, not a handful of men in the Washington and New York areas. And I believe that the people of America want to know the entire truth about how their president was shot down in the streets of Dallas. And I want to assure you that as long as I am alive, no one is going to stop me from seeing that you obtain the full truth, and nothing less than the full truth, and no fairy tales.
Time for the preceding program was made available to District Attorney Jim Garrison of New Orleans. The program was prepared under his sole supervision. It constitutes his reply to an earlier NBC News program examining some of the methods Mr. Garrison has used in his investigation of the assassination of President Kennedy. This program originated in the studios of WDSU-TV in New Orleans.
The district attorney of Orleans Parish in Louisiana, Jim Garrison, says Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone in the assassination of President Kennedy. Garrison says the assassination was planned in New Orleans and that his office has the names of the people involved in the initial planning. He says charges will be filed and convictions will be obtained. Garrison discussed the investigation at a news conference this afternoon. A New Orleans newspaper says Garrison's office is searching for a Cuban who reportedly was hiding with other Cubans behind a billboard along the route of the presidential motorcade on the day of the assassination. A member of the Warren Commission, Republican Congressman Gerald Ford, says Garrison should report his information to the U.S. Attorney General. The Secret Service, the Justice Department, and the FBI said they would have no comment on Garrison's investigation. This is Jim Street reporting.
As a routine investigation of possible local involvement of the assassination of President Kennedy has uncovered certain facts which we consider extremely interesting. So I would say that the investigation is no longer routine, but it is now extremely interesting.
Garrison, the Warren Commission said that Oswald acted alone and there was no conspiracy. Apparently you do not believe the Warren Commission's report. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe the Warren Commission was wrong and will be shown to be wrong.
Mr. Garrison, in William Manchester's book, he says Oswald acted alone and there was no conspiracy, and certainly this part of the book hasn't been challenged by the Kennedy family. What is your reaction to Manchester's account?
Well, Ed, I was not there at the assassination scene, but I don't think Mr. Manchester was either. And I think that my office has put many more hours looking into that matter than Mr. Manchester. And I would reply that I believe that Mr. Manchester is wrong.
Mr. Garrison, on the basis of what you've just said, do you feel there should be a new investigation into the slaying of President Kennedy at a level higher than yours, as some have suggested a new federal investigation?
Well, Ed, actually, I think that effective investigation, by that I mean imaginative investigation in which there is effective evaluation and not simply the blind collection of volumes of evidence, at every level is justified in a case like this? I would have to answer yes, except that I would hope that this time more premium would be placed on the evaluation function. But of course it would be better if more agencies cooperated and gave each other information, worked together. A matter like this justifies a number of concurrent investigations.
Is the investigation proceeding on the basis of what you've uncovered or what you think you will uncover?
Our investigation is proceeding on the basis of what we have uncovered. It is not based on supposition.
Do you believe that local publicity of facts of the investigation has put any witness's life in jeopardy?
I believe, unfortunately, that the irresponsible handling of this story by the newspapers yesterday and this morning in New Orleans have placed the life of one witness in such jeopardy that I think there's a real question about whether he will live or not.
Do you believe, sir, that any New Orleans residents were directly or indirectly involved in the assassination?
No comment.
Mr. Garrison, some names have been released on people that you have questioned, particularly one person that you arrested 72 hours after the assassination as a fugitive from Texas. What comment do you have for this?
My comment is that I think that the newspapers, in mentioning the names of people whom we have not charged, whose names we have not mentioned, is very unfair to these people. In spite of the fact that we are investigating a number of individuals in this country, we presume that people are innocent until they are found guilty. And these individuals have not even been charged, and their names have been mentioned in the newspapers in such a way as to create damaging inferences.
In late September or during October, months right prior to the Kennedy assassination in November, Dave Ferry had occasion to come over the house on several instances, and I went to his place and just passing, and he made specific references that in talking about Kennedy, he said, we will get him, and it won't be very long. Now, the last time I can remember him saying that was sometime in October, but he was obsessed with that idea.
Did he ever mention Lee Harvey Oswald's name?
No.
No conversation at all about it?
No, I had never heard of Oswald until the television assassination.
Why have you never said anything about this before? Didn't it strike you that it might have some connection?
When the assassination, of course, caught me by surprise and caught everyone else, I would guess, when it finally was over and a Warren Commission was set up, and it tended to go and examine all of the details, and it made claims that it was going to do everything extensively. Then I left it to the professionals, and they were supposed to come out with a verdict. Then they came out with a verdict that Oswald was the only man, so I forgot it. Then Garrison began his probe and subsequently got in the newspapers in New Orleans and then later on television everywhere. And in that probe, he said that there was a conspiracy and he could prove it. It still didn't ring a bell anywhere along the line. It was far from me that I would have, ever have met a person, I would have been a conspirator to kill the President of the United States. Thereafter, when Dave Ferry died, the name, I still doubted if it was the same guy. I just said it's just another Dave Ferry. But when I saw his picture in the paper, then I knew it was the same man, and I had just as well say something to someone. And I wrote the district attorney the next day, and he should have gotten it Friday. And I saw the pictures this week.
You haven't talked with any federal agents or anybody from the Warren Commission about it?
No one's contacted me. Actually, the first time I made a remark about this was today, and to anyone in public.
Expand just a little bit on your discussions about lack of cooperation between your office and the federal government and how they're standing in your way.
Oh, I have no complaints. You can hardly really expect these federal agencies that are involved with concealment of fundamental information about the assassination to cooperate with us. I don't expect it to be like expecting a man who's just robbed a bank to cooperate with us in the investigation of the robbery. I understand their problem. It doesn't make them right, but I really don't expect them to cooperate.
Is a willing witness and a cooperative witness?
I don't think Newsweek really justifies as much comment as I've made.
I think, Mr. Bobup, eventually the case has really been hurt. Your investigation of the assassination has really been hurt
by this lack of cooperation with the federal government?
Well, I don't want to complain about it because, again, I can't expect too much from parties in the case. But I'll say that it certainly has been a cause of delay, but as to preventing us from being successful, there's no chance in the world. I'm sure that they think they can, but they're wasting their time.
Do you think that the federal agents...
Number one, are you getting all of your witnesses to take lie detector tests, sodium pentothal, and hypnosis? Number two, how much involvement does the CIA have?
That's question number one. We started off with the naive intention of requiring witnesses to take these objectifying tests in order to assure ourselves that there was no question about the truth. Almost immediately, to our astonishment, we found that when we used the truth serum and hypnosis, that it was used against us, and we were suddenly described as monsters hypnotizing the witness. And at that point, we said, forget it. In other words, there's no use wasting our time. If they think our efforts to objectify our witness are something sinister, then we just don't have time to prove it. So we give lie detectors now to witnesses we think are lying in the usual way that other jurisdictions do. Apparently, people are happier when you do it.
The CIA or the FBI to answer the charges that they're taking the Fifth Amendment. Do you expect them to answer these charges, in that in the past they've always remained closed-mouthed about such matters, or any matter for that matter?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know what they could say in this case, because...
do you expect them to say anything?
If you excuse the expression on television, they've been caught with their pants down. In other words, they have to know that what I'm saying is true. And it's just like the picture that I pointed out last week that CIA had faked, sent to the Warren Commission. Every American in this country can look in volume 16 of Exhibit 237 and see the fake picture, which is described as a picture of an unidentified man. And they can't answer because there is no answer.
Some time ago, you said in the Petroleum Club, we have solved the assassination. We know who did it. Do you still stand by that statement?
Well, there's no question about that, but we have a small problem of corralling all the evidence in order to be able to go into the courtroom. It's a standard problem for prosecutors, and we're in the evidentiary phase now. But there's been no changes at all on the evaluation we reached months ago.
Do you have enough evidence now to go to trial?
Well, if I answered that, I shouldn't be disciplined.
Any member of the CIA to share this?
I'm sorry, I can't comment on plans in that way. I have to talk in generalities.
Wouldn't it be advantageous for the grand jury to hear from Richard Helms, the director of the CIA?
It would be advantageous if we were to hear from him, but again, I don't know what he would say.
Would they expect
you know how to get him down here?
Would they expect the same thing to happen with Mr. Helms that happened this morning with Mr. Kennedy?
I would have to guess that, but again, there's no way for me to say in advance.
Legally, is there any possible way for you to get agents down here into Louisiana?
Well, since that is the subject coming up in court next week, I'd rather invite you to next week's show to see the answer. What do you say, Sam?
I ask you, Mr. Garrison, if you had it to do over again, would you launch another investigation?
Yes, I would have to, because once you know that something was hidden, once you know what happened, then you have no choice. But I would say that I would do it with a great deal of reluctance, because it never occurred to me that so many people would take it for granted that I would lie about such a subject. But now that I've discovered that a large segment of the American press takes it for granted that you're automatically a liar because you're elected to office, I would go in again, but I would go in with more reluctance.
Senator Long to help you get the Senate investigation that you called for on this?
No, I'm not going to ask the Senate to do anything. No, the thing I said the other day, clarify that, was I hope that the American people will call on Congress to do something, because I think there should be a congressional inquiry of this collusion by government officials. But the American people are not interested enough to call on the members of Congress. That's their business.
Do you feel you're violating the court guidelines by commenting on the case today?
You got to be kidding.
Do you feel that any kind of investigation by the Senate or Congress will come out of your investigation?
I can't really say. There's no way for me to guess.
What do you think of the treatment you're getting from the news media?
Who writes your questions? Your switchboard operator? That's the operator.
The following time period has been made available to District Attorney Jim Garrison of New Orleans to reply to an NBC News program broadcast on June 19th. In that program, NBC News examined some of the methods used by Mr. Garrison in his investigation of what he charges was a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. Except for the opening and closing announcements, this program has been prepared under Mr. Garrison's sole supervision. Mr. Garrison.
Tonight I'm going to talk to you about truth and about fairy tales, about justice and about injustice. In the months to follow, you're going to learn that many of the things which some of the major news agencies have been telling you are untrue. You're going to learn that although you are citizens of the United States, information concerning the cause of the death of your president has been withheld from you. In the months to come, you will learn to your own satisfaction that President Kennedy was not killed by a lone assassin. You will learn that there has been and continues to be a concerted effort to keep you from learning these facts. And you will learn, I assure you, that what I have been trying to tell you and what I'm telling you tonight is true. As children, we become accustomed to hearing fairy tales. They're always pleasant stories, and they're comforting to hear because good always triumphs over evil. At least, this is the way it is in fairy tales. Fairy tales are not dangerous for our children and are probably even good for them up to a point. However, in the real world in which you and I must live, fairy tales are dangerous. They're dangerous because they're untrue. Anything which is untrue is dangerous. And it is all the more dangerous when a fairy tale becomes accepted as reality simply because it has an official seal of approval, or because honorable men announce that you must believe it, or because powerful elements of the press tell you that the fairy tale is true. The conclusion of the Warren report that President Kennedy was killed by a lone assassin is a fairy tale. This does not mean that the men on the Warren Commission were aware at the time that their conclusion was totally untrue, nor does it mean necessarily that these men had any sinister motives. It does mean that the conclusion that no conspiracy existed and that Lee Oswald was the lone assassin is a fiction and a myth, and that it should be brought to an end. The people of this country don't have to be protected from the truth. This country was not built on the idea that a handful of nobles, whether located in our federal agencies in Washington, D.C., or in the news agencies in New York, should decide what was good for the people to know and what they should not know. This is a totalitarian concept which presumes that the leaders of our federal government and the men in control of the powerful press media constitute a special elite, which by virtue of their nobility and their brilliance empower them to think for the people. Personally, I would rather put my confidence in the common sense of the people of this country. The truth about the assassination of the president has been concealed from you long enough. Those forces which are fighting so hard today to tell you that they have examined the Warren report and that everything is fine and that our investigation has uncovered nothing, are not merely going to lose this fight, they have already lost it. Now let me tell you why President Kennedy was murdered and how he was murdered. I also want to give you a few examples which will show you how the conclusion reached by the Warren Commission is totally impossible. President Kennedy was assassinated by men who sought to obtain a radical change in our foreign policy, particularly with regard to Cuba. You'll recall that under President Kennedy, the Cold War began to thaw, and there were new signs of an effort on the part of the Soviet Union and ourselves to understand each other. On the map, this appears to be merely a large island off the coast of Florida. But for many men, it meant a good deal more than this. In 1963, a great variety of interests existed which not only desired an American-supported invasion of Castro's Cuba, but took it for granted that it was inevitable. In the minds of many men, this island represented a tremendous emotional landmark because they had steered their courses toward it for so long, and with such intensity. In the fall of 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis occurred. It was followed by a pronounced new attitude towards Cuba on the part of the United States. Cuba, after this, was no longer regarded as an enemy and was no longer regarded as fair game for those men who, for one reason or another, focused their attention on this island. The new signs of understanding between Russia and the United States continued to develop. In June of 1963, President Kennedy, addressing students at the American University in Washington, told them, "We breathe the same air as the Russians." He said we should try to live together in peace on this earth. Well, at this point, some individuals transferred their hostile attention from Fidel Castro to John F. Kennedy. They planned the president's assassination, and they planned it well. The evidence indicates that he was shot at from two different directions in the rear, and also from the right front. We know that shooting was coming from two separate directions in the rear because the president and Governor Connolly were hit in the back within a split second of each other. And this necessarily had to happen with two bullets coming from two different rifles. We know that the president was being shot at from the grassy knoll area on the right front because most of the people in Dealey Plaza heard the shots coming from there. And because at least one of the president's wounds was an entry wound from the front. And because men were seen running from the grassy knoll area immediately afterwards. That's why the idea of Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone assassin of the president is a fairy tale and should be brought to an end. If you, the people of the United States, will learn the truth that the president was assassinated by men who were once connected with a Central Intelligence Agency, of course, this might reflect on the dignity of the CIA. But I happen to believe that our form of government is strong enough to survive the truth. I believe that you are entitled to the truth about how your president was shot down in the street and how it was done. Instead, some of the most powerful news agencies we have in our country have worked hard to convince you that everything is all right. They do not tell you that Lee Harvey Oswald's fingerprints were not found on the gun, which was supposed to have killed the president. And they do not tell you that nitrate tests exonerated Lee Oswald from the actual shooting by showing that he had not fired a rifle that day. And they do not tell you that it was virtually impossible for Oswald to have taken his fingerprints off the gun, hidden the gun, and gone down 4 flights of stairs by the time he was seen on the 2nd floor. Above all, they do not tell you of the overwhelming eyewitness testimony that shots were coming from behind the stone wall on the grassy knoll. In a choice between official dignity and the truth, dignity was given priority, and so you have not received the full truth. This is why there continue to be hundreds of documents still hidden from your eyes and classified as secret, and some of them bear such titles as Lee Harvey Oswald's accessibility to information about the U-2, the Central Intelligence Agency's dossier on Lee Harvey Oswald, and the CIA file on Jack Ruby. You have not been told that Lee Oswald was in the employ of United States intelligence agencies, but this was the case, and so I am telling you. Why, this young, uneducated man had learned to speak Russian even before he left the Marines, and there's only one way he could have learned that. Oswald had a higher security rating than his buddies in his Marine unit. During 12 hours of questioning, to give you another example, 12 hours of questioning after the assassination, there is no transcript of Oswald's statements available for you to look at. Now, it doesn't matter where you live. If somebody in your town steals a 1928 Hupmobile, what he says is written down when he's questioned. However, when the man who has just killed the President of the United States is questioned for 12 hours, no transcript is available. There's nothing for you to look at. And believe it or not, One of the explanations given is that the room was too small to include a stenographer. And here's something else. This case has more accidental fires, more burning of paper than any murder case in history. For example, when Oswald was questioned by a federal agent in August of 1963, the notes of the interview were later burned. You cannot see the notes made by Commander Humes concerning the president's autopsy because he burned them too. One of the questioners of Lee Harvey Oswald during the 12-hour session burned his notes. And similarly, when the Warren Commission contacted the State Department and said, with regard to Exhibit 948, we noticed that a one-page message from the CIA containing secret information is supposed to be attached to this file, and it's missing. Would you please furnish us with a copy of this missing secret document? The answer given to the Warren Commission was that the secret message about Oswald from the CIA was accidentally destroyed while being thermofaxed. This spontaneous combustion, incidentally, occurred the day after the president's assassination. I'm not even going to bother to dignify the foolishness which Newsweek and NBC and some of the other news agencies have tried to make you believe about my office. I've been district attorney of New Orleans for more than 5 years, and we have never had a single case reversed because of improper methods on the part of our staff. Nor do we rush to judgment on half-baked evidence. And the proof of that is the fact that in more than 5 years, not one defendant has walked out of the courtroom in a murder case with an acquittal. Nor have we lost a major case in 5 years. Then what is their game? Their game is to fool you. These people want the investigation stopped. They don't want a trial at all. Please believe me, they don't think we're wrong in our investigation. Obviously, if our investigation was as haywire as they would like to have you think, then you would not see such a coordinated barrage coming from the news centers in the East. Why are they so concerned? Why is it that they cannot wait until the trial comes in order to learn what the facts are? Why are they so anxious to have their own trials? They know very well that the witnesses they're presenting to you have not been testifying under oath, that they're not being cross-examined as they would be at a trial, and that the opportunities for timely rebuttal by the state of Louisiana, which would exist at a trial, have not been provided in their untrue presentations. They know this. In my considered judgment, there has been an effort to prejudice in advance the potential jurors in the trial of this case. As a matter of fact, the National Broadcasting Company has already had the trial. The defendant was found innocent, and the district attorney was convicted. They announced across the nation that my methods were improper. But as their stories, one by one, turn out to be false, they do not reveal this to you, but simply search hopefully into new areas. For example, Newsweek magazine had a feature article saying that my office attempted to bribe a man named Bulbuck. It later turned out that his story and their article was totally untrue, and the tape which Newsweek described had been altered. The police investigators in my office were found innocent of any wrongdoing in a serious investigation conducted by the police department. However, Newsweek has made virtually no mention of that. Similarly, in its recent effort to make you think that my methods are improper, NBC announced coast to coast that it had located the real Clay Bertrand, that an NBC man had talked to him. This made every newspaper in the country, and it inferred, once again, that in addition to using terrible methods, we were off on a wild goose chase. Now, when it turned out that this was a total fabrication, and the man whom NBC identified as the real Clay Bertrand hotly denied ever using the name, there was only coast coast-to-coast silence from NBC. NBC presented a professional burglar whom my office had just recently convicted and allowed him to make a plainly false presentation that we had tried to get him to climb into the defendant's apartment and plant evidence there. The inference, of course, was that this particular defendant was too lofty a character to participate in my nefarious schemes. However, recently, when we called him before the New Orleans grand jury so that he could tell all about our new venture into the burglary business, he took the Fifth Amendment when asked if his statement on NBC was true. Once again, this was followed by loud silence from coast to coast on NBC. As a matter of fact, the Warren Commission's inquiry into the assassination started off with a completely unacceptable philosophy for a democracy like ours. One of its stated objectives was to calm the fears of the people about a conspiracy. But in our country, the government has no right to calm our fears any more than it has, for example, the right to excite our fears about Red China or about fluoridation or about birth control or about anything. There's no room in America for thought control of any kind, no matter how benevolent the objective. Personally, I don't want to be calm about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I don't want to be calm about a president of my country being shot down in the street. And I don't want to be calm about the fact that for reasons of public policy or national security or any other phony reason, the true facts have been withheld from the people of this country. If the day has come when it is possible to shoot our president down because some men disagree with his foreign policy, and the day has come that the moment his heart stops beating, other considerations take over which conceal the total truth from the citizens of the United States, then the day has come when we have ceased to be a democracy. I cannot believe that this is so, that the time has come in America when the people no longer control their country. Yet I must confess that I'm appalled by the readiness with which some of the major press media have accepted the great fairy tale without hesitation, rousing from their stupor only when they have learned that a district attorney was violating all the rules of etiquette and digging up the truth. They're telling you that black is white when they tell you there is no evidence of a conspiracy. They have to know well the significance of the continued concealment of X-rays and autopsy pictures, which, if revealed to you, would show that the president was hit by rifle fire from more than one direction. And they have to know well of the hundreds of documents which remain classified secret and concealed from your view. And they're making white black when they repeatedly state that my office is using improper methods. They have to know that no DA's office in the United States would dream of operating in the way they suggest. They have to know that for years I have been a strong defender of the rights of individuals. They have to know all of this, but they have lent themselves to the all-out effort to convince you that the matter's been looked into, and anyone who raises a question now is irresponsible or a troublemaker or an enemy of the people. What's that? You say that you are an American citizen and you want to see the autopsy X-rays and you want to see these hundreds of documents that have been withheld from your view, and you want to know why these vital notes always ended up being burned? What's the matter with you? Can't you take the word of these honorable men who've looked into it for you? Let me just give you one example that shows you how impossible the single assassination theory is, which shows you the enormity of the fairy tale which you're supposed to believe in. Now, this is the Warren Commission's own diagram of the route of the bullet through Governor Connally. The bullet had to take this route in order to cause the injuries which he received. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that the Warren Commission itself concedes that if this same bullet was not the one which also went through President Kennedy, then there had to be someone else firing. And the reason for that, just to put it very simply, is the Zapruder films have shown that all the firing occurred in 6 seconds, and yet there were a total of 8 wounds. Therefore, this one bullet has to cause 7 wounds, because one missed and one was the fatal shot hitting the president. So, by the Warren Commission's own admission, prior to hitting the governor, this bullet had to go through President Kennedy, who was sitting back here. Now, you'll notice that the Warren Commission did not attempt to include President Kennedy in the diagram. They could not, because the total impossibility of this bullet having gone through the president also would be too obvious. In other words, by the evidence of the Warren Commission itself, it is obvious that there was other shooting going on in Dealey Plaza. Consequently, the Warren Commission has officially concluded that before this bullet came down from the sky, as it had to hit Governor Connally and all those different places, it entered President Kennedy's body from the rear and came out of his neck. I might add that the Warren Commission did not try to include the president's picture because that would have shown that the course of the magic bullet would have had to gone up in the air and come down again in order to end up hitting the governor. It is by selecting these little portions of each incident and by excluding other portions that the fairy tale is presented to you. However, if they had to show in one diagram the bullet entering the president and then continuing through Governor Connally, you would be able to see the total impossibility of this bullet causing 7 wounds. Now, this is just one of many examples which show that the Warren Commission's conclusion is completely impossible. Bullet 399 is another example. The fact that the cartridges in the Tippit case do not match at all the bullets in Tippit's body, one after the other. If I had the total hour to reply, which NBC used to try and discredit my office, I would be able to go into more matters. But let's sum it up by saying that it is completely impossible to uphold the single assassin theory if you look at it seriously. Anyone who has done their homework knows that the single assassin theory is totally impossible. In the final analysis, what has been done by the Warren Commission in its investigation is to take this series of implausibilities and to attempt to prove to you that each one of them is at least mathematically possible. Each one of them is mathematically possible, but not probable. However, it is not mathematically possible for all of these series of implausibilities to have occurred. And this is what they ask you to believe. It's very much like telling you that it is mathematically possible, for example, for an elephant to hang from a cliff with his tail tied to a daisy. Of course, this is implausible. But what do? They produce an expert who says, yes, I have made a study of the situation, and this is not a full-grown elephant, and this is a particularly tough kind of daisy, and therefore it was mathematically possible. Now, the official truth, as a result of such expert testimony, as a result of the creation of a series of mathematical possibilities, is now no longer what actually happened in Dallas, but what has been officially approved. Well, I say that the matter is not closed, not in this country. I say that the day has not yet arrived when the only reality is power, and the ideals on which our country was built are merely words printed on paper. I believe that those news agencies which have sought to imply that I would use improper methods to gain some sort of fictional political advantage have simply revealed their own cynicism. I believe that in this conflict between truth and power, and this is exactly what it is all about, that power cannot possibly smash truth out of existence. The people in this country will not let that happen. If we still live in the same country in which we were born, and I don't think it's changed that much, if this is still the country in which, in the words of our Pledge of Allegiance, there exists liberty and justice for all, then this attempt to conceal the full truth from you, in the end, has to be a failure. Now, in this case, I've learned more about the human race than I really wanted to know. And I've learned more about some of our government agencies than I really wanted to know. And I've learned more about some of our press agencies than I cared to know. But I am still naive enough to believe that in America, the people make the decisions, not a handful of men in the Washington and New York areas. And I believe that the people of America want to know the entire truth about how their president was shot down in the streets of Dallas. And I want to assure you that as long as I am alive, no one is going to stop me from seeing that you obtain the full truth, and nothing less than the full truth, and no fairy tales.
Time for the preceding program was made available to District Attorney Jim Garrison of New Orleans. The program was prepared under his sole supervision. It constitutes his reply to an earlier NBC News program examining some of the methods Mr. Garrison has used in his investigation of the assassination of President Kennedy. This program originated in the studios of WDSU-TV in New Orleans.
As the presidential limousine was rounding the curve on Elm Street, there was a loud explosion. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but it sounded like a loud firecracker or a gunshot. And it sounded like it came from the left and in front of us, towards the wooden fence. And there was a puff of smoke that came underneath the trees on the embankment. I was talking with a patrolman Foster at the time, and as soon as we heard the shots, we ran around to the wooden fence. And when we got there, there was no one there, but there was footprints in the mud around the fence, and there was footprints on the wooden 2x4 railing on the fence.
Were you questioned by the Dallas police on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you give your name to the Dallas police?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them what you've just told me?
Yes, I did.
Were you subsequently questioned by agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
About a month later, I was questioned by the FBI.
Did you tell them what you told me and what you told the Dallas police?
Yes, I did.
Were you ever called as a witness by the Warren Commission?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Where were you on November 22nd, Mr. Todd?
I was standing on the underpass, Commerce Underpass in Dallas, Texas.
Were you there alone?
No, I was along with 3 friends of mine.
Railroad men?
Yeah, all railroad men.
Mr. Holland was one of them.
That's right.
And did you see anything which might indicate to you where the shots came from?
Well, we all 3 seen about the same thing as the shots. The smoke came from behind the hedge.
Did you look in any particular direction when you heard the shots?
Yes, I looked over to where I thought the shot came from, and I saw a puff of smoke still lingering underneath the trees in front of the wooden fence.
Is this the exact spot you were standing on November 22nd, Mr. Holland? That's correct. This is the exact spot that I was standing November the 22nd, waiting for the parade. And where did you hear that third shot come from? Right over about 20 or 30 feet from the other end of that little picket fence. And where was the smoke that you saw? It drifted right out underneath those green trees, those two trees. From behind the fence? From behind the fence. It kind of hung there just like for a few seconds, long enough that you could see that it was. And then what? Smoke. And then what'd you do? Immediately after the president's car came underneath this overpass, four of us broke a run around this fence to find out if we could see anybody leaving the area. Can we walk this way now that you went on the 22nd? No, we can walk that way right now. Fine. We were trying to see what we could see, and this was the direction you walked on the 22nd. This was the direction. I made this right turn. Jumped this steam line, this pipe. One man right behind me jumped, and another one jumped right on top of him. Fell on top of him? Fell on top of him. And were there more cars here on the 22nd than there are today? They were bumper to bumper. It's just a sea of cars. You couldn't hardly get through them. We were jumping over the bumpers, over the hood of the cars to work our way to the spot that we saw the smoke and heard the shot. Then we came up to the wooden fence. Mr. Holland, did you remain behind here for a while when the police officers were searching the area? Approximately 15 minutes before I had to go back to my office. There was about 40 or 50 people around here searching. What did you find here? A lot of footprints behind this car, mud on the bumpers. And I looked around to see if I could find some empty shells or any evidence of a shot being fired and the bullet shell rejected from the gun. And this is where I saw the smoke from the third shot. The Warren Commission published just a very small portion of your testimony and used your testimony as proof that no shots could have come from behind the fence. Did they accurately and fairly use your testimony? They are wrong, because my testimony, and I made it very clear, that there was a fourth shot fired, and one of those shots came from behind that picket fence.
I just saw smoke coming out, and a motorcycle stolen leap off his machine and go up towards that smoke that come out from the trees on the right-hand side of the motorcade. It looked like a little haze, like somebody had shot firecrackers or something like that.
Could you tell me how many shots you heard?
More than 3.
Where you thought these shots came from?
Yeah, they come from a tree to the left.
Well, was there anything that actually led you to believe that the shots came from there?
Yeah, smoke.
You saw smoke?
Sure did.
Could you tell me exactly where you saw the smoke?
Yeah, in that tree.
Is this where you were sitting on November 22nd, Mr. Price?
Yes, sir.
Right here?
Right here on this spot.
And where did you think you heard the shots come from?
From behind the overpass over there, triple overpass. That's where I thought the shots were coming from.
And where did you see the man run?
Over behind that wooden fence, past the cars, and over behind the Texas Depository Building.
Did you give that information to the Dallas Sheriff's Department on the very day of the assassination?
Yes, I did. I'd say in about 30 minutes after the assassination.
Were you ever called as a witness by the Warren Commission?
No, sir. No, sir.
Garrison operates from the second floor of the Criminal Courts building with a small, partly amateur staff. His investigation is largely financed by private businessmen and seems puny compared to the vast Warren Commission probe he's trying to overthrow. Yet he obtained an indictment against his first suspect, Clay Shaw. The key witness was Perry Russo, a young insurance salesman who says he overheard Shaw, Oswald, and Ferry plotting the assassination in New Orleans 2 months before it took place. He was hypnotized to help them remember. A supporting witness is a Negro convict and dope addict. The Shaw case is only part of Garrison's conspiracy theory, which is, briefly, that a well-financed right-wing group staged what amounted to a coup d'etat by killing Kennedy, and the U.S. administration hushed it up. It begins with the assumption that Lee Oswald knew Jack Ruby, the man who was to kill him.
Let me first make a reference to Oswald's address book, which is in volume 16, XVI, and it's Commission Exhibit 18. Now, if you turn to page 40 in this volume, page 40 being page 40 of XVI, you will see the number written in Oswald's handwriting, PE 81951. PE 81951. If you go to XXV 25, the Jack Ruby's phone calls, you will find that on June 10th, 1963, Jack Ruby called PE 81951. That's the same phone number that Lee Oswald has in his address book as printed in volume 16 of the exhibits. Perhaps the more significant example to us is the fact that Ruby and Oswald have been seen together, but I cannot go into that at this time because we get into an area of evidence which I'm not free to comment on. But
You have witnesses, however, who have said they've seen Ruby and Oswald together.
Oh, yes.
In Dallas or here?
In more than one city, if you don't mind not putting it that way. Now, another connection to come from another direction is the fact that Jack Ruby had a business acquaintance named Bertha Cheek, and there were several real estate transactions in which Jack Ruby and Bertha Cheek worked together, and they know each other in a business way, and that's been established without any question, because you can even find that in the Warren report. Now, Bertha Cheek has a sister named Earlene Roberts. Earlene Roberts was the landlady where Lee Oswald was living when he was killed at 1026 North Beckley. So you have there the case of Bertha Cheek being a business associate of Jack Ruby. Bertha's sister is Earlene Roberts. Lee Oswald is staying at Earlene Roberts' house when he's arrested. So again, there's another correlation.
Isn't this just a coincidence, however, rather than something more solid, like somebody who'll swear they've been seen together?
Any one of these, actually, this is what you call circumstantial evidence, and your question is certainly a good question to ask, but the answer is that circumstantial evidence is actually, to man who's practiced law, circumstantial evidence is actually more binding and harder to get away from than witness evidence, because sometimes the eyes can be mistaken. You say, is this coincidence? Any one of these factors of correlation could be coincidence, but the steady accumulation of them is not. To sum it up, it is impossible that they did not know each other. How wide is a conspiracy? It is finite in the sense that it has limits. it is not such a huge thing that it is unsolvable. On the other hand, it is considerably wider, I think, than the average person might have assumed. The best way to describe the conspiracy, and I guess I'll have to be blunt about it, come to this, the major factor in the conspiracy which made it work was the use of Minutemen.
How many Minutemen, Mr. Garrison, are involved as far as you know?
Well, I can't possibly speculate on that without hurting opposition, except to say that there were Minutemen in the Dallas area and some in Louisiana that coordinated on this operation as individuals. And it was extremely well financed. There were individuals in the Dallas Police Department, like a grapevine coming down the side of the building, which had relationships with each other and also relationships with the individuals who killed the president, who killed Tippit, and who killed Oswald. And this structure is what allowed it to occur so effectively because it was a pre-existing secret structure of individuals who had trained with arms, who were militantly opposed to what President Kennedy was doing. This was the ambush that the president was in. He was shot from at least 3 different directions, which is perfectly obvious from the medical testimony, although the final conclusive evidence has been concealed, naturally, the autopsy photographs. But he was shot from at least 3 different directions in the ambush, and there was no way for him to have survived.
Well, you maintain that Oswald did not fire a shot that day. Why, if Oswald was part of the plot, didn't he fire too?
Well, first of all, Oswald was not part of the plot. Secondly, he did not fire a shot at anyone, not only on that day. He never fired a shot in the preceding year or in the preceding 2 years or since he got out of the Marines, as far as anyone knows. A number of the individuals who accomplished the shooting were previously connected with the Central Intelligence Agency, many of them connected in their training in Florida. And those are some of the individuals whose names we have, and I judge by now they know we have their names. The thing which seemed to have bothered the United States and caused a major world power to participate in such a lowly fraud, such an indescribably low fraud, was the fear that the reputation of the United States or the Central Intelligence Agency would somehow be damaged when it came out that former CIA employees were involved in the assassination and that individuals with control over Oswald, CIA employees, were involved, and that Oswald was working for the CIA. So the United States government participated in one of the greatest lies in history in order to save its face. One of the files that you cannot look at, grounds of national security, is entitled Oswald's Availability to Information About the U-2. Oswald's availability to information about the U-2. Now, this is supposed to be just a young man who was just another Marine, although we found out now that he was taught Russian by the United States government. And he's supposed to be a man who was a communist defector, and you just couldn't rely on him, and he's just so unreliable. And all of a sudden, we find that he has had access to information about the U-2. I never had any access to information about the U-2. I've never seen a U-2. What's the difference between me and Lee Oswald? The difference is he was working for the Central Intelligence Agency. Oswald is always shepherded. He's even shepherded when he goes down into Texas by an individual who just left Montreal, Canada. But again, in New Orleans...
Who was this individual?
Well, this individual is a man who used the name at the time of John Howard Bowen, but his real name is Albert Osborne. But anyway, in New Orleans, the custodial group includes Mr. Ferry, and he's one of the people who was helping to let Oswald be de-Dallasized, and secondly, acquire the identification as a communist, in quotes.
The number of people who have died since the assassination.
It's quite clear that there is a systematic program of murder of individuals who are likely to tell the truth to an investigative government agency, which at the moment is only us. There's no question about the murders having occurred, and I expect that there will be more, probably.
Where do you think this investigation is finally going to lead?
It is going to show the world that President Kennedy was killed as a result of a conspiracy, a very carefully organized a plan in which individuals whose relationship with each other was largely secret worked together in a coordinated way. Individuals who had a fusion of motives to fight the holy war against communism and to assassinate a president who, in their judgment, in their, I think, twisted judgment, concluded that President Kennedy was selling out to the communists. This is the sort of view they had.
Mr. Shaw, before the district attorney's men came here and arrested you, had you any idea that anything like this was planned, that Mr. Garrison was after you or anything like that?
None whatsoever. No idea.
What are your general feelings about the case now?
Well, you understand I am constrained by court order not to discuss the case as such. I can say to you that as I have said before, I am completely innocent. No knowledge of any conspiracy whatsoever to kill President Kennedy or anyone else.
What are your personal feelings about President Kennedy? What were they when he was alive?
I admired him very much. I felt that he had brought a new vigor, a new approach to the presidency, which struck me as being one that would produce very fine and fruitful results in the years ahead. I think his death was a tragedy in the sense that what would have come from his efforts was cut off.
Mr. Garrison has talked a lot about right-wingers in this case. What are your personal political views?
Well, I think I could describe myself best probably as a Wilsonian FDR liberal. I believe very thoroughly in the progressive ideas that these two presidents put forth, and I think that Mr. Kennedy actually was a kind of lineal descendant in his approach to the problems of our country.
You have never yourself had any CIA connection?
None whatsoever.
Any association with the organization?
No.
None. Have you read the Warren Commission report?
Yes, I have read the Warren Commission report.
I mean, had you read it before this case started?
Only in summary. I had not read it in detail.
Since then, I suppose you've been into it in some detail.
You may be sure that I have.
And what's your opinion of its findings, Mr. Shaw?
I think that the Warren Commission report comes as close as anything we will ever know as to describing what actually happened on that tragic day on November 22nd in Dallas. It seems to me that here you're faced with an either-or situation. You must either believe that the Warren Commission is substantially correct and that a lone assassin got a lucky shot at the president, or you must conceive of a conspiracy so vast as to boggle the imagination. If indeed there were a conspiracy, it could not have been a small one. It would have had to involve the Dallas police force, the doctors at Parkland Hospital, the doctors at Bethesda Hospital, the FBI, the Secret Service, some members of the Department of Justice, the Attorney General and his chief aides, and possibly even the White House. Now, I cannot accept the fact that such a conspiracy did exist, first of all, because I think it would have been almost impossible to arrange a conspiracy with this literally thousands of characters. And had it been done, in the 4 years intervening, there certainly would have been someone who would have come forward to tell the truth, a deathbed confession, what you will, over a period of 4 years.
Did you yourself ever know Oswald or David Ferry?
Never knew either one of them, no.
You never even saw them or came into contact with them in any way? How has this whole thing's been going on now for, nearly 6 months, hasn't it?
This is the 7th month, I believe.
How is this affecting you personally? I mean, all this publicity and being named as a man being indicted for this alleged conspiracy.
Well, it certainly is not the pleasantest thing in the world. To understate the case, to find yourself charged with the most heinous crime probably of our times. On the other hand, I have gone ahead with my life. There's not much else you can do, is there? And I am innocent. I have very able counsel. And I have absolute faith in the American judicial system, which will prove me innocent. It's a matter of some concern that my constitutional rights have, I think, been seriously violated. There are, of course, remedies for that which can be taken in due time. Meanwhile, however, this case, is a matter of great concern because of these violations. It's a matter that should concern every citizen of the United States. It has been well said by a distinguished American that all men's rights are diminished when any man's rights are threatened. And I think that expresses the case very well.
Who said that?
President John F. Kennedy said that.
office and the federal government and how they're standing in your way?
Oh, I have no complaints. You can hardly really expect these federal agencies that are involved with concealment or fundamental information about the assassination to cooperate with us. I don't expect it to be like expecting a man who's just robbed a bank to cooperate with us in the investigation of the robbery. I understand their problem. It doesn't make them right, but I really don't expect them to cooperate.
Here's a willing witness and a cooperative witness.
I don't think Newsweek really justifies as much comment as I've made.
Now, you know, to bring Mr. Bob up eventually, the case has really been hurt. Your investigation of the assassination has really been hurt by this lack of cooperation with the federal government.
Well, I don't want to complain about it because, again, I can't expect too much from parties in the case. But I'll say that it certainly has been a cause of delay, but as to preventing us from being successful, there's no chance in the world. I'm sure that they think they can, but they're wasting their time.
Do you think that the federal agency...
Number one, are you getting all of your witnesses to take lie detector tests, sodium pentothal, and hypnosis? Number two, how much involvement does the CIA have in this?
That's question number one. We started off with the naive intention of requiring witnesses to take these objectifying tests in order to assure ourselves that there was no question about the truth. Almost immediately, to our astonishment, we found that when we used the truth serum and hypnosis, that it was used against us, and we were suddenly described as monsters hypnotizing the witness. And at that point, we said, forget it. In other words, there's no use wasting our time. If they think our efforts to objectify our witness are something sinister, then we just don't have time to prove it. So we give lie detectors now to witnesses we think are lying in the usual way that other jurisdictions do. Apparently, people are happier when you do it.
The CIA or the FBI to answer the charges that they're taking the Fifth Amendment. Do you expect them to answer these charges, in that in the past they've always remained closed-mouthed about such matters, or any matter for that matter?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know what they could say in this case, because...
do you expect them to say anything?
If you excuse the expression on television, they've been caught with their pants down. In other words, they have to know that what I'm saying is true. And it's just like the picture that I pointed out last week that CIA had faked, sent to the Warren Commission. Every American in this country can look in volume 16 of Exhibit 237 and see the fake picture, which is described as a picture of an unidentified man. And they can't answer because there is no answer.
Some time ago, you said in the Petroleum Club, we have solved the assassination. We know who did it. Do you still stand by that statement?
Well, there's no question about that, but we have a small problem of corralling all the evidence in order to be able to go into the courtroom. It's a standard problem for prosecutors, and we're in the evidentiary phase now. But there have been no changes at all on the evaluation we reached months ago.
Do you have enough evidence now to go to trial?
Well, if I answered that, I shouldn't be disappointed.
Do you remember the CIA to hear this?
I'm sorry, I can't comment on plans in that way. I have to talk in generalities.
Wouldn't it be advantageous for the grand jury to hear from Richard Helms, the director of the CIA?
It would be advantageous if we were to hear from him, but again, I don't know what he would say.
Would they expect
you know how to get him down here?
Would they expect the same thing to happen with Mr. Helms that happened this morning with Mr. Kennedy?
I would have to guess that, but again, there's no way for me to say in advance.
Legally, is there any possible way for you to get agents down here into Louisiana?
Well, since that is the subject coming up in court next week, I'd rather invite you to next week's show to see the answer. What do you say, Sam?
I ask you, Mr. Garrison, if you had it to do over again, would you launch another investigation?
Yes, I would have to, because once you know that something was hidden, once you know what happened, then you have no choice. But I would say that I would do it with a great deal of reluctance, because it never occurred to me that so many people would take it for granted that I would lie about such a subject. But now that I've discovered that a large segment of the American press takes it for granted that you're automatically a liar because you're elected to office, I would go in again, but I would go in with more reluctance.
Can I ask a law to help you get the Senate investigation that you called for in this?
No, I'm not going to ask the Senate to do anything. No, the thing I said the other day, clarify that, was I hope that the American people will call on Congress to do something, because I think there should be a congressional inquiry of this collusion by government officials. But the American people are not interested enough to call on the members of Congress. That's their business.
Do you feel you're violating the court guidelines by commenting on the case today?
You got to be kidding.
Do you feel that any kind of investigation by the Senate or Congress will come out of your investigation?
I can't really say. There's no way for me to guess.
What do you think of the treatment you're getting from the news media?
Who writes your questions? Your footboard operator? I feel like it.
Are you willing to say tonight, when your trial comes up, that you'll secure a conviction without the shadow of a doubt?
I cannot make a statement which would reflect on Mr. Shaw. Since the day we charged him and arrested him, I have not made a statement which inferred that he's guilty, and I cannot infer that now. But I am trying to tell you that there is no question as a result of our investigation that an element of the Central Intelligence Agency of our country killed John Kennedy, and that the present administration is concealing the facts. There is no question about it at all.
That is your opinion?
No, it is not. I know it, and if you will just wait, you will see that history will support this as fact.
This particular program came around in a peculiar set of circumstances. Ever since the Warren Commission report came out years ago, we've had no guests on this show who will discuss the theories of assassination itself because of several reasons. I felt personally, as an individual, enough theorists, including Mark Twain, Buchanan, and many others, Weisberg, had proposed enough theories, and the American public was confused enough. And then about a year ago, the district attorney of New Orleans, Mr. Jim Garrison, came up with something that kind of astounded the world when he had announced that he had solved the Kennedy assassination. Mr. Morse Haldeman, our guest last week, in the course of the conversation, I asked him what he was doing. He said he was now an investigator from Mr. Garrison's office in New Orleans. And before we knew it, we were talking about some of these theories and so forth. I think I mentioned at that time I was getting a little weary of listening to theories, and he mentioned that Mr. Garrison had new and vital information. From that point, I said on the air that night, I don't know this exact wording, but in substance I said, if Mr. Garrison has new and vital information that would anyway change the evidence, credible evidence in the case, we would be delighted to have him on the show. We heard from Mr. Garrison by wire, accepting our invitation, saying that he did have, in fact, new evidence that would cast a different light, and for that reason, we invited him on the show tonight. I hope not to add more confusion. I hope in some way to illuminate what has been going on. Would you welcome, please, Mr. James Garrison. Mr. Garrison, I thank you for coming and accepting the invitation, and I hope I did not misstate a moment ago what I tried to say to you in the telegram.
Well, thank you for inviting me, John. It's an honor to be here, and I think your curiosity and your fairness are in the interest of the American people.
Well, as you know, I'm not legally trained or law-oriented, and at one time NBC suggested it might be of some value to have legal counsel out here, and I did not want to do that for the main reason I thought it might look like we were ganging up on you, like this was going to become another showdown or something. And I thought, as a layman and an interested citizen of the country, it might be a little more casual atmosphere if we just talked in this way. And I hope it's all right.
It's fine. I wish you'd also ask me any questions of any kind that occur to you, as long as they don't touch on Mr. Shaw. I haven't made a comment about Mr. Shaw since the day we arrested him, and I don't intend to talk about him.
Mr. Shaw is under indictment. This is public record, and with the trial to come up sometime in February, I believe.
We hope.
We hope. All right. Is it all right with you if I, first of all, maybe give a little chronology of some of your statements concerning
by all means.
A year ago, I believe it was, in February, you announced that you had solved, now this, of course, is not all of the statement of a particular day, but parts of it, if it applies. You announced that you had solved the Kennedy assassination. I have no reason to believe that Lee Harvey Oswald killed anyone in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963. That was a news conference a year ago. Then, in an AP interview in May, you said the president was killed by a bullet that was fired from the front. There's what men in the front. They had at least one man in the back who was shooting and another man engaged in a row in Daly Plaza in order to aid those who had guns. That was AP interview in May. From a television interview in May, these are your quotes, I believe, there were 5 of them. 3 behind the stone wall and 2 behind the grassy knoll, and they're not quite out of sight. And they've been located in photographs by the process of bringing them out, although they're not distinct enough, you can make an identification from their faces. On the NBC show of July, he said the evidence indicates that he was shot at from 2 different directions in the rear and also from the right front. And then from the Playboy interview, you said, our office has developed evidence that the president was assassinated by a precision guerrilla team of at least 7 men. December news conference, you said it was very large and very well organized in talking about the conspiracy, you said. An infinitely larger number of participants than you would dream. Press release in December. You say one man may have fired from the sewer in Dealey Plaza, but the development of the likely use of portions of the drainage system does not conflict with the picture of the other major shooting points. Now, in relation to the people involved, you said in an interview in May, there was a mixture of individuals, but the point is they were all anti-Castro oriented and had been engaged in anti-Castro training. On NBC in July, you said the assassins were men who sought to attain a radical change in our foreign policy, particularly with regard to Cuba, individuals who were once associated with the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. In a UPI release September, you said it was a Nazi operation whose sponsors included some of the oil-rich millionaires in Texas, and elements of the Dallas police force are clearly involved. January press release, the involvement of high officials of the United States government in the affair becomes more and more apparent. Isn't that terribly confusing? And don't you seem to be riding off in all directions?
It seems like it, doesn't it? Let me ask you.
It certainly does.
Right. Let me ask you first, how many hours do I have to answer this list you just went over?
Well, I know that we have the rest of the program this evening. I understand that we can't sit here and completely recreate or theorize on what happened, but I just wanted to get the chronology of the statements.
Well, let me see if I can put this in focus. If I were to say, for example, that an elephant has a tail and he's gray and he has 4 legs, it would be possible for somebody to point out, just a minute, you just finished saying an elephant had a tail, now you say he has 4 legs, and now you say he's gray. The point I'm making is that each of these factors is a characteristic of one being, and in a complex situation like this, it's possible to be standing at a different point of view and describing different aspects. For example, we find that in the group which killed John Kennedy, there are indeed blacks as well as Americans. It is also true.
You say we find. Excuse me if I do interrupt. So we don't get out of
We have identified.
You say you have identified and have proof as a fact?
Yes.
All right.
All right. Secondly, we have found that the Central Intelligence Agency, without any question, had individuals who were connected with it involved.
You have absolute facts and proof of that?
Without any question. I wouldn't say so otherwise. Third, we have found that a number of these individuals are, in their particular political orientation, reactionary. Now, that doesn't mean that there was any single conservative group involved, because there was not. But if I'm talking at one press conference and I'm asked what is the political cast of the individuals involved, I may say, well, as far as the spectrum is concerned, the number, we found a number who were reactionary. Later on, a month or so later, I might be asked, have you found any electors involved? I answer yes. So it seems like each one is a different answer, but essentially it's the same. In other words, there hasn't been a great deal of change in the matter as we see it in the last 9 or 10 months. Certainly there have been refinements. My God, an investigation is a developmental thing. If we didn't know more about it now than we knew 30 days ago, we wouldn't be doing much. Yes, there are changes.
When you say these things, Mr. Garrison, as we have found, and it comes out in print, people accept this as an established fact. And you say it's an established fact, but it has not been proved in any court of law, has it? I mean, this is what you are theorizing or saying, but in fact has not been proved. Is that true?
It's partly true, except that I'm not theorizing. I'm telling you what we know to be fact as far as court of law.
But nobody else seems to.
Seems to what?
Seems to know that as a fact.
But nobody else has looked into it. This has never been investigated before. It wasn't investigated with the federal government. That was no attempt to investigate. That was just an operation to conceal the evidence, to conceal what happened. This is the first investigation they've ever had in the case.
What would you call the Warren Commission?
I would say that the function of the Warren Commission was to make the American people feel that the matter had been looked into so that there would be no further inquiries, so that the American people would not find out the involvement of elements of the Central Intelligence Agency, and so that they would think the matter was closed.
For what possible reason would they wish to do that?
First of all, I have to identify my answer now as speculation because you're asking me to go inside of their minds. I think that they could answer this better than I. But if you want to know my opinion, I will say it was probably presented to them as a matter of national security. I'm sure they rationalized it in that way because these aren't evil men. These were essentially good men. But the fact remains that their conclusion was totally untrue, patently untrue, and they had to know it. In my judgment,
that's your opinion.
I think that there is not one person in the United States, Johnny, who has gone through the 26 volumes of the Warren Commission inquiry who does not recognize that the conclusion of the Warren Commission was totally false. Total.
You say you don't believe there's one?
I don't think there's one who's gone through the 26 volumes, no.
Well, I could give you a list of them.
Go ahead.
Here are the people who came to the conclusion that no evidence of conspiracy existed was reached independently by the following persons. Dean Rusk, Secretary of State; Robert S. McNamara, Secretary of Defense; Douglas Dillon, Secretary of the Treasury; J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the FBI; John McCone, Director of the CIA; James Rowley, Chief of the Secret Service; and Attorney General at that time, Robert Kennedy. The investigation was under the supervision of the Commission. It was conducted by approximately 30 attorneys selected from 12 states and included professors of law, prosecutors from federal and state law enforcement agencies, and the former police commissioner of the city of New York. In addition, numberless FBI and Secret Service agents conducted various phases of the investigation and submitted over 25,000 reports. Now, when I read what you say, are you asking the American public to believe that all of these men are such low intelligence or could be so easily duped and not know the facts?
I can tell you that none of them have read the Warren Commission or they wouldn't be taking that position. Now, I don't pretend to know what motivates these distinguished men, but I can tell you that I'm no longer impressed by the title of the man, and the fact that he's important in Washington doesn't mean a thing to me because I've seen what the members of the Warren Commission did. For example, they concluded that Lee Oswald was the lone assassin, and the evidence is clear that Oswald never fired a shot. Never fired a shot. So the fact is that you could give me a list of 1,000 honorable men, and that wouldn't change the fact. That doesn't make it so.
Didn't the Warren Commission say, insofar as we were able to determine Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, and if there were other assassins, we were unable to find them?
I think they probably...
There is a difference in them in categorically saying one thing
The difference is kind of marginal. I'd say there is a saving clause when they add those words, but I think it's much more significant when you consider that the major question by the summer of 1964 was from how many directions was John Kennedy hit, and which shot was the fatal shot, and where was he hit. Now, 18 colored pictures were taken of the autopsy, and 12 black and white. And not a single member of the Warren Commission looked at it. Not one of them looked at it. And surely the reason for that must be that they knew what they would see. Not a single member looked at it. So consequently, right now, today, these men have not looked at the evidence which shows that the President of the United States was killed by a shot in the front. On the other hand, there is evidence available to the people of this country, if we can just get it presented to them, that shows that the President was killed from the front, and that is the Zapruder film. The Zapruder film was taken on the 22nd and shows the assassination. And it shows that John Kennedy was hit from the front with such force that he had nearly blasted out of the back of the car. Yet it's 4 years since the assassination, and no one here has seen the Zapruder film. Nobody in the country listening to us has seen it, and they probably never will. And the reason they probably never will is because if you look at the Zapruder film, you know without any question that the President was hit from the front. The question is, if all these honorable men are telling the truth, and if they really have looked into it, why is it that NBC, for example, I know NBC would love to show it, why can't NBC show the Zapruder film? What difference does it matter, Johnny, how many honorable men are involved? When the critical evidence is continually being concealed from the American people, when they can't see the evidence.
That's a big statement, isn't it, to say that the evidence is being concealed from the American public?
No, let me show you some of the...
We have to interrupt for a second, but we'll come back. I just have to interrupt for commercial verification this evening, and then we'll continue. Right now, take a close look at your hands. The people at the Chapstick Company have, and they've come up with something very interesting. So before you go on to this, I have to say as a layman, I find your statement that all of these people, names I've mentioned, plus high government officials, are trying to hide knowledge of the conspiracy and the death of the President. I don't see for what possible reason. Secrets in this country have not been notoriously well kept. Things have a way of getting out anytime more than 2 or 3 people know it. I just can't understand how you think that these men think they could get away with this, and for what reason they would do it. If they want to reassure the American public, I hardly think that they would be involved in any kind of complicity. Would they be trying to hide information? That just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I agree with you. As a matter of fact, I have not been exactly famous for rocking the boat. I was a true believer until I stumbled into this thing. But let me answer your question by, first of all, giving you a list of dozens and dozens of files which are secret until the year 2039. I have an 8-year-old boy. Before my 8-year-old boy can look at these files, some of them having titles like Lee Harvey Oswald's accessibility to the U-2, the CIA file on Lee Harvey Oswald, the CIA file on Jack Ruby. Before my boy can look at these, he will be over 70 years old. Now, all I can say is there are 4 long pages here, and they are secret. If there's nothing wrong, then certainly they can open them up. But I can't look into their brains, Johnny, and tell you why they did it.
Does this mean, Jim, that you feel that any time anyone comes up, say another district attorney in a few weeks, or another citizen comes up and says, how do we know only 3 shots were fired? I think there were 5. And now do you expect somebody to be galvanized into action and make the commission defend itself when these findings were accepted by all parties concerned, and also accepted by the then Attorney General of the United States, Robert Kennedy? I find it hard to believe that a conspiracy could exist or things could be hidden. In the Warren report, the commission's findings, they could find no link to Oswald with the CIA, to Oswald with the Secret Service, to Oswald with the FBI. Why do you insist, in the face of that evidence that there was.
Of what evidence? Johnny, I know you won't mind.
In their investigation of it.
There was never an investigation. I know you won't mind my being candid and say that actually you changed the subject and you've asked me several questions, one involving the Warren Commission and the other involving Senator Kennedy.
All right.
First of all, let's take the Warren Commission. I'm not at all impressed with the fact that they could find no evidence of a conspiracy. After going through their inquiry, I doubt if they could find a streetcar, if they had a transfer in their hand, it was pointed out to them. I think that they knew at the beginning what they were going to do, and what they were going to do was to reach the conclusion that Oswald was the lone assassin because he was dead and because the Central Intelligence Agency was deeply involved in the assassination. Was their action fraudulent? Yes. Is it unusual for people of such stature? Yes. But the fact remains that they did it. Now, with regard...
No, you say, wait a minute, you say the fact remains again, as if it is a fact. You keep saying we know, and the fact is, but that's not a fact, is it?
Yes. Let me take
what
one
makes
point.
it a fact? Because you say so?
No, not because I say so, but because the evidence indicates that Lee Harvey Oswald did not fire a shot. But would you concede that the Warren Commission reached the conclusion that Lee Oswald shot at the president from the depository?
I will.
All right. Now let's look at the facts. The facts are that they couldn't find a single witness out of all the hundreds and hundreds of people in the plaza to say that Oswald was at that window until Lee Oswald was dead. And finally, one man who initially had said that he was not Oswald at the window, a man named Brennan, finally agreed that it was. No one else out of the hundreds saw him there. Actually,
I'll have to take issue with you.
What's the name of it?
Other people did see people in the window.
Not
a man in the window, and identified him, his characteristics, his height, his clothing.
No, that's not correct. If you're talking about Arnold Rowland, he said that the man in the window had on a yellow shirt, and he had there was another man, a very dark man with him. The first part of his statement does not point to Oswald because he had a dark maroon shirt on, and further it points away from the lone assassin. No one else other than Brennan indicated they saw Oswald in the window, and Brennan himself said it was not Lee Oswald at first.
No, he described the man, and that broadcast was put out for manifest.
And when he was shown Oswald's picture, he said it was not Lee Oswald. That was his first position.
That was his first position.
Can you name anybody else who saw Oswald in the window?
I would have to take out the report. Yes, there were other people who saw a man up there and gave a description of him, and that was why Oswald was picked up.
If you take the afternoon paper in Dallas on November 22nd and read the statement, for example, made by Otis V. Campbell, who was vice president of Book Depository, you will read that after the assassination, he went inside the Book Depository and he saw Lee Oswald on the first floor. If you read the statements of Officer Marion Baker and Roy Cooley, you will read that they came running in shortly after Campbell went in, and in running up towards the roof, they saw Oswald on the second floor. If you look at the fingerprint results for the rifle, you will find that Oswald's fingerprints were not on the rifle.
Just a palm print.
The palm print was not confirmed by the federal government either. That was an announcement for the Dallas police. You'll also find that no test was ever made to see whether the rifle was fired. You will also find the young lady named Vicki Adams, if you look in volume 12, was on her way down from the fourth floor during the time that Oswald was supposed to have descended, and no one passed her at all.
Jim, look what you're doing. And I'm not saying all of these things are factual. Aren't you taking inconsistencies in testimony during the emotion of the time, even self-contradictory testimony from even sometimes the most truthful of witnesses, and using that as tainting everything else that is very well explained? Can we come back and follow that up in a moment? Go back to Mr. Garrison to kind of see where we were. I'm willing to agree with you, but you want to go right ahead and make this point first, and then I'll...
Yes, let me answer your last question. In effect, you said, aren't you taking advantage of the fact that many witnesses were excited at the moment and confused and so forth? Let me reply that I can't change the fact that it was an unusual moment and there were many people who were emotionally affected by what happened. However, we have located with no trouble many people who heard shots coming from the area of the grassy knoll. Practically none of these people were called by the Warren Commission. On the other hand, the Warren Commission merely presented one person, Mr. Brennan, who initially insisted that he couldn't identify Oswald. I'm simply saying that whether they were emotionally affected or not, they should have called in some of the others so that they could have found out what happened. For example, among the many people who heard shots coming from the area to the west of the book depository are Dorothy Ann Garner, Otis Williams, Otis Campbell, Mrs. Avery Davis, Mr. and Mrs. Newman, Mrs. Dolores Unos, Stephen Wilson, Danny Arce, Jim Hicks, and many others. Practically all of these people were ignored by the Warren Commission. My point is, they didn't look into it because they didn't talk to anybody who heard the shots coming from anywhere else. In other words, they didn't want to hear a thing that did not incriminate Lee Oswald.
Isn't it a fact that many people, depending on where they were standing that day, heard shots coming from where they, in relation to where they were standing? And it's a unique arrangement of the buildings there, and even discussion with witnesses, they said they really couldn't tell. It could have been a reverberation, it could have been an echo, but that even again does not change the overwhelming evidence, does it, in any way? I mean, somebody who's not sure where shots come from, how does that in any way change the overwhelming major revelations of the case?
First of all, there is no overwhelming evidence that Oswald shot from the book depository. The only evidence available indicates that he did not. Furthermore, of all the major conclusions reached by the Warren Commission, the only one that's true is the conclusion that Jack Ruby shot Lee Oswald. And they had to say that because everybody in the country saw it.
In your opinion, that's the only conclusion that reached. Hardly the major conclusion that many reasonable people have accepted. Now, you cannot say that that's the only conclusion they came to. They came to many conclusions, or what presumably, or what possibly did happen with all credible evidence available.
Having gone through the 26 volumes, Johnny, I can say that it is not possible for a reasonable man to conclude that the Warren Commission was right.
Well, then you are accusing, if you say there is a conspiracy involved in this, doesn't it have to be one amazing conspiracy, Mr. Garrison? I mean, if you say this is a conspiracy, doesn't this have to involve the CIA, elements of the Dallas police force, the doctors at Parkland, the doctors at Bethesda, the members of the Warren Commission themselves, the district attorney? Doesn't it have to involve all of these people?
No. Now, let me answer this and get this clear once and for all. The doctors at Parkland concluded that the shots came from the front. To the last man, Dr. Perry, Dr. McClellan. Dr. McClellan's...
Why did they come to that conclusion?
Because they looked at the body of the president. Now, let me finish this point.
But they didn't turn it over, did they?
But, John, if there were shots from the front, what difference does it make if there were shots from the back, too? Oswald was behind the president. He can't produce shots from the front.
Well, Mr. Garrison, you said that they all agreed there were shots from the front. In the confusion of the autopsy, all the doctors involved, and after speculation, including Dr. Perry, admitted that they did not, at the time, there were penetrating wounds used. Some people have changed that to entrance wounds. They were involved in saving the president's lives, but all of the doctors agreed at Bethesda and the final autopsy, the shots came unequivocally from above and behind the president.
This is not the conclusion of all of the doctors. For example, if you will look at Commission Exhibit 392, you will see the cause of death written down at 4:45 on the afternoon of November the 22nd by Dr. McClellan, and he says the cause of death was a gunshot wound of the left temple. Everybody who has a Warren Commission in their library can go look at Commission Exhibit 392, and they will see a gunshot wound to the left temple.
Was that the doctor at Parkland?
Yes.
But that wasn't the final autopsy, and that was not the final autopsy after you had a chance to do it correctly. That was done very quickly under great strain with trying to remove the president's body from down. I think, Jim, and I'm sorry, I don't want to throw something at you and then cop out on it, but I think we're starting to rehash things that have been rehashed so much. Why don't we go on to this new evidence that you...
Fine, but I must say that when you talk about an autopsy being performed correctly, I think you're talking about Samantha Hume's autopsy.
I'm talking about the doctor who all agree.
Yes, this is certainly the first autopsy in history in which the doctor performing it found it necessary to burn his notes out. Now, I don't know what he did that caused him to burn his notes, but I can't view that as a correct autopsy.
Is that a fact?
Of course it is. It's admitted in the Warren report. Now, let me go to something else. Let me show you with a few examples the technique that the federal government used to distort and conceal evidence. For example, one of the...
Now, again, when you say, let me show you methods, and I hate to interrupt, so when you make a statement that let me show you methods that the federal government used to distort, that is not a fact, is it? Is this what your opinion is, or the way you think it happened?
Now, you understand that I'm a human being, and it's very difficult for any human being, including a scientist, to speak with total objectivity. So when I say, let me show you some examples of how distortion was accomplished, obviously, these are examples about how I think it was accomplished.
All right.
You may or may not agree.
All right, that's what I wanted to make clear.
All right. Now, if you look in the Warren Commission report, especially in the exhibits, you will see Julia Ann Mercer's statement. Here's an affidavit sworn to, on the station that indicates the Sheriff's Department, County of Dallas. And the fact, as it's described in the Warren Commission, indicates that Julia Ann Mercer, an hour or so before the assassination, was proceeding by the grassy knoll when she was stopped by traffic. And she happened to be next to a truck. A young man was getting out of with a rifle. And she was stopped where she had to look inside and see the driver. Now, the Warren Commission exhibits indicate to you that she could not see the driver clearly and that this truck had air conditioning written on the side. Actually, in spite of the fact that this young lady saw a man getting out of a grassy knoll with a rifle, she was never called by the Warren Commission. They didn't call anybody who had evidence that conflicted with Oswald as a lone assassin.
May I interrupt again?
Okay. In her affidavit, she says, on the driver's side of the truck, there were printed letters in black, oval shape, which said air conditioning. She said, I could not see the driver too clearly. And then it has her signature here, and then it's certified to by a notary public. When I showed this to Julia Ann Mercer, she stated this: the signatures on this affidavit are not mine, but are very good imitations, except that the capital A is not close. Incidentally, this is published in the Warren Commission. Record Exhibit 5323. I did not sign anything of this kind, and furthermore, there was no woman present at any time when I was questioned. It is not true that the truck had air conditioning printed on the side. I repeatedly stated that there was no printing on the side. I did not say that I could not see the driver too clearly. The fact is that I looked right in his face, and he looked at me twice. This is why I was able to recognize him when I later saw him shoot Oswald on television. In other words, she was stating immediately that she recognized the driver of the truck, from which the man got up with a rifle, as Jack Ruby. As a matter of fact, she stated in her signatures right here that within 24 hours after the assassination, the Federal Bureau of Investigation were showing her pictures, which included Jack Ruby, and they omitted this from her printed statement. Here's the FBI statement. On the driver's door, the words air conditioning were printed in black letters. And then it goes on to state that she saw the driver, but it doesn't give his name. In the separate FBI report, it said she could not identify Jack Ruby's picture. Her answer is this: 4 pictures were selected by me as the driver of the truck. One of them was Jack Ruby. I remember seeing his name on the back of the picture when they turned it over. I again recognized Jack Ruby when I saw him shoot Oswald, and I said to my family, who were watching TV with me, that was the man I saw in the truck. And she also wrote here, it was November 23rd, the day before Ruby shot Oswald, when I picked out the picture of Jack Ruby. In other words, she was shown Jack Ruby's picture with his name on the back within 24 hours after the assassination, more than 24 hours before Oswald was shot, and there's not a hint of this in the 26th volume. This is
that Mrs. Mercer's statement?
Yes.
But it is not.
The writing is a true statement. The printing is a false statement.
Are you saying by that somebody changed that testimony?
Of course. As a matter of fact,
possible reason would they change it?
Well, I think you'd have to talk to the sheriff's office, Johnny, and also to the FBI. The young lady told me, and I have her signature here, that she never said that.
Well, wasn't that in June at that time? This is the same Mercer, I assume, that Mark Lane also interrogated to put his gun on the grassy knoll.
No, I don't think anybody talked to Julia Mercer because she was threatened and left very early.
Well,
I think you're thinking of someone else. I think you...
No, didn't Mark Lane talk to Mrs. Mercer about an air conditioning truck in which he said at first her statement was he took a toolbox out, and then later it became a gun case? And according to testimony that I've read, the Warren Commission later checked and found that the air conditioning truck belonged to a firm that was doing work on a building nearby.
Julia Mercer never said at any time that there was air conditioning on the side of the truck that was put in because later on it was not her statement. She has said here within the last several weeks and signed her name that this is not true. It's a false affidavit. Her name was forged, and it was Jack Ruby driving the truck.
Isn't also Mrs. Mercer's statement one of 60-odd also statements, depositions taken by the FBI by other people who saw at one time or another there, people carrying guns, riding various cars, and that were also taken by the FBI?
I don't know about all that. Look, let's don't get away from the point.
No, but let's put it in context.
No, put it in any context. The point is, this lady saw Jack Ruby driving a truck.
She says she did.
She says she did.
That doesn't make it a fact, does it? What time does this take place? I don't mean to sound like an interrogator. I'm only asking questions I don't understand. What time was this supposed to take place?
About an hour before the assassination. But look...
But at that time, Jack Ruby was in the office of the Dallas Times.
How do you know? How long was he there?
Well, he was there between 11 and 11:30, placing an ad for master ceremonies for his club.
Aren't you aware that there was a space gap between the two newspapers? When he went from one to the other, a 20-minute space gap, and they don't know where it was?
But you're going to put him in a truck.
No, I'm not going to put him anywhere. The point is, she was there.
Does that not implicate the Dallas police?
I think you would like pictures better.
No, but doesn't that implicate the Dallas police?
They're implicated. How do you think they did it?
Well, I don't know. Have you taken anybody to court? How can you accuse the Dallas police of being involved?
All right, just one question at a time. You can be afraid of
I'm sorry I didn't mean to.
An advertisement again?
Not an attorney.
Okay.
We got to have some money to keep this thing going. All right, Jim, we're back now.
Let me just make this one point. You said that the cases aren't coming up. Let me answer by saying, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Nobody else has charged anybody. We've made 3 charges. One man has been convicted. We're trying to get the other man to trial. He postponed the case for 6 months.
And it's convicted of prison,
yes, that is the case. And a third man is fighting extradition. We're going as fast as we can, John, with 5 men. Remember, it took 6,000 men to do nothing. We're moving with 5. If it's a little bit slow, I apologize.
You mentioned at the end of your Playboy article in relation to that, if it takes me 30 years, I'm going to bring these men to justice. That doesn't sound like you've got a very strong case. Shouldn't this go on forever? When is somebody going to get this into court and either prove it or not prove it?
Let me answer by saying we took the case to trial last fall, and the defendant moved for a 6-month continuance. I think you could get your answer better by contacting the defense lawyers. We're trying to get it to trial.
All right, go ahead.
Now let me read to you an affidavit, which will indicate to you the technique the federal government used in this investigation. This is an affidavit sworn to by Mark Lane, who is not only a distinguished author, but is working for me as an investigator for nothing and helping me. Mark Lane has sworn before a notary that in January 1968, he interviewed William S. Walter in New Orleans, Louisiana. Mr. Walter informed me and Annalise Lane that he had been employed by the FBI during 1963. He said that he was a security clerk and was assigned to the New Orleans office of the FBI. Walter said that during the morning of November 17, 1963, he received a TWX message directed to all Southern regional officers of the FBI. The message advised that an attempt to assassinate President Kennedy would be made in Dallas on November 22, 1963. Walter stated that as he was alone on duty on the midnight to 8 a.m. shift, he immediately called the special agent in charge of the New Orleans office, Mr. Maynard, and informed him of the content of the message. He was then informed to call a number of FBI agents in New Orleans who maintained contact with various informants. Walter also told me that an FBI directive ordered the New Orleans office to direct the various agents who had conducted interviews regarding the assassination of President Kennedy to examine those interview reports to make sure that there were no conflicts contained within them. The agents were ordered to resolve the conflicts, prepare new reports, and to destroy the old ones. Another example.
What does all of that mean?
It means whatever you choose to have it mean. Again, if you ask me,
if somebody's saying something, did that actually happen, or? I mean, you said that Mark Lane said that a man told him, but did it actually happen?
If you fly down to New Orleans, I can show you these people talking, but you just invited one person up here. I'm telling you what they said. Each time I tell you, you say, is that a fact? All I can say is that it appears to me to be a fact. If you want to reject it, you can. But let me show you some pictures, and if you want to reject these, go ahead. In the 26th volume...
You're not on trial, Jim. I'm just asking. Really,
Yeah, but I'm afraid another advertisement may be coming up.
You're right about that,
In the 26 volumes, there is no reference to any serious sort of arrest. There are a couple of references to short dialogues, and then the indication is that the man wasn't of any value or any importance at all. Actually, at Dealey Plaza, there were 10 men arrested, and this has been kept secret for more than 4 years. Here are the pictures of 5 of them being arrested, and they've never been shown before.
Well, I don't know.
Several of these men arrested have been connected by our office with the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States government. The probability is that this is why Officer Tippett was killed. Is this speculation? Positively, and I want to identify it as that. But the probability appears to be that the killing of Tippett was a diversion which allowed them to turn loose these 10 men. Here's some more. And here's another.
Really isn't sure, Jim.
But why aren't they mentioned? Why aren't they mentioned?
Yeah, but you say speculation and the probability.
No,
I don't understand. Who's suppressing all of this information? On whose order?
I'll tell you who's suppressing it. The federal government is suppressing it.
Who in the federal government?
The administration of your government is suppressing it because they know that the Central Intelligence Agency...
And whose order?
On the order of the President of the United States. Who do you think issued... Let me finish now.
I don't say who.
Before the advertisement. The executive order, which forbids every person in this audience and every person listening to this program, which forbids them to look at this evidence until September in the year 2039, was issued by the President of the United States. Does that answer your question? He's suppressing it.
For what possible reason?
Why don't you ask him, John?
What do you say? I think he would say because, first of all, Mr. Garrison has come up with no credible evidence to support any of his theories.
Well, let me reply to that I am not allowed as an attorney to come up with evidence until the case comes. Why don't they just let me fall on my face?
Are you willing to say tonight, when your trial comes up, that you'll secure a conviction without the shadow of a doubt?
I cannot make a statement which would reflect on Mr. Shaw. Since the day we charged him and arrested him, I have not made a statement which inferred that he's guilty, and I cannot infer that now. But I am trying to tell you that there is no question as a result of our investigation that an element of the Central Intelligence Agency of our country killed John Kennedy, and that the present administration is concealing the facts. There is no question about it at all.
That is your opinion?
No, it is not. I know it, and if you will just wait, you will see that history will support this as fact.
Jim, I really don't know where to go on this. We could pursue this, I suppose, for hours and hours. We've been out here almost an hour tonight. And I have to say, as a layman, I am still quite confused. I don't understand, as you say, this will come to trial eventually, but it could be years, could it not?
Not as far as we're concerned. We're pushing for trial now. There won't be any continuances asked for by my office.
Could I ask you another question? When the evidence against the commission, which you had nothing to do with and refused, I guess, almost in total, outside of the Ruby killed Oswald. But in lieu of that evidence, which you say, I think you said was a fairy tale, if I'm quoting you right.
That's conservative.
All right. You are asking us and the American public to believe that a team of 7 gunmen carried this out with precision, firing from various points that day in Dallas, which is a remarkable feat in itself, and it disappeared in the thin air with no witnesses who ever saw any other gunmen or getaway vehicles, and a gigantic conspiracy in which nobody seems to have yet proved anything. You ask us to believe that. I find that a much larger fairy tale than to accept the findings of the woman report.
Let me reply to you by saying, first of all, that these men did not disappear in the thin air. A number of them were arrested, and I just showed you pictures of them being arrested. I presume you accept that as a fact. You can see them in the picture.
No, sir, I don't accept that as a fact. I don't know who those men are, and I don't know for what reason they were arrested. And how can you say that the assassins were arrested and then returned loose? Is what you're saying?
Some of them were arrested, yes. Now, let me go on.
And then were subsequently turned loose?
They were turned loose later in the afternoon. Now, yes, let me go to the second point. The second point is, you point out again the fact that you see no evidence and the matter doesn't seem to come to trial. We are pushing for trial, and there's nothing more we can do than try to get the case to trial. Let me sum it up by saying, am I asking the people of America to believe this? I'm doing more than that. I'm trying to tell the people of America that the honor of this country is at stake. And if we don't do something about this fraud, we will not survive. And there is no way to survive if we don't bring out the truth about how our president was killed 4 years ago. And the investigation by the Warren Commission wasn't even close.
Mr. Garrison, are you saying, in effect, that beginning with the assassination of President Kennedy, that there is a fascist plot to take over this country?
Well, let's put it in more adult terms, if we can. Let's put it this way. We have today close to 500,000 men in Southeast Asia, including combat troops. Prior to John Kennedy's death, we had no combat troops in Asia. The tremendous escalation began after his death. So I am saying that the invasion of Vietnam was a direct result of the death of John Kennedy. Now, to go on to the word fascism, I would describe the type of government into which we have evolved as essentially fascist, yes.
Mr. Garrison, are you saying that members of the Pentagon ordered the president killed because of his opposition to the war in Vietnam?
I would say that the fact that the military of the United States was behind the murder of John Kennedy is so obvious that most of the people in the United States have to be aware of. Of course, the Pentagon and the Central Intelligence Agency were involved in the murder of John Kennedy, just as they were involved in the escalation in Vietnam which followed.
You mean direct involvement?
Of course.
Good evening. The television and radio stations of the United States and their affiliated stations are proud to provide facilities for a discussion of issues in the current political campaign by the two major candidates for the presidency. The candidates need no introduction. The Republican candidate, Vice President Richard M. Nixon, and the Democratic candidate, Senator John F. Kennedy. According to rules set by the candidates themselves, each man shall make an opening statement of approximately 8 minutes duration and a closing statement of approximately 3 minutes duration. In between, the candidates will answer or comment upon answers to questions put by a panel of correspondents. In this, the first discussion in a series of 4 joint appearances, the subject matter has been agreed will be restricted to internal or domestic American matters. And now for the first opening statement by Senator John F. Kennedy.
Smith, Nixon. In the election of 1860, Abraham Lincoln said the question was whether this nation could exist, half slave or half free. In the election of 1960, and with the world around us, the question is whether the world will exist, half slave or half free, whether it will move in the direction of freedom, in the direction of the road that we are taking, or whether it will move in the direction of slavery. I think it will depend in great measure upon what we do here in the United States, that we build, on the kind of strength that we maintain. We discussed tonight domestic issues, but I would not want that to be any implication to be given that this does not involve directly our struggle with Mr. Khrushchev for survival. Mr. Khrushchev is in New York, and he maintains the communist offensive throughout the world because of the productive power of the Soviet Union itself. The Chinese communists have always had a large population, but they are important and dangerous now because they are mounting a major effort within their own country. The kind of country we have here, the kind of society we have, the kind of strength we build in the United States will be the defense of freedom. If we do well here, if we meet our obligations, if we're moving ahead, then I think freedom will be secure around the world. If we fail, then freedom fails. Therefore, I think the question before the American people is, are we doing as much as we can do? Are we as strong as we should be? Are we as strong as we must be if we're going to maintain our independence? And if we're going to maintain and hold out the hand of friendship to those who look to us for assistance, to those who look to us for survival. I should make it very clear that I do not think we're doing enough, that I am not satisfied as an American with the progress that we are making. This is a great country, but I think it could be a greater country. And this is a powerful country, but I think it could be a more powerful country. I'm not satisfied to have 50% of our steel mill capacity unused. I'm not satisfied when the United States had last year the lowest rate of economic growth of any major industrialized society in the world, because economic growth means strength and vitality. It means we're able to sustain our defenses. It means we're able to meet our commitments abroad. I'm not satisfied when we have over $9 billion worth of food, some of it rotting, even though there is a hungry world, and even though 4 million Americans wait every month for a food package from the government, which averages 5 cents a day per individual. I saw cases in West Virginia, here in the United States, where children took home part of their school lunch in order to feed their families, because I don't think we're meeting our obligation towards these Americans. I'm not satisfied when the Soviet Union is turning out twice as many scientists and engineers as we are. I'm not satisfied when many of our teachers are inadequately paid, or when our children go to school part-time shifts. I think we should have an educational system second to none. I'm not satisfied when I see men like Jimmy Hoffa in charge of the largest union in the United States still free. I'm not satisfied when we are failing to develop the natural resources of the United States to the fullest. Here in the United States, which developed the Tennessee Valley and which built the Grand Coulee and the other dams in the Northwest United States, at the present rate of hydropower production, and that is the hallmark of an industrialized society, the Soviet Union by 1975 will be producing more power than we are. These are all the things, I think, in this country that can make our society strong or can mean that it stands still. I'm not satisfied until every American enjoys his full constitutional rights. If a Negro baby is born, and this is true also of Puerto Ricans and Mexicans in some of our cities, he has about 1/2 as much chance to get through high school as a white baby. He has 1/3 as much chance to get through college as a white student. He has about 1/3 as much chance to be a professional man, about 1/2 as much chance to own a house. He has about 4 times as much chance that he'll be out of work in his life as the white baby. I think we can do better. I don't want the talents of any American to go to waste. I know that there are those who say that we want to turn everything over to the government. I don't at all. I want the individuals to meet their responsibilities. And I want the states to meet their responsibilities. But I think there is also a national responsibility. The argument has been used against every piece of social legislation in the last 25 years. The people of the United States individually could not have developed the Tennessee Valley. Collectively, they could have. A cotton farmer in Georgia, or a peanut farmer, or a dairy farmer in Wisconsin or Minnesota, he cannot protect himself against the forces of supply and demand in the marketplace, but working together in effective governmental programs, he can do so. 17 million Americans who live over 65 on an average Social Security check of about $78 a month. They're not able to sustain themselves individually, but they can sustain themselves through the Social Security system. I don't believe in big government, but I believe in effective governmental action. And I think that's the only way that the United States is going to maintain its freedom. It's the only way that we're going to move ahead. I think we can do a better job. I think we're going to have to do a better job if we are going to meet the responsibilities which time and events have placed upon us. We cannot turn the job over to anyone else. If the United States fails, then the whole cause of freedom fails. And I think it depends in great measure on what we do here in this country. The reason Franklin Roosevelt was a good neighbor in Latin America was because he was a good neighbor in the United States. Because they felt that the American society was moving again. I want us to recapture that image. I want people in Latin America and Africa and Asia to start to look to America, to see how we're doing things, to wonder what the President of the United States is doing, and not to look at Khrushchev or look at the Chinese communists. That is the obligation upon our generation. In 1933, Franklin Roosevelt said in his inaugural that this generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny. I think our generation of Americans has the same rendezvous. The question now is, can freedom be maintained under the most severe attack it has ever known? I think it can be. And I think in the final analysis, it depends upon what we do here. I think it's time America started moving again.
And now the opening statement by Vice President Richard M. Nixon.
Smith, Senator Kennedy. The things that Senator Kennedy has said, many of us can agree with. There is no question but that we cannot discuss our internal affairs in the United States without recognizing that they have a tremendous bearing on our international position. There is no question but that this nation cannot stand still because we are in a deadly competition, a competition not only with the men in the Kremlin, but the men in Peking. We're ahead in this competition, as Senator Kennedy, I think, has implied. But when you're in a race, the only way to stay ahead is to move ahead. And I subscribe completely to the spirit that Senator Kennedy has expressed tonight, the spirit that the United States should move ahead. Where then do we disagree? I think we disagree on the implication of his remarks tonight and on the statements that he has made on many occasions during his campaign to the effect that the United States has been standing still. We heard tonight, for example, the statement made that our growth in national product last year was the lowest of any industrial nation in the world. Now, last year, of course, was 1958. That happened to be a recession year. But when we look at the growth of GNP this year, a year of recovery, we find that it's 6 9/10% and one of the highest in the world today. More about that later. Looking then to this problem of how the United States should move ahead and where the United States is moving, I think it is well that we take the advice of a very famous campaigner. Let's look at the record. Is the United States standing still? Is it true that this administration, as Senator Kennedy has charged, has been an administration of retreat, of defeat, of stagnation? Is it true that as far as this country is concerned, in the field of electric power, in all of the fields that he has mentioned, we have not been moving ahead? Well, we have a comparison that we can make. We have the record of the Truman administration of 7.5 years and the 7.5 years of the Eisenhower administration. When we compare these two records in the areas that Senator Kennedy has discussed tonight, I think we find that America has been moving ahead. Let's take schools. We have built more schools in these last 7.5 years than we built in the previous 7.5, for that matter, in the previous 20 years. Let's take hydroelectric power. We have developed more hydroelectric power in these 7.5 years than was developed in any previous administration in history. Let us take hospitals. We find that more have been built in this administration than in the previous administration. The same is true of highways. Let's put it in terms that all of us can understand. We often hear gross national product discussed, and in that respect, may I say that when we compare the growth in this administration with that of the previous administration, that then there was a total growth of 11% over 7 years. In this administration, there's been a total growth of 19% over 7 years. That shows that there's been more growth in this administration than in its predecessor. But let's not put it there. Let's put it in terms of the average family. What has happened to you? We find that your wages have gone up 5 times as much in the Eisenhower administration as they did in the Truman administration. What about the prices you pay? We find that the prices you pay went up 5 times as much in the Truman administration as they did in the Eisenhower administration. What's the net result of this? This means that the average family income went up 15% in the Eisenhower years as against 2% in the Truman years. Now, this is not standing still. But good as this record is, may I emphasize, it isn't enough. A record is never something to stand on. It's something to build on. And in building on this record, I believe that we have the secret for progress. We know the way to progress. And I think, first of all, our own record proves that we know the way. Senator Kennedy has suggested that he believes he knows the way. I respect the sincerity with which he makes that suggestion. But on the other hand, when we look at the various programs that he offers, they do not seem to be new. They seem to be simply retreads of the programs of the Truman administration which preceded it. And I would suggest that during the course of the evening, he might indicate those areas in which his programs are new, where they will mean more progress than we had then. What kind of programs are we for? We are for programs that will expand educational opportunities, that will give to all Americans their equal chance for education, for all of the things which are necessary and dear to the hearts of our people. We are for programs, in addition, which will see that our medical care for the aged is much better handled than it is at the present time. Here again, may I indicate that Senator Kennedy and I are not in disagreement as to the aim. We both want to help the old people. We want to see that they do have adequate medical care. The question is the means. I think that the means that I advocate will reach that goal better than the means that he advocates. I could give better examples, but for whatever it is, whether it's in the field of housing or health or medical care or schools or the development of electric power, we have programs which we believe will move America, move her forward and build on the wonderful record that we have made over these past 7.5 years. Now, when we look at these programs, might I suggest that in evaluating them, we often have a tendency to say that the test of a program is how much you're spending. I will concede that in all the areas to which I have referred, Senator Kennedy would have the federal government spend more than I would have it spend. I costed out the cost of the Democratic platform. It runs a minimum of $13.2 billion a year more than we are presently spending to a maximum of $18 billion a year more than we're presently spending. Now, the Republican platform will cost more, too. It will cost a minimum of $4 billion a year more, a maximum of $4.9 billion a year more than we're presently spending. Now, does this mean that his program is better than ours? Not at all. Because it isn't a question of how much the federal government spends. It isn't a question of which government does the most. It's a question of which administration does the right thing. And in our case, I do believe that our programs will stimulate the creative energies of 180 million free Americans. I believe the programs that Senator Kennedy advocates will have a tendency to stifle those creative energies. I believe, in other words, that his programs would lead to the stagnation of the motive power that we need in this country to get progress. The final point that I would like to make is this. Senator Kennedy has suggested in his speeches that we lack compassion for the poor, for the old, and for others that are unfortunate. Let us understand throughout this campaign that his motives and mine are sincere. I know what it means to be poor. I know what it means to see people who are unemployed. I know Senator Kennedy feels as deeply about these problems as I do. But our disagreement is not about the goals for America, but only about the means to reach those goals.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. That completes the opening statements, and now the candidates will answer questions or comment upon one another's answers to questions put by correspondents of the networks. The correspondents.
I'm Sander Van Oker, NBC News.
I'm Charles Warren, Mutual News.
I'm Stuart Novin, CBS News.
Bob Fleming, ABC News.
The first question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Fleming.
Senator, the Vice President in his campaign has said that you are naive and at times immature. He has raised the question of leadership. On this issue, why do you think people should vote for you rather than the Vice President?
Well, the Vice President and I came to the Congress together. 1946, we both served in the Labor Committee. I've been there now for 14 years, the same period of time that he has. So that our experience in government is comparable. Secondly, I think the question is, what are the programs that we advocate? What is the party record that we lead? I come out of the Democratic Party, which in this century has produced Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman, and which supported and sustained these programs which I've discussed tonight. Mr. Nixon comes out of the Republican Party. He was nominated by it. And it is a fact that through most of these last 25 years, the Republican leadership has opposed federal aid for education, medical care for the aged, development of the Tennessee Valley, development of our natural resources. I think Mr. Nixon is an effective leader of his party. I hope he would grant me the same. The question before us is, which point of view and which party do we want to lead the United States?
Mr. Nixon, would you like to comment on that statement?
I have no comment.
The next question, Mr. Novin.
Mr. Vice President, your campaign stresses the value of your 8-year experience. And the question arises as to whether that experience was as an observer or as a participant or as an initiator of policy making. Would you tell us, please, specifically what major proposals you have made in the last 8 years that have been adopted by the administration?
It would be rather difficult to cover them in 2.5 minutes. I would suggest that these proposals could be mentioned. First, after each of my foreign trips, I have made recommendations that have been adopted. For example, after my first trip abroad, I strongly recommended that we increase our exchange programs, particularly as they related to exchange of persons, of leaders in the labor field and in the information field. After my trip to South America, I made recommendations that a separate inter-American lending agency be set up, which the South American nations would like much better than to participate in the lending agencies which treated all the countries of the world the same. I have made other recommendations after each of the other trips. For example, after my trip abroad to Hungary, I made some recommendations with regard to the Hungarian refugee situation, which were adopted not only by the President, but some of them were enacted into law by the Congress. Within the administration, as a chairman of the President's Committee on Price Stability and Economic Growth, I have had the opportunity to make recommendations which have been adopted within the administration and which I think have been reasonably effective. I know Senator Kennedy suggested in a speech at Cleveland yesterday that that committee had not been particularly effective. I would only suggest that while we do not take the credit for it, I would not presume to, that since that committee has been formed, the price line has been held very well within the United States.
Well, I would say in the latter that and that's what I found somewhat unsatisfactory about the figures, Mr. Nixon, that you used in your previous speech. When you talked about the Truman administration, Mr. Truman came to office in 1944 and at the end of the war, and difficulties that were facing the United States during that period of transition, 1946, when price controls were lifted. So it's rather difficult to use an overall figure of taking those 7.5 years and comparing them to the last 8 years. I'd prefer to take the overall percentage record of the last 20 years of the Democrats and the 8 years of the Republicans to show an overall period of growth. In regard to price stability, I'm not aware that that committee did produce recommendations that ever were certainly before the Congress from the point of view of legislation in regard to controlling prices. In regard to the exchange of students, of labor unions, I am chairman of the subcommittee on Africa, and I think that one of the most unfortunate phases of our policy towards that country was the very minute number of exchanges that we had. I think it's true of Latin America also. We did come forward with a program of students for the Congo of over 300, which was more than the federal government had for all of Africa the previous year. So that I don't think that we have moved, at least in those two areas, with sufficient vigor.
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Warren.
Senator Kennedy, during your brief speech a few minutes ago, you mentioned farm surpluses. I'd like to ask this. It's a fact, I think, that presidential candidates traditionally make promises to farmers. Lots of people, I think, don't understand why the government pays farmers for not producing certain crops, or paying farmers if they overproduce, for that matter. Let me ask, sir, why can't the farmer operate like the businessman who operates a factory? If an auto company overproduces a certain model car, Uncle Sam doesn't step in and buy up the surplus. Why this constant courting of the farmer?
Well, because I think that if the federal government moved out of the program and withdrew its support, then I think you would have complete economic chaos. The farmer plants in the spring and harvests in the fall. There are hundreds of thousands of them. They're not able to control their market very well. They bring their crops in or their livestock in, many of them about the same time. They have only a few purchasers that buy their milk or their hogs, few large companies in many cases, and therefore the farmer is not in a position to bargain very effectively in the marketplace. I think the experience of the 20s has shown what a free market could do to agriculture. And if the agricultural economy collapses, then the economy of the rest of the United States sooner or later will collapse. The farmers are the #1 market for the automobile industry of the United States. The automobile industry is the #1 market for steel. So if the farmer's economy continues to decline as sharply as it has in recent years, then I think you would have a recession in the rest of the country. So I think the case for the government intervention is a good one. Secondly, my objection to present farm policy is that there are no effective controls to bring supply and demand into better balance. The dropping of the support price in order to limit production does not work. And we now have the highest surpluses, $9 billion worth. We've had a higher tax load from the Treasury for the farmer in the last few years with the lowest farm income in many years. I think that this farm policy has failed. And my judgment, the only policy that will work will be for effective supply and demand to be in balance. And that can only be done through governmental action. I therefore suggest that in those basic commodities which are supported, that the federal government, after endorsement by the farmers in that commodity, attempt to bring supply and demand into balance. Attempt effective production controls so that we won't have that 5 or 6% surplus which breaks the price 15 or 20%. I think Mr. Benson's program has failed. And I must say, after reading the Vice President's speech before the farmers as he read mine, I don't believe that it's very much different from Mr. Benson. I don't think it provides effective governmental controls. I think the support prices are tied to the average market price of the last 3 years, which was Mr. Benson's theory. I therefore do not believe that this is a sharp enough breach with the past to give us any hope of success for the future.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
I, of course, disagree with Senator Kennedy insofar as his suggestion as to what should be done on the farm program. He has made the suggestion that what we need is to move in the direction of more government controls, a suggestion that would also mean raising prices that the consumers pay for products and imposing upon the farmers controls on acreage even far more than they have today. I think this is the wrong direction. I don't think this has worked in the past. I do not think it will work in the future. The program that I have advocated is one which departs from the present program that we have in this respect. It recognizes that the government has a responsibility to get the farmer out of the trouble he presently is in because the government got him into it. And that's the fundamental reason why we can't let the farmer go by himself at the present time. The farmer produced these surpluses because the government asked him to through legislation during the war. Now that we have these surpluses, it's our responsibility to indemnify the farmer during that period that we get rid of the surpluses. Until we get the surpluses off the farmer's back, however, we should have a program, such as I announced, which will see that farm income holds up. But I would propose holding that income up, not through a type of program that Senator Kennedy has suggested that would raise prices, but one that would indemnify the farmer, pay the farmer in kind from the products which are in surplus.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Van Oker.
Mr. Vice President, since the question of executive leadership is a very important campaign issue, I'd like to follow Mr. Noven's question. Now, Republican campaign slogans, you see them on signs around the country as you did last week, say, it's experience that counts. That's over a picture of yourself, sir, implying that you've had more governmental executive decision-making experience than your opponent. Now, in his news conference on August 24th, President Eisenhower was asked to give one example of a major idea of yours that he adopted. His reply was, and I'm quoting, "If you give me a week, I might think of one. I don't remember." Now, that was a month ago, sir, and the president hasn't brought it up since. And I'm wondering, sir, if you can clarify which version is correct, the one put out by Republican campaign leaders or the one put out by President Eisenhower?
Well, I would suggest, Mr. Van Oker, that if you know the president, that was probably a facetious remark. I would also suggest that insofar as his statement is concerned, that I think it would be improper for the President of the United States to disclose the instances in which members of his official family had made recommendations, as I have made them through the years, to him, which he has accepted or rejected. The President has always maintained, and very properly so, that he is entitled to get what advice he wants from his cabinet and from his other advisors without disclosing that to anybody, including, as a matter of fact, to Congress. Now, I can only say this. Through the years, I have sat in the National Security Council. I have been in the cabinet. I have met with the legislative leaders. I have met with the president when he made the great decisions with regard to Lebanon, Kimoy Matsu, other matters. The president has asked for my advice. I have given it. Sometimes my advice has been taken. Sometimes it is not. I do not say that I have made the decisions. And I would say that no president should ever allow anybody else to make the major decisions. The president only makes the decisions. All that his advisors do is to give counsel when he asks for it. As far as what experience counts and whether that is experience that counts, that isn't for me to say. I can only say that my experience is there for the people to consider. Senator Kennedy's is there for the people to consider. As he pointed out, we came to the Congress in the same year. His experience has been different from mine. Mine has been in the executive branch. His has been in the legislative branch. I would say that the people now have the opportunity to evaluate his as against mine, and I think both he and I are going to abide by whatever the people decide.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, I'll just say that the question is of experience, and the question also is what our judgment is of the future, and what our goals are for the United States, and what ability we have to implement those goals. Abraham Lincoln came to the presidency in 1860 after a rather little-known session in the House of Representatives, and after being defeated for the Senate in 58 and was a distinguished president. There is no certain road to the presidency. There are no guarantees that if you take one road or another that you will be a successful president. I have been in the Congress for 14 years. I have voted in the last 8 years. The Vice President was presiding over the Senate and meeting his other responsibilities. I have met decisions over 800 times on matters which affect not only the domestic security of the United States, but as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The question really is, which candidate and which party can meet the problems that the United States is going to face in the 60s?
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Novins.
Senator Kennedy, in connection with these problems of the future that you speak of and the program that you enunciated earlier in your direct talk, you call for expanding some of the welfare programs for schools, for teacher salaries, medical care, and so forth, but you also call for reducing the federal debt. And I'm wondering how you, if you're president in January, would go about paying the bill for all this. Does this mean that
I did not advocate reducing the federal debt because I don't believe that you're going to be able to reduce the federal debt very much in 1961, 2, or 3. I think you have heavy obligations which affect our security, which we're going to have to meet. And therefore, I've never suggested we should be able to retire the debt substantially or even at all in 1961 or 2.
Senator, I believe in one of your speeches you suggested that reducing the interest rate would help toward...
No, not reducing the interest. Reducing the interest rate, in my judgment, the hard money, tight money policy, fiscal policy of this administration has contributed to the slowdown in our economy, which helped bring the recession of 54, which made the recession of 58 rather intense, and which has slowed somewhat our economic activity in 1960. What I have talked about, however, the kind of programs that I talked about, in my judgment, are fiscally sound. Medical care for the aged, I would put under Social Security. The Vice President and I disagree on this. The program, the Javits-Nixon or the Nixon-Javits program, would have cost, if fully used, $600 million by the government per year and $600 million by the state. The program which I advocated, which failed by 5 votes in the United States Senate, would have put medical care for the aged in Social Security and would have been paid for through the Social Security system and the Social Security tax. Secondly, I support federal aid to education and federal aid for teacher salaries. I think that's a good investment. I think we're going to have to do it. And I think to heap the burden further on the property tax, which is already strained in many of our communities, will ensure, in my opinion, that many of our children will not be adequately educated and many of our teachers not adequately compensated. There is no greater return to an economy or to a society than an educational system second to none. On the question of the development of natural resources, I would pay as you go, in the sense that they would be balanced and the power revenues would bring back sufficient money to finance the projects, in the same way as the Tennessee Valley. I believe in the balanced budget, and the only conditions under which I would unbalance the budget would be if there was a grave national emergency or a serious recession. Otherwise, with a steady rate of economic growth, and Mr. Nixon and Mr. Rockefeller in their meeting said a 5% economic growth would bring by 1962 $10 billion extra in tax revenues. Whatever is brought in, I think that we can finance essential programs within a balanced budget if business remains orderly.
Yes, I think what Mr. Novin was referring to was not one of Senator Kennedy's speeches, but the Democratic platform, which did mention cutting the national debt. I think, too, that it should be pointed out that, of course, it is not possible, particularly under the proposals that Senator Kennedy has advocated, either to cut the national debt or to reduce taxes. As a matter of fact, it will be necessary to raise taxes. As Senator Kennedy points out, that as far as his one proposal is concerned, the one for medical care for the aged, that would be financed out of Social Security. That, however, is raising taxes for those who pay Social Security. He points out that he would make pay-as-you-go be the basis for our natural resources development. For our natural resources development, which I also support incidentally, however, whenever you appropriate money for one of these projects, you have to pay now and appropriate the money, and while they eventually do pay out, it doesn't mean that the government doesn't have to put out the money this year. And so I would say that in all of these proposals Senator Kennedy has made, they will result in one of two things. Either he has to raise taxes or he has to unbalance the budget. If he unbalances the budget, that means you have inflation, and that will be, of course, a very cruel blow to the very people, the older people that we've been talking about. As far as aid for school construction is concerned, I favor that, as Senator Kennedy did in January of this year, when he said he favored that rather than aid to teacher salaries. I favor that because I believe that's the best way to aid our schools without running any risk whatever of the federal government telling our teachers what to teach.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Warren.
Mr. Vice President, you mentioned schools. It was just yesterday, I think you asked for a crash program to raise education standards. And this evening you talked about advances in education.
Mr. Vice President, you said it was back in 1957 that salaries paid to school teachers were nothing short of a national disgrace. Higher salaries for teachers, you added, were important, and if the situation wasn't corrected, it would lead to a national disaster. Yet you refused to vote in the Senate in order to break a tie vote when that single vote, if it had been yes, would have granted salary increases to teachers. I wonder if you could explain that, sir.
Awfully glad you got that question because, as you know, I got into it at the last of my other question, wasn't able to complete the argument. I think that the reason that I voted against having the federal government pay teacher salaries was probably the very reason that concerned Senator Kennedy when in January of this year in his kickoff press conference, he said that he favored aid for school construction, but at that time did not feel that there should be aid for teacher salaries. At least that's the way I read his remarks. Now, why should there be any question about the federal government aiding teacher salaries? Why did Senator Kennedy take that position then? Why do I take it now? We both took it then, and I take it now for this reason. We want higher teacher salaries. We need higher teacher salaries. But we also want our education to be free of federal control. When the federal government gets the power to pay teachers, inevitably, in my opinion, it will acquire the power to set standards and to tell the teachers what to teach. I think this would be bad for the country. I think it would be bad for the teaching profession. There is another point that should be made. I favor higher salaries for teachers. But as Senator Kennedy said in January of this year in the same press conference, the way that you get higher salaries for teachers is to support school construction, which means that all the local school districts in the various states then have money which is freed to raise the standards for teacher salaries. I should also point out this. Once you put the responsibility on the federal government for paying a portion of teacher salaries, your local communities and your states are not going to meet the responsibility as much as they should. I believe, in other words, that we have seen the local communities in the state assuming more of that responsibility. Teacher salaries, very fortunately, have gone up 50% in the last 8 years, as against only a 34% rise for other salaries. This is not enough. It should be more. But I do not believe that the way to get more salaries for teachers is to have the federal government get in with a massive program. My objection here is not the cost in dollars. My objection here is the potential cost in controls and eventual freedom for the American people by giving the federal government power over education. And that is the greatest power a government can have.
Senator Kennedy's comment?
When the Vice President quotes me in January 60, I do not believe the federal government should pay directly teacher salaries, but that was not the issue before the Senate in February. The issue before the Senate was that the money would be given to the state. The state then could determine whether the money would be spent for school construction or teacher salary. On that question, the Vice President and I disagreed. I voted in favor of that proposal and supported it strongly because I think that that provided assistance to our teachers for their salaries without any chance of federal control. And it is on that vote that Mr. Nixon and I disagreed, and his tie vote defeated. His breaking the tie defeated the proposal. I don't want the federal government paying teachers' salaries directly. But if the money will go to the states, and the states can then determine whether it shall go for school construction or for teacher salaries, in my opinion, you protect the local authority over the school board and the school committee. And therefore, I think that was a sound proposal, and that is why I supported it, and I regret that it did not pass. Secondly, there have been statements made that the Democratic platform would cost a good deal of money, and that I'm in favor of unbalancing the budget. That is wholly wrong, wholly in error, and it is a fact that in the last 8 years, the Democratic Congress has reduced the request for the appropriation by over $10 billion. That is not my view, and I think it ought to be stated very clearly on the record. My view is that you can do these programs, and they should be carefully drawn within a balanced budget if our economy is moving ahead.
The next question to Senator Kennedy from Mr. Van Oker.
Senator, you've been promising the voters that if you are elected president, you'll try and push through Congress bills on medical aid to the aged, a comprehensive minimum hourly wage bill, federal aid to education. Now, in the August post-convention session of the Congress, when you at least held up the possibility you could one day be president, and when you had overwhelming majorities, especially in the Senate, you could not get action on these bills. Now, how do you feel that you'll be able to get them in January
Well, let's
if you
take
weren't
the
able
bill.
to get them in August.
If I may take the bills, we did pass in the Senate a bill to provide a $1.25 minimum wage. It failed because the House did not pass it, and the House failed by 11 votes. And I might say that 2/3 of the Republicans in the House voted against a $1.25 minimum wage, and a majority of the Democrats sustained it. Nearly 2/3 of them voted for the $1.25. We were threatened by a veto if we passed a $1.25. It's extremely difficult, with the great power that the president does, to pass any bill when the president is opposing. All the president needs to sustain his veto of any bill is 1/3 plus 1 in either the House or the Senate. Second, we passed a federal aid to education bill in the Senate. It failed to come to the floor of the House of Representatives. It was killed in the Rules Committee. And it is a fact in the August session that the 4 members of the Rules Committee who were Republicans, joining with 2 Democrats, voted against sending the aid to education bill to the floor of the House. 4 Democrats voted for it. Every Republican on the Rules Committee voted against sending that bill to be considered by the members of the House of Representatives. Thirdly, on medical care for the aged. This is the same fight that's been going on for 25 years in Social Security. We wanted to tie it to Social Security. We offered an amendment to do so. 44 Democrats voted for it. 1 Republican voted for it. And we were informed at the time it came to a vote that if it was adopted, the President of the United States would veto it. In my judgment, a vigorous Democratic president, supported by a Democratic majority in the House and Senate, can win the support for these programs. But if you send a Republican president and a Democratic majority, and the threat of a veto hangs over the Congress, in my judgment, you will continue what happened in the August session, which is a clash of parties and inaction.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
Well, obviously, my views are a little different. First of all, I don't see how it's possible for a 1/3 of a body, such as the Republicans have in the House and the Senate, to stop 2/3 if the 2/3 are adequately led. I would say, too, that when Senator Kennedy refers to the action of the House Rules Committee, there are 8 Democrats on that committee and 4 Republicans. It would seem to me, again, that it is very difficult to blame the 4 Republicans for the 8 Democrats not getting something through that particular committee. I would say further that to blame the president and his veto power for the inability of the senator and his colleague to get action in this special session misses the mark. When the president exercises his veto power, he has to have the people behind him, not just 1/3 of the Congress. Because let's consider it. If the majority of the members of the Congress felt that these particular proposals were good issues, majority of those who were Democrats, why didn't they pass them and send to the president and get a veto and have an issue? The reason why these particular bills in these various fields that have been mentioned were not passed was not because the president was against them. It was because the people were against them. It was because they were too extreme. And I am convinced that the alternate proposals that I have, that the Republicans have in the field of health, in the field of education, in the field of welfare, because they are not extreme, because they will accomplish the end without too great cost in dollars or in freedom, that they could get through the next Congress.
The next question to Vice President Nixon from Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Vice President, do I take it then you believe that you could work better with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate, and Senator Kennedy could work with Democratic majorities in the House and Senate?
I would say this, that we, of course, expect to pick up some seats in both in the House and the Senate. We would hope to control the House, to get a majority in the House in this election. We cannot, of course, control the Senate. I would say that a president will be able to lead. A president will be able to get his program through to the effect that he has the support of the country, the support of the people. Sometimes we get the opinion that in getting programs through the House or the Senate, it's purely a question of legislative finagling and all that sort of thing. It isn't really that. Whenever a majority of the people are for a program, the House and the Senate responds to it. And whether this House and Senate in the next session is Democratic or Republican, if the country will have voted for the candidate for the presidency and for the proposals that he has made, I believe that you will find that the president, if it were a Republican, as it would be in my case, would be able to get his program through that Congress. Now, I also say that as far as Senator Kennedy's proposals are concerned, that, again, the question is not simply one of a presidential veto stopping programs. You must always remember that a president can't stop anything unless he has the people behind him. And the reason President Eisenhower's vetoes have been sustained, the reason the Congress does not send up bills to him which they think will be vetoed, is because the people and the Congress, a majority of them, know the country is behind the president.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, now let's look at these bills that the Vice President suggests were too extreme. One was a bill for $1.25 an hour for anyone who works in a store or a company that has $1 million a year business. I don't think that's extreme at all. And yet nearly 2/3 to 3/4 of the Republicans in the House of Representatives voted against that proposal. Secondly was the federal aid to education bill. It was a very, because of the defeat of teacher salaries, it was not a bill that met, in my opinion, the need. The fact of the matter is, it was a bill that was less than you recommended, Mr. Nixon, this morning in your proposal. It was not an extreme bill. And yet we could not get one Republican to join. At least, I think, 4 of the 8 Democrats voted to send it to the floor of the House, not one Republican, and they joined with those Democrats who were opposed to it. I don't say the Democrats are united in their support of the program, but I do say a majority are, and I say a majority of the Republicans are opposed to it. The third is medical care for the aged, which is tied to Social Security, which is financed out of Social Security funds. Does not put a deficit on the Treasury. The proposal advanced by you and by Mr. Javits would have cost $600 million. Mr. Rockefeller rejected it in New York, said he didn't agree with the financing at all, said it ought to be on Social Security. So these are 3 programs which are quite moderate. I think it shows the difference between the 2 parties. One party is ready to move in these programs, the other party gives them lip service.
Mr. Warren's question for Senator Kennedy.
Senator Kennedy, on another subject, communism is so often described as an ideology or a belief that exists somewhere other than in the United States. Let me ask you, sir, just how serious a threat to our national security are these communist subversive activities in the United States today?
Well, I think they're serious. I think it's a matter that we should continue to give great care and attention to. We should support the laws which the United States has passed in order to protect us from those who would destroy us from within. We should sustain the Department of Justice in its efforts and the FBI, and we should be continually alert. I think if the United States is maintaining a strong society here in the United States, I think that we can meet any internal threat. The major threat is external and will continue.
Mr. Nixon, comment?
I agree with Senator Kennedy's appraisal generally in this respect. The question of communism within the United States has been one that has worried us in the past. It is one that will continue to be a problem for years to come. We have to remember that the Cold War that Mr. Khrushchev is waging and his colleagues are waging is waged all over the world, and it's waged right here in the United States. That's why we have to continue to be alert. It is also essential in being alert that we be fair. Fair because by being fair, we uphold the very freedoms that the communists would destroy. We uphold the standards of conduct which they would never follow. And in this connection, I think that we must look to the future, having in mind the fact that we fight communism at home, not only by our laws to deal with communists, the few who do become communists and the few who do become fellow travelers, but we also fight communism at home by moving against those various injustices which exist in our society, which the communists feed upon. And in that connection, I again would say, that while Senator Kennedy says we are for the status quo, I do believe that he would agree that I am just as sincere in believing that my proposals for federal aid to education, my proposals for health care, are just as sincerely held as his. The question, again, is not one of goals. We're for those goals. It's one of means.
Mr. Van Oker's question for Vice President Nixon.
Mr. Vice President, in one of your earlier statements, you said, we've moved ahead, we've built more schools, we've built more hospitals. Now, sir, isn't it true that the building of more schools is a local matter for financing? Were you claiming that the Eisenhower administration was responsible for the building of these schools, or is it the local school districts that provide for them?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, your question brings out a point that I'm very glad to make. Too often, in appraising whether we are moving ahead or not, we think only of what the federal government is doing. Now, that isn't the test of whether America moves. The test of whether America moves is whether the federal government, plus the state government, plus the local government, plus the biggest segment of all, individual enterprise, moves. We have, for example, a gross national product of approximately $500 billion. Roughly $100 billion to $125 billion of that is the result of government activity. $400 billion approximately is a result of what individuals do. Now, the reason the Eisenhower administration has moved, the reason that we've had the funds, for example, locally, to build the schools and the hospitals and the highways, to make the progress that we have, is because this administration has encouraged individual enterprise. And it has resulted in the greatest expansion of the private sector of the economy that has ever been witnessed in an 8-year period. And that is growth. That is the growth that we are looking for. It is the growth that this administration has supported and that its policies have stimulated.
Senator Kennedy?
Well, I must say, I think the reason that the schools have been constructed is because the local school districts were willing to increase the property taxes to a tremendously high figure. In my opinion, almost the point of diminishing returns in order to sustain these schools. Secondly, I think we have a rich country, and I think we have a powerful country. I think what we have to do, however, is have the president and the leadership set before our country exactly what we must do in the next decade if we're going to maintain our security in education, in economic growth, in development of natural resources. The Soviet Union is making great gains. It isn't enough to compare what might have been done 8 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, or 20 years ago. I want to compare what we're doing with what our adversaries are doing, so that by the year 1970, the United States is ahead in education, in health, in building, in homes, in economic strength. I think that's the big assignment, the big task, the big function of the federal government.
Can I have the summation time, please? We've completed our questions and our comments, and in just a moment, we'll have the summation time.
This will allow 3 minutes and 20 seconds for the summation by each candidate.
3 minutes and 20 seconds for each candidate. Vice President Nixon, will you make the first summation?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Senator Kennedy, first of all, I think it is well to put in perspective where we really do stand with regard to the Soviet Union in this whole matter of growth. The Soviet Union has been moving faster than we have, but the reason for that is obvious. They start from a much lower base. Although they have been moving faster in growth than we have, we find, for example, today, that their total gross national product is only 44% of our total gross national product. That's the same percentage that it was 20 years ago. And as far as the absolute gap is concerned, we find that the United States is even further ahead than it was 20 years ago. Is this any reason for complacency? Not at all. Because these are determined men. They are fanatical men. And we have to get the very most out of our economy. I agree with Senator Kennedy completely on that scope. Where we disagree is in the means that we would use to get the most out of our economy. I respectfully submit that Senator Kennedy too often would rely too much on the federal government, on what it would do to solve our problems, to stimulate growth. I believe that when we examine the Democratic platform, when we examine the proposals that he has discussed tonight, when we compare them to the proposals that I have made, that these proposals that he makes would not result in greater growth for this country than would be the case if we followed the programs that I have advocated. There are many of the points that he has made that I would like to comment upon. The one in the field of health is worth mentioning. Our health program, the one that Senator Javits and other Republican senators, as well as I, supported, is one that provides for all people over 65 who want health insurance the opportunity to have it if they want it. It provides a choice of having either government insurance or private insurance. But it compels nobody to have insurance who does not want it. His program under Social Security would require everybody who had Social Security to take government health insurance whether he wanted it or not. And it would not cover several million people who are not covered by Social Security at all. Here is one place where I think that our program does a better job than his. The other point that I would make is this. This downgrading of how much things cost, I think many of our people will understand better when they look at what happened during the Truman administration when the government was spending more than it took in. We found savings over a lifetime eaten up by inflation. We found the people who could least afford it, people on retired incomes, people on fixed incomes, we found them unable to meet their bills at the end of the month. It is essential that a man who's president of this country certainly stand for every program that will mean for growth. And I stand for programs that will mean growth and progress. But it is also essential that he not allow a dollar spent that could be better spent by the people themselves.
Senator Kennedy, your conclusion?
The point was made by Mr. Nixon that the Soviet production is only 44% of ours. I must say that 44% in that Soviet country is causing us a good deal of trouble tonight. I want to make sure that it stays in that relationship. I don't want to see the day when it's 60% of ours and 70 and 75 and 80 and 90% of ours, with all the force and power that it could bring to bear in order to cause our destruction. Secondly, the Vice President mentioned medical care for the aged. Our program was an amendment to the Kerr bill. The Kerr bill provided assistance to all those who were not on Social Security. I think it's a very clear contrast. In 1935, when the Social Security Act was written, 94 out of 95 Republicans voted against it. Mr. Landon ran in 1936 to repeal it. In August of 1960, when we tried to get it again, but this time for medical care, we received the support of one Republican in the Senate on this occasion. Thirdly, I think the question before the American people is, as they look at this country and as they look at the world around them, the goals are the same for all Americans. The means are at question. The means are at issue. If you feel that everything that is being done now is satisfactory, that the relative power and prestige and strength of the United States is increasing in relation to that of the communists, that we are gaining more security, that we are achieving everything as a nation that we should achieve, that we're achieving a better life for our citizens and greater strength, then I agree. I think you should vote for Mr. Nixon. But if you feel that we have to move again in the 60s, that the function of the president is to set before the people the unfinished business of our society, as Franklin Roosevelt did in the 30s, the agenda for our people, what we must do as a society to meet our needs in this country and protect our security and help the cause of freedom. As I said at the beginning, the question before us all, that faces all Republicans and all Democrats, is, can freedom in the next generation conquer, or are the communists going to be successful? That's the great issue. And if we meet our responsibilities, I think freedom will conquer. If we fail to move ahead, if we fail to develop sufficient military and economic and social strength here in this country, then I think that the tide could begin to run against us. And I don't want historians 10 years from now to say, these were the years when the tide ran out for the United States. I want them to say, these were the years when the tide came in. These were the years when the United States started to move again. That's the question before the American people, and only you can decide what you want this country to be, what you want to do with the future. I think we're ready to move, and it is to that great task, if we're successful, that we will address ourselves.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This hour has gone by all too quickly. Thank you very much for permitting us to present the next President of the United States on this unique program. I've been asked by the candidates to thank the American networks and the affiliated stations for providing time and facilities for this joint appearance. Other debates in this series will be announced later and will be on different subjects. This is Howard K. Smith. Good night from Chicago.
Channel 4 will be interrupted in order that we might bring you coverage of President Kennedy's visit to Texas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bob Walker speaking from Dallas Love Field. This is the control tower at Dallas Love Field, where a large crowd is gathered now to await the arrival of President and Mrs. John Fitzgerald Kennedy from Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth. This crowd started gathering out here quite early this morning. I was out here at about 7:45, and already a few diehards had gathered early to ensure a good vantage point. Police were circling the field all morning long from the early morning hours, and a huge contingent of police are on hand. It's hard to estimate the crowd at this moment because they are still coming in. But there are not many good vantage points left for people to catch a glimpse of the president and his wife, the vice president and his wife, Governor and Mrs. Conley, and other state and local dignitaries. The Dallas welcoming contingent already moved out into the loading ramp earlier. Commercial jet is now landing, as you see, and the noise you hear in the background is that of a commercial jet going out to take off. Few signs in evidence among the crowd, and mostly friendly. The President arrived last night in the Dallas-Fort Worth area at Carswell Air Force Base. He was scheduled for arrival tentatively at 10:45. It got in a little later than that, but was met by a very large crowd at Carswell Air Force Base. A lot of people who braved the weather that was in evidence last night. May mention here it's cleared off beautifully at Love Field. Out here earlier this morning, the weather was a problem because it was raining off and on, scattered showers. The skies were dark, and at about 9:30, we started to notice some patches of blue. And sure enough, the patches of blue won, and now we have a lot of blue sky showing and a bright sunshine. And that sunshine feels mighty good, too, believe me, because it was quite cool out here, and it's still nippy with the breeze, but as the gendarme looks down over the crowd gathered, it's a warmed-up crowd compared to what it was a short while ago before the sun broke through. As we mentioned, the president was greeted warmly last night at Carswell Air Force Base, and they tripped in downtown to the Texas Hotel where he and Mrs. Kennedy spent the night. And then, of course, the big crowd outside the hotel this morning in Fort Worth, where about 8,000 people were on hand to hear the president make a few remarks. Then the breakfast, which you saw earlier, overcrowded, overflowing, as usual. When the president appeared on the parking lot earlier today, that, by the way, the plane you're seeing now is a C-123, which transported in the big limousine, the famous bubble-top limousine, which the president and first lady will ride in. However, that limousine now is down in front of the welcoming ramp, and yes, I can see it from here, and it does not have the top up, so our information from some of the Secret Service men earlier was correct, that depending on the weather, if it's nice weather, no rain, top would be down. So evidently, for all of you people who will see the parade downtown, you'll see a glimpse of the president and first lady in the flesh rather than through the bubble-top glass on the outside. As I mentioned earlier, the president did step outside the Texas Hotel in a parking lot this morning where 8,000 people were gathered to hear him speak briefly. A few were disappointed that the first lady was not there. The president told them that she was upstairs prettying up and said it took her longer to get pretty than it did him, and the crowd loved that. She was wearing this morning a suit of some sort of nubby material, pillbox hat and all. The president also said this morning in Fort Worth that it was the same, it's been the same in Texas as it was in Paris. It seems a lot of people are as much interested in seeing Jackie as him. In fact, he said today in Fort Worth, nobody seems to care what Lyndon and I are wearing. And, of course, that drew a big laugh and a hand. But the people in Fort Worth did something about it because they presented a pair of boots and a hat, big Texas-style hat to the president and a pair of boots to Mrs. Kennedy. So they have at least going to have some Texas clothes to take home and wear around the White House. The planes are stacked up now. The planes that were going to take off have stopped, and there is a jet coming in on the south to north approach. They'll be landing from the south. Planes were landing from the north all morning, but we've had a switch in the wind. And so they're landing from the southerly direction. In other words, they're coming from over downtown Dallas out to Love Field. This could be the press plane. It could be a plane with the president. We don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. The crowd continues to pour out of the terminal, too. A lot of stewardesses and airline personnel are coming out to see the president. That's a TWA. Check it, Pan Am. Sorry. I'd like to remind you that later this afternoon on most of these stations, you'll be able to hear the president's speech from Dallas. And also later, that speech approximately at 1 o'clock, and also later on, his departure will be telecast live right here at Dallas Love Field, and that will be at approximately 2:15, 2:30, something like that. We don't know because we have to approximate those times depending on how fast the luncheon and the speech goes, the motorcade, and so on. But the president, of course, is going to go on that motorcade when he arrives here and takes off through downtown Dallas. He'll go down Lemon Avenue, Cedar Springs, Harwood to Main, and the big portion of it right down Main Street in Dallas from Harwood, which is right at the police department and City Hall area, all the way down Main Street past the courts building where he'll turn on Houston to Elm, go under the triple underpass, and then shoot on out Stemmons to the Mart where he will speak at noon. According to protocol, if protocol is followed here, the vice president's plane should land first so he can be on hand then to greet the president. But we don't know exactly what will happen. I may mention, too, that this is the first time since 1948 that a president has made an official visit to Dallas. President Kennedy was here in 1961, but he was not here on an official visit. He was here to see an old friend, the late Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn, who was ill at the time in Dallas Baylor Medical Center. The president came for that, but that, of course, was not an official visit. That Pan Am jet that landed earlier may have been the press jet. It's another jet approaching now. Beautiful day now, just a beautiful day. That's a jet. That's an official jet. United States of America. The crowd already is beginning to yell down below. And That should be, if protocol is followed, Vice President Johnson in that jet. And way off to the south, barely visible to the eye, is another jet coming in. Some of the press debarking from that Pan Am jet that hit earlier. A lot of the White House press corps that, of course, follows the president everywhere he goes, at home and abroad. The president has been quite pleased, I may add, in this Texas reception thus far. It's no and that there is a pretty good rift going right now between Governor Connolly and Senator Ralph Yarborough. Whether or not the president can heal that rift remains to be seen, but he is very pleased with the people, the turnout, etc., and has made no bones about saying as such. Next big jet approaches.
Yay, President!
And this one should contain the president and Mrs. Kennedy.
Here comes Jack.
Here comes the big jet in. The seal on the side. You'll see it crisscross in a moment. There goes number 2 right by. Beautiful sight. Beautiful sight. This is number 2. It's a 707 Astrojet. A lot of the Dallas official welcoming party is going out, walking out to meet the plane, headed, of course, by His Honor, the Mayor and Mrs. Earl Cabell, Mr. and Mrs. J. Eric Johnson. Mrs. Johnson will introduce the president at the speech later this afternoon. Several others in the party that we've noticed, Dr. Lloyd S. Berkner from the Graduate Research Center, Judge Barefoot Sanders, Judge Lou Sterrett, unloading out of Air Force 2. Vice Presidential party. This is the passengers from the vice presidential plane being greeted by the Dallas official welcoming delegation, headed by Mayor Cabell. And very slowly up the side comes Air Force One. Now Air Force number 1 taxiing in. A fire truck, fire marshals and all following the plane, which is normal precaution everywhere the president goes. Right into us now. Now the loading ramp being moved up. Doors of the big bird swing open. Inside the door, the seal of the President of the United States. Mrs. Cabell approaching with some red roses. Military delegation coming off first. People, a lot of... There's Mrs. Kennedy, and the crowd yells, "And the President of the United States." And I can see his suntan all the way from here. Shaking hands now with the Dallas people, Governor and Mrs. Conley. Governor Conley on your left. Mr. Eric Johnson in the official welcoming party. Mr. Conley shaking hands with Dr. Berkner. The president now partially obscured behind his wife and a big bouquet of flowers. Working their way slowly, Judge Barefoot Sanders meeting the president, who gave him a pat on the shoulder. Judge Lou Sterrett now just visible. Governor Conley with his arm around the president. Kennedy backs up and waits for the president, who stops to chat with some of the people greeting him here. Crowd waving, as you can see. People standing up all over everything available to get a glimpse of the president and his wife. Cheering and yelling going on down the way as they approach the cars. Beautiful break in the weather. Just a beautiful break in the weather. Clear blue sky and a warm sun. Nixon has gone home for the benefit of that person with the sign. He left at 9:05 this morning. The vice president, former vice president, was in town yesterday. Crowd swarming around the president and first lady. That's the official party, not the general public, who is not allowed out beyond the restraining fence here at Love Field. Now they're heading over to the car. Partially obscured from our sight at the moment. People breaking away now, running over to get behind other fences to catch a better glimpse of the caravan as it would leave. Will leave here shortly and go to downtown Dallas. The president is up to the fence now, shaking hands with people. The president and his wife are right up on the fence. The press is standing up high, getting a lot of shots of this. He's done as he has done in several places. He's broken away from his planned plan and gone right up to the fence to shake hands with people. This is great for the people, and makes the eggshells even thinner for the Secret Service, whose job it is to guard the man. But the audience loves this. Mrs. Kennedy's beautiful pillbox hat was the only thing that gave it away. I saw the hat, and I knew they were there. And, of course, the press going high and shooting right down below as the president and his wife kind of moving along the gate. People yelling at them, people running on the inside now trying to come down to this end of the gate, this end of the fenced-off area, hoping that the president and his wife will move along the fence. People out with cameras just holding him up and snapping away and hoping to get a picture out of their very own camera of the president and his wife. President still walking along that inside fence, shaking hands, talking with people who have come out to greet him. They didn't expect this. Now, as he becomes more visible down to this end, the people cheer. And here they come, right down toward us. I can see Mrs. Kennedy. And they're going to come right on down and shake hands with everybody. Mrs. Kennedy gave a lovely smile and a wave at that time. Mrs. Kennedy right up. There's the president shaking hands with the people. He's waving at a lot of people, smiling, Secret Service men all around. Boy, this is something. They break right away and come right up to the fence. And the people who waited all morning in this fence are rewarded with a glimpse, and a lot of them with a close look and a handshake with the President of the United States and his wife. And he's coming right down toward us and toward our fine camera positions here. The press is having a field day. Somebody perched up on somebody's shoulders. The President saying, "Thank you very much. If I may be permitted to read a presidential lip movement."